You know Jim Gaffigan?
Yeah.
Nice, clean comic who...
Mm-hmm.
I think he calls himself the king of clean.
Okay, that's quite a title.
And his joke is about how it's really easy to be Catholic because they don't have any rules. It's like, don't eat fish on Fridays unless you forget. Do whatever you want.
The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Iran's government says at least 8 people were killed as the U.S. carried out a 6th straight day of attacks. Targets included a railway station, 6 bridges, and other civilian infrastructure. Iran's energy ministry is calling on citizens to reduce their electricity use after Iran's energy grid came under attack despite sweltering summer heat with temperatures well into triple digits. In another bombing, the U.S. struck near a children's cancer hospital in the southwestern city of Avaz. The attack sparked the panicked evacuation of more than 200 people, including young patients undergoing chemotherapy. In response, Iran claimed a 13th wave of retaliatory strikes against U.S. bases. Missile and drone attacks were reported in Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, Oman, Syria, and Qatar, where officials say a child was injured by falling missile debris. Here in the United States, dense smoke from Canadian wildfires brought air quality alerts to people in more than 20 states in the Northeast and Upper Midwest Thursday, with more smoke in the forecast this weekend. The air quality index in Toledo, Ohio, climbed to over 600. That compares to a good air quality score of 50 or less. In Detroit, Michigan, it topped 720, more than double what's needed to trigger a hazardous air alert. Here in New York, Mayor Zoran Mamdani spoke as readings topped 250, a level he said poses a health risk for everyone, regardless of their health status.
Whether we're speaking about the heat, whether we're speaking
about I just
the air
watched
quality,
this
or
video
whether we're even speaking about the levels of rainwater and flooding in our city, I am concerned. And I'm concerned because what we see is that the climate crisis exacerbates so much of what our city is facing.
In the house.
Meanwhile, in Texas,
and
at least
right after
2
watching that
people
video, I
died
keep
as
smelling
dangerous
smoke and
flooding
thinking like my
swept through the
toaster has
central
been
part of the
engaged.
state, the same area
It was just
where more than 130 people,
air.
including 25 children at a Christian girls' summer camp, died in flash floods last summer.
Yeah.
Great.
President Trump used a primetime address Thursday to accuse China of interfering in the 2020 election, despite a U.S. intelligence assessment finding no evidence to support his claim. A Chinese foreign ministry spokesperson said Trump's accusations were, quote, totally fabricated and a malicious smear, unquote. President Trump also urged Republicans in Congress to pass the Save America Act, which requires IDs at the polls and proof of citizenship during voter registration.
Tonight, I'm announcing the immediate declassification and release of critical intelligence revealing shocking vulnerabilities in our election infrastructure. This evidence shows that the election system we have dangerously exposes like levels never thought possible.
Nobody's ever seen before.
Exploitation and foreign interference.
Federal investigators have found President Trump's longtime teleprompter operator, Gabriel Perez, made more than $100,000 by betting on Trump's speeches. He allegedly used the prediction market Kalshi to place the bets. The company alerted the Commodity Futures Trading Commission to Perez's suspicious activity on its mentions market, where users can bet on whether specific words or phrases are uttered during public remarks. White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt was questioned Thursday about the scandal.
Everything's gambling now.
I'm aware of the report. The president is too. I spoke with him about it. He believes it's deeply unfortunate and, frankly, a disgrace.
This comes as President Trump's company Truth Social announced plans to charge for special high-speed access to Trump's social media posts, including statements on national security and financial topics. In response, Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal wrote, quote, "The president's social media posts covering war and peace and government regulations move markets. Truth Social selling preferential access is yet another example of flagrant corruption, trading access to the White House for Trump's self-enrichment," Blumenthal said. Meanwhile, a senior Iranian official told Dropsite News Iran had informed Vice President J.D. Vance that Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and his Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, were more interested in exploiting insider knowledge of the ceasefire negotiations to potentially profit than they were in reaching a deal. Iran provided Dropsite written documentation of evidence that Kushner and Witkoff were using diplomatic developments to manipulate financial markets. The White House flatly denied the allegations. In Maine, the ICE agent who fatally shot Joan Sebastian Duran Guerrero during a traffic stop in Biddeford Monday has been identified as David Brulette, a former police officer and U.S. Army veteran. His ex-wife, Ashley, told the Portland Press-Herald he called her and admitted he was the officer behind Monday's shooting. Ashley Brulette described abusive behavior both during and after her marriage to David Brulette. She said she wanted to speak out publicly because she'd previously reported concerns about her husband's mental health to his superiors in the military. Separately, the Associated Press reports several of David Brulette's close relatives say he struggled with serious mental health issues since early childhood and never should have been given access to a badge and a gun.
Me and Wendy did
Speaking anonymously, one relative
Friday.
said, quote, "Afghanistan destroyed him, trained him to be a killing monster, a machine. They took someone who was extremely mentally ill and turned him into a killing machine," the relative said. On Thursday, the widow of Joan Sebastian Duran Guerrero spoke publicly for the first time since her husband was killed as he set off for work Monday morning. Carolina Rojas Alvarez said the loss of her husband has been devastating for their 3-year-old daughter.
Paused what?
Traffic stops.
The day before, he took
They're
her
like,
to
we're
the
not doing
park, and
traffic
they had a
stops anymore.
wonderful time.
And then 24 hours later, back to it.
That Monday afternoon was supposed to be her day with her dad. But he never came home. And now my daughter is asking about her father, and I don't have the strength to tell her that he's not coming, that she can't hug him anymore, or say, "Daddy, I love you."
In Nevada, rights groups are demanding an investigation into the violent attempted arrest of an elderly man by plainclothes ICE agents at the Las Vegas International Airport. Video of Monday's incident shows 2 people in plainclothes, one masked, the other hooded, pushing a man to the floor and handcuffing him as he cries out for help. One of the agents then tries to swat away an observer's camera as he approaches.
What's going on? What's going on? It's law enforcement. What's going on? We can still have the right to know what's going on. Everyone back up. Are you okay?
Responding to the video, Nevada Democratic Senator Jackie Rosen called for ICE to follow the same guardrails as other law enforcement agencies. She wrote, quote, "Plainclothes, no uniforms, no body cameras, no identification," unquote.
If someone's trying to
the White
kidnap
House's
someone,
so-called borders czar Tom Homan has issued a warning to Democrats who are critical of ICE, its mass deportation campaign, or its violent encounters with the public. Shut your mouth or the quote-unquote bloodshed will continue. Homan issued the threat during an appearance Wednesday on Fox News.
I said if the hateful rhetoric didn't stop, there will be bloodshed. And I'm saying it right now. There's still going to be more bloodshed unless they shut their mouth and let ICE enforce the laws.
Listen to those jowls go.
Yeah.
Blah, blah.
Hi, Tom Homan. Didn't we just see somebody die? God, I'm trying to remember what it was.
Calling out our crimes is the reason we kill you.
On Wednesday, we covered...
Thanks, Tom. Great observation.
What was it? God. Why am I forgetting this? Go back a little bit. to the start of what he was saying.
Mass deportation campaign or its violent encounters with the public. Shut your mouth or the quote-unquote bloodshed will continue. Homan issued the threat during an appearance Wednesday on Fox News.
I remember.
I said the hateful rhetoric didn't.
Old bloke stabbed a Muslim in...
Oh, yeah. In the mall.
Like 15 times. And the first thing that I thought was, this is stochastic terrorism. This is a stochastic attack from an old guy who's stuck watching Fox News and convinced that Muslims are out to kill him. That's exactly what this was. I can almost guarantee it. Haven't looked into it because I've been waiting. But I'm pretty confident that that is what the situation is going to come out to be.
I think he doesn't... I don't know if he even thinks that Muslims are out to kill him. He just wanted to kill Muslims. That's
it could be that.
He said that he was doing
really?
it because he wanted to kill Muslims.
Crazy. Wild.
There will be bloodshed, and I'm saying it right now.
We'll have to look at that.
There's still going to be more bloodshed unless they shut their mouth and let ICE enforce the laws that they enacted.
The Trump administration moved to tighten visa rules for foreign students, journalists, and cultural exchange visitors. Student and cultural exchange visas would be limited to 4 years. Visas for journalists, which previously lasted for years, would now last up to 240 days. In the case of Chinese nationals, journalist visas would last up to 90 days. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube.
Did you hear that they might be stopping left-wing people from returning to the United States, breaching the right of return? This means that US citizens will probably be eligible for refugee status. So that's fun. Maybe we could look into that. Because as far as I'm concerned, they're targeting people based on political beliefs. That's refugee status.
The thing you sent me was literally the thing I was going to put on next anyway.
Oh, really?
Say this with all candor, like, we absolutely screwed up the comms of the Epstein files, like we just did. But do I think the reason we screwed up the comms is because we were trying to hide something? No. I think the reason we screwed up the comms of the Epstein files is one, you know, Pam Bondi said, the client list is on my desk, right?
Well, they had binders. They were standing in
right.
front.
But those binders were largely documents that had already been released, right? So here's, let me try to defend.
What was the purpose of that performative display of the Epstein files? And she was saying there's tens of thousands of hours of film.
I don't know what the purpose of it was, but I know that the effect of it was to make people mistrust the entire effort.
All right, so we have J.D. Vance on Joe Rogan's podcast promoting a book, but really he's using this to try to set himself up to run in 2028. So he needs to distance himself from the Epstein files fiasco and the Iran war disaster, while also appeasing Trump and his base, which is nearly impossible. He's just getting roasted by both the neocon MAGA crowd and the anti-Israel America First crowd, like Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Nick Fuentes fans. Like, most of the top comments are about Peter Thiel, Palantir, and JD being compromised. And people like Ben Shapiro don't like JD either because he thinks he blames Israel too much, and he tries to pander to conspiracy theorists and Tucker Carlson fans and Democrats, apparently. People are even calling him a Nick Fuentes supporter now, even though Nick and his fans hate him. So it seems like he's only losing people here. Like, Dave Smith called this the worst case scenario for JD because the war hawks are mad at him, but also he's still doing a half-assed defense of the war. So he's going to have a lot of trouble separating himself from that and Peter Thiel and the Epstein class, especially based on the comments on YouTube and Twitter. And if he can't manage to do that, I don't think he has a chance in 2028. But he seems to be leaning more towards Tucker Carlson's side because Tucker helped him get his VP position and they're good friends. And Tucker's kind of under the Thiel umbrella. So I think the plan is to get Tucker out ahead of the Iran war and anti-Israel sentiment growing. So then he can use his credibility to back JD. because JD is definitely going in that direction, but he has to walk a fine line right now because he still has to support Trump's decisions and placate the pro-Israel faction, which he's having a lot of trouble doing. Like with this podcast, he just ended up upsetting everybody. Like the Ben Shapiro Fox News demographic think he's trying to undermine the president because he's too soft on Iran and wants to have peace talks with them. He also blames Israel for sabotaging any kind of diplomacy with Iran.
And, you know, there's this Time article that came out yesterday. A friend sent it to me. It's like worth reading because it lists a bunch of people who have quite literally been paid by a former Trump campaign person who was himself paid by certain elements within the Israeli government. And those people are attacking me viciously for quite literally trying to accomplish the negotiation objective that the president set for the country, saying that we should not be negotiating with Iran, we should just keep the military campaign going indefinitely, and that is their explicit position. And coming after me saying that, you know, people have come after me and say that I'm influenced by Qatar, that I'm influenced by foreign governments, that, you know, I take my marching orders from Tucker Carlson, and there's just so much bullshit out there, when what I'm actually trying to do is accomplish what the President of the United States told me to accomplish, which is a settlement of this that accomplishes our objectives. Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. We have the free flow of oil and gas. And like, I should be clear, you know, I don't actually mind. I don't mind. Foreign governments try to influence the United States all the time. You know, Israel does it. Other countries do it. It's just sort of the nature of the beast. What bothers me is actually when Americans allow, meaning American leadership, allows that influence to affect their judgment and to affect what they are advocating for. That's what really bothers me. People are always going to try to influence the United States of America, whether they're allies of ours or whether they're enemies of ours. Again, when I open up the pages of Time magazine and I see that there's a literal foreign influence campaign being funded to tank the very deal that I was pursuing, and oh, by the way, many of the people who were receiving that money were actually attacking me in completely dishonest ways, you know, my response to that is, well, go to hell. I'm going to do what I have to do for the American people. I represent Americans first, and that's the way that I've tried to do this job.
But then whenever he's asked if he agrees...
Why do you say Americans like that?
The way that I've tried to do. I represent Americans first, and that's
Americans.
The way that I've tried to do this job.
But then whenever he's asked if he agrees with the war, he says he backs Trump's decisions and Iran can't have a nuke. So he can't go all the way, but I'm sure when he runs in 2028, he'll claim he's always against the war, and that's why he's being attacked for it. So it might make it easier for him if all the war hawks turn on him, because people look at that like he must be doing something right. I mean, to prove he's a reasonable moderate on Israel, he says he's been called an anti-Semite, which at this point is like a badge of honor. So I think he mentions this to be like, see, I'm not on Israel's side, I'm America first, and I'm being called an anti-Semite for it. But people aren't buying it. They feel like this is forced. And I think even Rogan kind of believes that too, because he questions JD twice about what he said to be called that, and JD doesn't really have a response. So I think, honestly, he might be saying this as a tactic to try to convince people that he's really America first.
And you know, Joe, the crazy thing is, I'm like, people don't realize this. I'm actually in this, you know, there's this massive pro-Israel, anti-Israel debate in the United States of America. I'm like the reasonable moderate. And I think that's what so many people don't realize is, you know, I've been accused of being an anti-Semite. I've been accused
for what reason?
Quite literally for, I've been accused of trying to, I guess, some people say that I've insulted the Jewish religion, which is insane. Like I have a ton of respect for the Jewish religion.
But
I mean, if you talk about...
What specifically did you say?
I don't know. I've never heard a good, compelling argument for why I'm an anti-Semite, even though I've been accused of being an anti-Semite by many people. But what always...
Do you conflate Jews and Zionism?
Is look at public
Pretty
opinion.
simple.
Right now, Israel is losing the public opinion battle in the United States of America. It is a simple and obvious fact. Donald Trump has said that publicly. It's a simple and obvious fact.
Why do you think that is?
Well, let me finish this point.
Okay,
my attitude towards this is Israel is an ally. like France or like the United Kingdom, we're going to have disagreements with them. We're going to have agreements with them. There are areas where we're going to have similar interests and areas where our interests are going to diverge.
And he says Israel's an ally, which I don't think the America First crowd likes to hear. And I think even Tucker Carlson doesn't think they should be an ally. Then also, after JD gets done complaining about Israel sabotaging any kind of peace talks, Rogan starts pressing him on Israel's influence on American politics. And JD, after complaining about their influence, now tries to downplay it and is like, well, a bunch of countries influence us. That's just how it works. He also says Americans should be upset with leaders who are affected by Israel's influence, which, I mean, Donald Trump, I think, definitely is, and most of the people in his administration. So I guess JD thinks we should be upset with them.
Why is Israel losing American public opinion?
Well, the narrative is that Israel has a very disproportionate effect on American politics.
Yeah, I see that. I see that narrative. I mean, I actually think that they... Look, do they try to influence American politics? Yes. But like I said earlier, a lot of other countries do. I think
to the extent that Israel does,
I think some are better at it than others. I think the Israels are definitely more effective at it than most.
The
Israels, the effective country by any means that tries to influence American politics.
But it's more than that. The concern is that they're spying on American politicians, and that there's concerns about funding, there's concerns about influence, there's concerns about whether or not politicians are, whether they're aligned with Israel or whether they're aligned with the United States first.
Well, there's certainly, I definitely get those concerns, but my sense is that the way that all foreign influence works in the United States is people try to manipulate American public opinion.
Tell us, Jim.
And then from manipulating a public opinion, they try to get the outcomes that they want. I mean, this thing is a very good example of this, that there have been people within the Israeli government who are trying to, actually shift us away from that policy because they want to continue the military campaign. And by the way, there are people within their government that I love, I have good relationships with, but I guess what I would say to the Americans who sort of see this and are frustrated by it, my attitude would be, you should be frustrated at American leaders who are, persuaded by this, affected by this. Countries are going to do what countries do. I really don't. It doesn't bother me that Qatar tries to influence the United States of America, and they do. I like a lot of the Qataris, just like I like a lot of the Israelis. It doesn't bother me that Israel tries to do this. It frankly doesn't even bother me that Russia or some of these other countries do it. It's just the nature of being a political leader in 2026.
And whenever it seems like he's breaking with Trump, then he has to go back to defending his decisions. You could tell he definitely wants to separate himself from this stuff, but obviously he's the vice president, so he can't. But he's trying to set things up so in 2028 he can convince people he was always against the war, and he'll probably blame Israel for it. But right now he still has to back Trump and can't go too hard on Israel. So he's in a really tough position, and Rogan's questions here are making it difficult for him to blame Israel when he runs in 2028, because Rogan gets him to say that going to war with Iran was totally Trump's decision. Israel didn't influence him to do it at all.
Do you think that Israel is affecting American political judgment?
I mean, I certainly think that there are a lot of talking points and there are a lot of arguments that make their way into American political discourse. Do I think that it's been dispositive on any particular issue? I think that's a much more difficult question.
Do you think that we would have started this war in Iran without the influence of Israel?
I think the president, completely separate from any influence from Israel, believes very strongly, and again, I agree with this, that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon.
Right,
and I
but
think he was willing to do things.
America shouldn't have nuclear weapons.
Right, that was the initial attack, right?
June of last year.
Yeah.
Midnight Hammer, yeah.
Right. Do you think he would have continued with the most recent campaign if it wasn't for the influence of Israel?
Yes, I do.
Really?
I do, yeah. Look, I think...
So this discussion about the Iran war went pretty badly for him. And then right after this, they get into the Epstein files, which of course goes even worse. JD brings up how people think Trump was blackmailed by Israel to go to war with Iran, which he says is completely ridiculous. But also he believes the Epstein file conspiracy theories and alludes to Epstein working for Mossad and there being a blackmail operation. So again, like with the Iran war, he has to walk this tightrope where he appeases the anti-Israel conspiratorial crowd, but also he has to act like Trump's administration isn't affected by Israeli influence at all, and he doesn't understand why people would believe that. It's also hilarious because he's an Epstein conspiracy theorist, but he helped cover up the files, and he knows a ton of people in there, which of course now he claims they just screwed up the release. Like, they have nothing to hide. They wanted to put him out, but Pam Bondi just botched the release. So I think Pam Bondi is like the sacrificial lamb. JD blames her for it.
I think they already fired her, didn't they?
And she got fired.
Yeah, she's
so
gone.
I think they're trying to pin it on her now.
What I think a lot of people, I've heard this argument, is this idea that Donald Trump, was sort of, I've even heard people say he was blackmailed into this.
Yeah,
by
a
the
lot
Israelis.
of people think that.
That's not true, dude.
No?
It's just not true. I've seen the decision making up close. Again, whether you agree or disagree with our negotiation, or whether you agree or disagree with the decision to launch the campaign Epic Fury to begin with, the idea that Donald Trump is being blackmailed is crazy to me. Because again, I see the way that he makes decisions. I see the way that he processes this stuff. Like the idea that he picks up the phone with anybody and says, "Hey, I'm going to take orders from you." No, that's just not how Donald Trump operates.
Could you understand though why people would come to that conclusion, especially because of the Epstein files?
What do you mean?
Well, the Epstein files were supposed to be released. And there was a tremendous amount of resistance to those files being released, and that concerned a lot of people. Because if you're talking about very wealthy, powerful people that were engaged in crimes,
I see. So you're basically saying the fear is that whatever's in the Epstein files was used to blackmail, the administration into doing the Iran thing.
Or at the very least, the people that were involved in the Epstein files that didn't want them coming out had undue influence.
Well, again, say this with all candor, we absolutely screwed up the comms of the Epstein files, we just did. But do I think the reason we screwed up the comms is because we were trying to hide something? No. I think the reason we screwed up the comms of the Epstein files is one, Pam Bondi said the client list is on my desk. Let me try to.
Well, what was
the
purpose of that performative display of the Epstein files? And she was saying there's tens of thousands of hours of film.
I think Pam was trying to respond to the political moment. I think she overstated what we had and what we didn't have. And I think that she, got roasted for it publicly by a lot of people, including me. You and I have talked about this a lot. I'm one of the OG Epstein conspiracy theorists. I've probably gone down every single rabbit hole. We could go down most of them today.
So he tries to explain to us how the Trump administration had nothing to hide with the Epstein files, and we can trust him because he claims to be an expert on Epstein conspiracy theories. That's how he gives himself credibility, which, I guess he did try to cover him up. He has access to all the files, and he knows a ton of people who were close to Epstein, who he works with every day. So he should know a lot about him, but of course, what the hell is he going to tell us? Him and Rogan are in way too deep, and they're just being used to do damage control over it. So it's hilarious because they try to talk about this like they're just two random guys on the internet discussing it, they aren't associated with a ton of people in the files. On one hand, they admit Epstein ran a child trafficking ring for the elites, and there's definitely more to the story than we know. But yet they know a bunch of those elites, and they just ignore or defend their connections to Epstein. JD claims he's gone down every rabbit hole. So I wonder what he thinks of Howard Lutnick going to the island and lying about it, and Trump keeping him around as Secretary of Commerce, or what he thinks of the letter that Trump wrote to Epstein, that bizarre birthday letter, or Peter Thiel's connection to Epstein.
Said he didn't do it,
of course,
so
Rogan
case
would
closed.
never ask any of those questions. Also, JD used to say stuff like, "Remember when we learned our wealthiest and most powerful people were connected to a guy who ran a literal child trafficking ring? Then the guy died mysteriously in jail, and now we just don't talk about it." But it's dude, you're connected to those powerful people. So he kind of set himself up here. If him and the people around Trump and MAGA didn't hype up the Epstein file theories, it honestly probably wouldn't have been a problem for them, because the left didn't really care about it until they realized it was a problem for Trump. So MAGA shot themselves in the foot by making this a big deal. And JD still talks about it being a blackmail operation and there being more to the story. But he's just the vice president, so he doesn't actually know anything. He acts like, "I love looking into this stuff, but I don't know anything you guys don't." I mean, sometimes he talks like he's just some guy on the internet doing research about Epstein, and he's not the vice president of the United States.
That's what he's trying to position himself.
Go back to the original investigation. It was designed in a way that was way too narrow.
It's a good position for election.
A broader conspiracy, and you know my view is that there probably was. The evidence that existed in 2007, that was the opportunity to get
So
it.
when you say there probably was a broader conspiracy, what exactly are you saying?
I think there are a few different options. I mean, look, man, I like you and I could literally do 2 episodes about this. I've gone on down to every rabbit hole. There's this funny New York Times story that's somewhat true, somewhat false, but where Susie Wiles, the White House chief of staff, says, "Well, we know JD's a conspiracy theorist on this." Like I am actually. I've gone down every rabbit hole here. Look, so there's the theory that whether it was American intel or foreign intel that Epstein was sort of using, sort of the sex ring to blackmail rich and powerful people.
It was clear that he was trying to get people to get together on the island and meet at parties. So there was something he was doing where he was trying to either influence people or compromise people.
Correct.
So it's not, there's some sort of an operation that was going on.
There is a story there, and, you know, I will go to my deathbed believing there's a story there, but I can't prove it.
I started up a Blues
game.
And
I promise you there's not some document that at least I'm hiding that allows us to prove exactly what was going on.
So it's just frustrating listening to these two talk about this and act like, yeah, we're into these conspiracy theories. We're really trying to get to the bottom of things here. It's like, why don't you ask Donald Trump, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, or Howard Lutnick? Like, JD knows people that have been to the island. So what does he think of Howard Lutnick? Is he a pedophile? Is he being blackmailed? But of course, Rogan and JD don't actually care about any of this, and they're basically part of the Epstein machine. Like, Epstein and Peter Thiel were pretty close and in business together, and Epstein encouraged Thiel's journey into politics, which JD Vance is a product of Thiel. So I don't think there's any chance he can separate himself from Thiel and Epstein. I mean, just look at the comments for this episode. But he's trying to give himself credibility by saying he's a conspiracy theorist and he knows there's more to the story. And he thinks Epstein was part of Israeli intelligence. You know, that's like throwing a bone to the conspiracy theory crowd.
Yeah, literally.
Well, most people think he was Mossad.
Yeah, Mossad or CIA or some other deep state, whether in America or Israel or another country. Or both. You know, look, he clearly had connections to the highest levels of American intelligence. He clearly had connections to the highest levels of Israeli intelligence. In fact, and the Epstein thing is interesting because as much as I know, you know, Prime Minister Netanyahu, not a particularly popular person in the United States of America right now,
or in the world. By the way, Zoran Mandani says that he's still planning to arrest him if he comes to the UN.
Netanyahu?
Yeah.
Amazing.
He's reviewing the possible actions he can take to do that arrest right now.
Amazing. Because I think I suggested this the last time, but I think we found out that it wasn't possible. I don't think he could even like reach out to Interpol or anything like that to sort of actually have jurisdiction, because I don't believe...
We'll see. He said he's reviewing what he can do.
I hope he finds something, because that would be awesome. Like, that would be so good.
Elements of the Israeli deep state that were left of center. Like, I've always found that fascinating. It wasn't like he was super connected to the right of center of Israeli politics.
And I wonder why he'd make that distinction. You know, probably so he could admit Epstein was involved with Israel, but not Netanyahu and the Likud party. And so people don't think Trump is being blackmailed by them. Also, during this, Rogan mentioned how one of his former guests tried to get him to meet with Epstein, but he turned it down. And JD's like, yeah, didn't he already get in trouble at that point? And Rogan's like, yeah, that's what I was thinking. But of course, their boss, Peter Thiel, was meeting with Epstein after his first arrest. So they act like, I can't believe people would want to meet with him. But JD is vice president because of someone who was meeting with Epstein while he was a convicted sex offender.
I had one of my guests try to get me to meet him.
Really?
Yeah.
When?
2017.
See, that's crazy to me, because at that point he'd already gone down for at least one, like, sex abuse thing.
That was my position. I'll show you the emails.
Okay.
They're kind of funny.
Okay, which
I
guest?
actually read them on stage.
You want to say? Okay, fine.
People can find it.
Yeah.
I don't want to have the guy's already ruined.
Sure. But dude,
I Googled it and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
All of the really crazy shit happened from the 90s to 2007. That's when he was at the peak of his power. That's when he hadn't yet gone down on a sex abuse scandal. Like, I mean, to your point, right? Even if you have some scumbags who are willing to introduce him to Joe Rogan in 2017, there are a lot of Joe Rogans, or at least some, who are going to say, wait a second, I'm going to Google this guy and find out that he's a predator.
A lot
didn't.
And that was really crazy.
A lot didn't, but some did. And my point is that would limit his influence. But if you go back to like the 1990s, the early 2000s, that is the stuff. I think that is like the black hole of the Epstein saga. We don't have nearly enough from that era.
And it probably doesn't help that JD's saying that because, I mean, that's when Donald Trump was good friends with Epstein and they're partying together. And I think he wrote him that really bizarre letter in 2002, I believe. But it is probably true that's when Epstein was at his peak. And I'm sure getting away with some really dark shit, which I doubt there's evidence of anymore. I don't know why they keep that around, or if it is around, I'm sure not many people have access to it. You know, I can't imagine the government just has that sitting around available for people to stumble upon. You know, at this point, it has to have been destroyed or hidden or only available to some really high-level people like the Rothschilds. So I think JD is probably right about the pre-2007 stuff, but obviously I don't believe that Trump's administration had nothing to hide. I mean, we know for a fact Howard Lutnick had something to hide. You know, he said he got creeped out by Epstein and wanted nothing to do with him, and he never went to the island. And then the files exposed, he was at the island. So Trump's administration definitely had something to hide, and they clearly didn't want those files out. Like, Trump kept calling it a hoax. He was really annoyed by it. They tried doing that whole binder stunt. The DOJ concluded the investigation, and Trump turned on some of his biggest supporters, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, because she wanted it out. So JD's trying to rewrite history here because this is how he'll try to spin it when he runs in 2028. He'll say they actually had nothing to hide. They just screwed up the release because of Pam Bondi, and we actually should give them credit because they did end up releasing a bunch of files.
Right. So, like, when people say, has what you've seen on the inside make you think that that Epstein never blackmailed people or that Epstein never engaged in broader sex trafficking? No, absolutely not. What I have seen, and I've looked at most of the files, is that there just wasn't dispositive evidence. And if that dispositive evidence ever existed, it was probably destroyed after 2006, 2007. Now, like, again, in our defense, yes, was there some bitching and moaning, and was there some back and forth? Yes. But we eventually collected 6 million documents as part of the effort. The president, people say the president was forced into releasing the documents. Like, again, the idea that Donald Trump could not have killed that legislation, especially with the United States Senate, is a joke. He absolutely could have killed it. What did he do? He actually said, no, we're going to release these files. He thought, he was annoyed by the story. He was annoyed by the Democrats accusing him of doing things bad. By the way, like, do I think there is I've never seen a single piece of credible evidence that the President of the United States engaged in wrongdoing with minors, ever. So, like, when the president says the hoax, that's what he's talking about, is this democratic idea that he somehow was a pedophile. It's absurd. There's no evidence for it. Now, the Epstein law gets signed. We find 6 million documents. We find out 3 million of them are actually responsive, has something to do with the Epstein estate. We release all of them, with the exception of a few things that are like, the courts have said that we have to redact certain things or we can't release certain files. But, like, we did release all these files. Did it take longer than it should have taken? Yes. But we did release these files. And again, the problem here is not, like, anything that's in the files or not in the files. Uh-huh. The problem is, if you go back to the original investigation, it was designed in a way that was way too narrow. If there was a broader conspiracy, and my view is that there probably was.
So based on this podcast, JD's chances for 2028 aren't looking too great. It's going to be really difficult for him to shake this stuff. He'll probably have Tucker Carlson and obviously Rogan on his side, but even Tucker, I don't think he'll be able to get the anti-Israel crowd on board. I don't think they'll trust JD. I mean, Tucker tries to pander to Candace Owens fans, but there's no chance in hell they'll ever support JD. and they're even getting fed up with Tucker a little bit, which I covered over on Patreon if you're interested. I also talked about Theo Von accidentally exposing Tucker's ties to Peter Thiel and Palantir and the CIA. That's a really good video. Also, Alex Jones crashing out over low IQ conspiracy theories. Joe Rogan exposing a Mossad agent. Tim Dillon exposing the UFO psyop. The depravity of Andrew Schultz and Charlemagne. And 200 other exclusive videos that are each over 20 minutes. So if you enjoyed this video and want extra content from me, it's definitely worth checking out. There'll be a link in the description.
On this episode of What's Going On with Shipping,
What's going on with shipping?
XCOM, by the way, the terrorist simulator game.
Yes. You are not streaming anything. I was wondering what was happening.
Huh. It's sharing.
Weird.
This is the most terrifying video you'll ever watch on this channel, and if you don't know why, then you don't know enough about the UFO problem. The UFO phenomena is real, and it poses a significant risk to national defense. But those aren't my words, those are the conclusions reached in dozens of newly released and declassified documents stretching back to World War II. So time to stock up on tinfoil and start up that neighborhood resistance cell XCOM style, because alien disclosure is a disaster for national defense. Take this footage from an American F-16 fighter jet intercepting an unidentified object. The concern is that even trained military personnel and pilots, equipped with the world's most sophisticated sensors, still couldn't immediately identify what they were tracking. What's even more of a nightmare is that they fired a missile at the thing, blowing it to pieces. So much for we come in peace. It's not even the first time that we've fired at these aircraft before trying to clap alien cheeks. Here we're seen firing a Hellfire missile at another UFO. It connects with the object and then bounces off. A strange object changes shape here and then zips across the screen faster than anything we have is capable of moving. The same is true here. An unidentified object passes near US naval forces. These objects terrify the military that a foreign reconnaissance system could be mapping radar frequencies, communications, and fleet movements. These possibilities require completely different responses, and commanders have only seconds to decide whether or not to start a potential intergalactic war or possibly shoot down a Chinese drone. For decades, the government treated UFOs as a conspiracy theory, but starting in 2025, Congress pushed for greater transparency, while the Pentagon's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or the AARO, expanded its release of military footage in declassified investigations. Anyone now today with an internet connection and a warm pulse can jump online and download this footage themselves. When the Pentagon released their fourth batch of UFO documents to the site in July 2026, this footage here is what officials now describe as the clearest video ever released of these UFOs. It shows a large, two-tiered object that you're looking at here, estimated to be about 20 feet long, captured by an infrared sensor aboard a US military platform in 2020. It's becoming an increasingly worse and worse nightmare for national security that can't be ignored like some kind of alien elephant in the room, whether they're foreign drones, sensor anomalies, or something otherworldly entirely. Repeated reports of unidentified objects near nuclear facilities stretching back decades now is forcing war planners to confront the question of who or what is demonstrating the ability to penetrate some of the most heavily defended airspace on Earth. The recently declassified double dump of UFO documents shows a history of interest by the US government stretching back to World War II. Within the documents, we have some of the earliest official UFO reports and the origin of the Foo Fighter phenomena with the 415th Night Fighter Squadron. In one of the earliest memos, dating back to 1944, an officer within the 415th reports to the commanding general of the 1st Tactical Air Force saying, quote, "We have encountered a phenomena which we cannot explain. Crews have been followed by lights that blink on and off, changing colors, etc. The lights come very close and fly formation with our planes. They are agitating and keep the crews on edge when they encounter them, mainly because they cannot explain them. It is requested further information be furnished on this subject, such as similar experiences of other night units." The memo is chilling because it paints a picture of a bunch of American aviators already under the incredible stress of fighting combat missions amidst World War II now being harassed by mysterious lights that come very close to their planes. In another memo, an incident where a fighter encountered lights flying in a T formation is highlighted amongst a list of other anomalous events, and this particular incident is especially chilling in light of a very recently leaked memorandum from a modern-day incident. In the modern after-action report, an unnamed senior intelligence official, whose identity remains a secret, relays a bewildering encounter with UFOs over a U.S. weapons test range in the continental United States. According to his report, the test range has been reporting these anomalous lights and crafts prior to his arrival, which, while not stated, probably predicted his deployment and subsequent investigation. In this incident, radar detected anomalous objects in the same part of the test range that they'd been previously witnessed by ground personnel. Hopping into a helicopter, he and his crew flew to the location and witnessed multiple anomalous lights for themselves. At one point, the lights came to right outside his helicopter, lining up and forming a T formation on either side, just like in the 1944 report. The event ended with a massive display of lights on the mountain directly ahead of his helicopter before he and his crew were forced to return back to base because they were bingo on fuel. Declassified files paint a clear pattern of UFO activity stretching back to World War II, and after the war, multiple agencies all arrived at the same conclusion. UFOs are real and pose a possible threat to national security. In the infamous Twinning memo, General Nathan Twinning stated the facts, saying, quote, "The phenomena reported is something real and not visionary or fictitious." He also highlights the anomalous speed and capabilities of these craft, as well as their habit of evading intercepting forces. The problem was not just an American one, though. In 1948, reaching out to their Swedish allies on the flying saucer problem, quote-unquote, U.S. Air Force intelligence officials were told that the Swedes had already been studying the phenomena and arrived at the conclusion that these crafts represented capabilities that no known culture on Earth had. Further, at the time of the visit by United States Air Force personnel, a crash had been observed by a credible witness with ties to Swedish defense. According to the witness, he had observed a craft crash or plunge into the lake outside of his home. When the Swedish military dispatched divers to investigate, they discovered a crater that hadn't been present on previous hydrological maps. As the investigation was still ongoing at the time of the report, it's unknown what the Swedes found or if they shared those findings with their American counterparts. Despite publicly downplaying any interest in UFOs, it's clear that the US military and intelligence agencies have been very interested in this phenomena. However, the recent bombshell allegations by whistleblower David Grush tell that the US is more than just interested, it is an active participant in the recovery of downed craft. Unless you've been living under a rock, you've probably heard of David Grush by now. And if you are living under a rock, we might all be joining you soon after aliens invade. But Grush was a senior intelligence official working for the Air Force, National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, and the National Reconnaissance Office. He even handled the daily presidential briefing. When it comes to credibility, he's about as credible as they come because it was literally his job to be credible. That makes Grush's claims all the more troubling, because according to him, a shadowy organization buried deep in the black world where intelligence agencies and private aerospace companies meet have been recovering downed craft for almost a century. Even more troubling, this group, known as the Legacy Program, has silenced whistleblowers permanently. In fact, it was these murder allegations that prompted Grush to go public. not the fact that non-human craft were being recovered. According to Grush, evidence of criminality and lack of congressional oversight prompted him to turn whistleblower. And the scary part is that the Inspector General of the intelligence community agreed with at least part of Grush's claims. The IGIC agreed that Grush was being retaliated against for whistleblowing by elements of the intelligence community, and that information was inappropriately being concealed by Congress, stating that his claims were deemed urgent and credible. The IGIC, however, did not comment on the specific information that Grush had brought forward. They simply found evidence that, indeed, some organization within the United States government was in fact withholding significant amounts of information from congressional oversight. The case only gets stronger in the recently released documents, though, in the age of disclosure, where a murderer's row of senior intelligence officials, physicists, presidential appointees, Tier 1 operators, a former director of the CIA, and NSA personnel all supported the conclusion that Earth was in fact being visited by non-human intelligence. And it's all shaping up to be a national defense nightmare. Before getting into the more catastrophic implications, the first and most obvious problem is that the United States no longer has airspace dominance at home or abroad, and maybe never did. Publicly available evidence supports 4 conclusions about the UFO phenomena. First, most cases are ordinary but misidentified phenomena like balloons, birds, drones, satellites, or astronomical phenomena. Second, a significant number of UFO events remain unresolved simply because data is too low quality. Eyewitness accounts are valuable and hold weight, but without hard sensor data to back them up, arriving at a conclusion can be impossible. Further, even well-documented incidents can result in a failure to identify simply because the observing platform isn't suitable to the task. U.S. military platforms, for instance, are not designed to find and categorize UFOs.
I don't know what
They're
he's
specifically
doing.
built to detect, track, and interrogate known threats, such as jet aircraft, helicopters,
because there's
and
like
drones,
a hill next
as
to
well
him.
as threats that are adjacent to those performance characteristics.
Well.
The third conclusion is that in a small number of cases,
but this guy, the dye trader, he's got a big-ass sword. They don't even get close to him.
Platforms are involved to confirm a truly anomalous event. The fourth conclusion is that all publicly available evidence simply does not establish extraterrestrial or non-human technology. That's not to say there's no evidence for it, simply that there is insufficient for a gotcha moment, at least in the public sphere. This paints a picture of a massive national defense problem, ignoring the UFO threat for now. And trust me, we'll get back to those terrifying conclusions soon. The fact is that something is routinely violating U.S. airspace with absolute impunity. Throughout the late 1940s and 1950s, declassified documents show that a series of fireballs were routinely invading airspace over restricted facilities in New Mexico area. That pattern has never stopped. It simply stopped being reported. Until recently, that is. A 2021 Director of National Intelligence report stated that in 144 government reports, 11 near-miss incidents occurred with anomalous craft, while in many of the cases presented, these craft interrupted training or real-world operations. 3 years later, a 2024 report expanded to include 757 reports, including a civilian incident where a commercial airliner nearly crashed into a cylindrical object off the coast of New York. These objects don't necessarily have to be non-human in origin to show that there's a massive tracking and identification problem within the US military. One only needs to look at the infamous Chinese spy balloon incident, which quickly led to the realization that NORAD had serious blind spots. That's not necessarily their fault. Radars are designed for a set of customizable filters which let their operators tailor the radar to detect a certain range of targets, but these filters work by ignoring anything that produces a return outside of a specific envelope, typically speed and maneuver. This way, critical air defense radars aren't overwhelmed with non-threat returns from clouds, birds, and well, spy balloons. And that's a very human problem that the UFO phenomena has highlighted. Adversaries have been exploiting anomalous performance characteristics to slip right through our most sensitive detection modalities. In this case, it was a spy balloon likely soaking up ELINT, meaning electronic intelligence. But with war against China on the very near horizon, the next time it could be a balloon with a payload of cruise missiles, slowly but surely inching its way deep into American territory, where it can deliver a devastating strike against industrial and economic targets. If objects are man-made, as the overwhelming majority are bound to be, then they should be searchable, trackable, and identifiable, specifically in the modern age of drone warfare. This can be difficult for traditional radar systems without triggering a runaway cascade of false positives that increases tensions and erodes readiness. But integration of artificial intelligence may be the solution, allowing smart air defense systems to guide their operators toward real threats and away from likely innocuous contacts. Our solution here at the channel is to just shut it all down, ground all aircraft permanently. If man was meant to fly, he would have wings. Air travel is blasphemy against God. The next big problem the UFO phenomena poses for national security is also not just related to UFOs. What is abundantly clear after decades of public UFO interest is that the very reporting mechanisms that we rely on to identify friend from foe have completely failed us. In 2024, ODNI reported that 444 out of the 757 reports did not have enough information to even begin an analysis. Part of that is the censor problem that we highlighted before. But a big part of that has been revealed to be a culture of self-censorship within the very agencies who should be immediately speaking up about anomalous aircraft. The All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office has been widely panned for suppressing UFO events and even outright lying about its conclusions. For example, they never once asked to speak to David Grush or other high-profile whistleblowers, and they refused the classified information that they could only relay inside of SCIF. That's a strange move for an office whose goal is allegedly to resolve the anomaly of the UFO phenomena. But the agency did admit that its ability to resolve incidents was consistently constrained by two factors: not receiving data in a timely and actionable manner, and an unwillingness within the U.S. military and intelligence agencies to speak up about the UFO phenomena. In its 2024 report, AARO stated that it received no reports from geointelligence or signals intelligence and mass-in agencies, though they did allow the AARO team to pursue curated intelligence databases on individual cases when they were brought up. This is either a massive failure of U.S. intelligence agencies, reporting culture, or deliberate cover-up. The sheer number of UFO events every year makes it impossible that during AARO's half-year-long investigation, the world's most premier intelligence agencies simply did not encounter a single incident to report. Even more damning is that when they were confronted with specific incidents that had occurred, they were legally bound to open up at least part of their intelligence databases, showing that they had in fact detected and tracked the event to some degree. Further findings discovered a culture of silence deep within the U.S. military and supporting agencies, with witnesses self-censoring out of a fear of being ridiculed for what they had observed. This is widely attested to not just within AARO's investigation, but from the flood of whistleblowers and witnesses that have come forward since David Grush went public with his claims. The problem was so significant that the U.S. Navy and Air Force both instigated new guidelines for personnel to report anomalous events, encouraging witnesses to speak up rather than remain silent. This critical vulnerability is not just a problem if UFOs are non-human in origin, but very obviously, again, a problem because anomalous behavior can be used by foreign adversaries to conceal their activities. If U.S. security personnel, for instance, are self-censoring out of a fear of ridicule, then an adversary is encouraged to exploit that vulnerability by developing new, novel intelligence gathering or direct action capabilities. If your base security isn't reporting flying discs, then the next flying disc that they may see may just be a Chinese or Russian spy craft flying under cover of ridicule culture alone. The very real and very uncomfortable reality is that objects don't need to possess impossible technology to exploit vulnerabilities in U.S. national security. But let's pivot back to the claimed heart of the matter. UFOs display capabilities no human physics can match, and a growing body of extremely credible individuals all tell the same story. They're not human in origin. First, let's explore the non-human angle. And here we have to be specific and say non-human and not alien or extraterrestrial. Individuals deep in U.S. intelligence have all been careful to make the distinction between the two terms. preferring the first and raising the possibility that whatever is behind the phenomena, it may not be from off-world quite as we understand it. The most immediate and obvious conclusion is that critical U.S. infrastructure is completely vulnerable, and incursions into this infrastructure is the most concrete threat. The 2024 ODNI report quoted 18 incidents near U.S. nuclear facilities and infrastructure, including weapons storage depots, launch sites, or support facilities. This follows a trend dating back to the dawn of the atomic age, when UFOs were being reported over Los Alamos National Laboratory shortly after the first nuclear detonation. Over the course of the Cold War, UFOs seemed drawn to nuclear infrastructure, with numerous high-profile incidents, including the infamous 1967 Maelstrom Air Force Base incident. During this incident, former launch officer Robert Salas claimed that security personnel above his silo spotted a massive UFO in the vicinity. Per Salas, the missiles he was overseeing then went into launch status, something that should have been impossible to happen without his direct control. Luckily for everyone who doesn't want to live in a permanent Fallout LARP, the missiles then shut down themselves. The incident has been denied by the Air Force since it became public in 1990. The skeptical claim is that the official record from the 341st Strategic Missile Wing doesn't show that anything anomalous happened that evening in question. However, the Pentagon would go on to directly undermine this skeptical argument in an attempt to present their own credible alternative. According to the Pentagon, the missiles in question had indeed been affected, directly undermining decades of claims that no incident took place. However, the Pentagon claimed that the incident was the result of a test involving an electromagnetic pulse generator, which had been, at the time, classified. We spoke to a nuclear security expert on our team.
Don't need it, you got the mirror.
True. For 6 years he did it. And the story doesn't pan out for several reasons, according to our expert Josh. First, the EMP device that the Pentagon claimed was responsible was the
according to our UFO expert,
pulse simulator,
some guy named
which
Josh.
made use of a device lifted 60 feet into the air, which transmitted energy down into a test bunker via cables. This device had to be constructed and operated in plain view of above-ground security personnel. To put it simply, there is no chance that a 60-foot contraption was erected in the middle of an active missile field, and security personnel on multiple ships didn't see it happen. Further, the device needed to run cables into the test facility itself, a detail that Salas and his fellow launch officers would have also seen happening. Perhaps most damning, though, of all of this to the official explanation is that the device quoted by the Pentagon wasn't even operational until 1973, with concept drawings of it created in 1971, a full 4 years after the Salas incident. The Pentagon's official explanation also directly damns the historical, skeptical argument that nothing anomalous could have happened because nothing was reported in the security logs. It's clear now that the security logs are simply not a reliable source of information. Most concerning of all is that after the fall of the Soviet Union, a treasure trove of UFO reports and witnesses was made available to the West, and direct parallels were discovered. It seems that everything the US had been experiencing was also happening in the Soviet Union. A clear and terrifying picture was coming together. Something or somebody was penetrating the most sensitive facilities in the world with complete impunity. And the two sole superpowers could do nothing to stop it. This poses a significant problem that lasts to this day, as there is no indication that UFO incidents over or near sensitive nuclear facilities have slowed per the ODNI reporting. If whistleblowers are to be believed, though, the U.S. has developed at least some capability of intercepting these crafts. Allegedly, the use of very powerful electromagnetic weapons has on some occasion led to the downing of UFOs, allowing for their recovery. This is a technique the U.S. may have discovered in the 1960s when former presidential advisor and economist Harold Malmgren stated in his final interview before dying that the U.S. had purposefully carried out a nuclear test with the intent of downing a UFO. According to Malmgren, UFOs were so commonly observed during nuclear tests that they were nicknamed tag-alongs.
Whoa.
Thus, during one specific test, a device was modified to produce significant extra levels of X-rays. In the 1962 test, according to Malmgren, the nuclear detonation succeeded in knocking down the tag-along object. The Navy then recorded the downed object, but when he inquired about it, Malmgren was told that he had need to know on the specifics of the missile tests, but not on the tag-along craft. Whether the U.S. had indeed developed a way of downing UFOs, and hopefully without raining nuclear bombs from the sky or not, the continued pattern of UFO sightings at the nuclear facilities makes it clear that whatever is behind the phenomena is still able to act with impunity, a significant blow to national security. The implications for national security are dire. And at this point, it doesn't even matter if the UFO phenomena is little green men from Mars or interdimensional visitors or breakthrough technologies from foreign adversaries. If the U.S. cannot maintain custody over its own nuclear weapons and a credible nuclear deterrent active, then it is only as secure as it is being allowed to be by whatever agent is behind the UFO phenomena.
On this episode of What's Going On with Shipping, the Ukrainians have struck at Russian ships in the Sea of Azov, but have now shifted out into the Black Sea and have started targeting international vessels. We're going to discuss why Ukraine has changed their tactics. I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano, and welcome to today's video. You will notice I am in a different locale. So I tried to film this video 2 days ago when I was in Paris. And when I filmed the video, I did not realize that I used some of the video footage put out by the Ukrainians. And some of you may have noticed, I've posted a clip up here of all the Ukrainian footage kind of strung together. The music they're using is ridiculous, but it drowned out my audio. And unfortunately, we were
Oh my God, hi, how are you doing?
Oh my God, how you doing?
About Ben Shapiro's character and how he operates behind the scenes to stop people. Just like Megyn Kelly has had that experience recently. It is just who Ben is. It's how he was raised.
Oh, give him a break,
and apparently it has a lot to do with his father. There is a psychopathology there without question.
Oh.
Now,
Diagnosed?
I don't know how, but I do feel that somehow Ben Shapiro was tied up in this. I'll pick up the bloody mic. He races to give $1 million. His company is suffering, but he's giving $1 million, Turning Point USA.
Okay, man, that's right. Today we're getting haunted.
I'm gonna haunt you. I'm gonna haunt you.
This is Candace. I have not really been paying too close attention to her, but I did go look. Looks like she took a break, and then like right when she came back, she goes right back to like 1.5 million views, or like 2 million views even. So she's just absolutely doing this.
Boom, 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 boom.
And it's all Kirk conspiracy, I believe. I could have this wrong. I might have dreamt this. But I think she calls it her Kirkspiracy. And it's kind of all that. There's one thing I want her to discuss. There's one thing I want her to get into. Apparently she's the only one who this hasn't come up on like Reddit or whatever. She's the only one. Because I would be talking about this nonstop, that this is a conspiracy. Okay, I can't play the audio to this because they're playing the perfect background song for this, which is Stand By Me. Or as I call it, Stand By
Toilets. To fund it. He started a GoFundMe to raise $150,000 for the project, but it raised less than $2,000. He's been trying to get politicians and entrepreneurs to help him out, but they don't really seem interested, and I think I know why. I give this statue a good 30 seconds before someone does something crazy to it.
Okay, just like statistically,
like why would you also put this in Times Square of all places?
Chinese. I mean, just number-wise speaking, you've probably already seen
this. It's because it's made by an Italian.
2 million views on Instagram,
and that's where they live.
Just a couple days, and it's probably all over TikTok. And the story is that this bronze, Charlie Kirk statue is coming to Times Square. And I read a bunch of headlines that said that, oh, it'll be in Times Square in September. And if you just read that headline, you're like, oh, the city of New York is doing like a monument statue to Chuck Kirk? What? But what it really looks like, what it really actually is just some weird Italian guy.
See?
Made this, and he's like, oh, it's gonna go to Times Square. Okay. You're gonna, like, what, drag it there or something? All right. He's gonna drag it to Times Square, tied to the back of his truck. It's just
clank, clank.
Behind his truck on a rope. It's sparking. But that is funny. All these, like, news things are like, oh, Charlie Kirk statue coming to Times Square. It's like, what? It is? Like a memorial? And then it's like, you read into it, oh, just some weird Italian dude said that he's gonna bring it there or something. And that's the thing, this statue is so funny looking.
It's so bad.
That at first I thought this was a joke. He's just like, Look, get a zoom in on that. He looks like he's doing this. Looks like he's going like this.
I just ate something really sour.
So this thing looks so goddamn goofy. This thing looks so goofy that I thought it was a joke at first. But really, this guy has been around for a long time. This Italian artist, and he's always trying to get attention with American crap. But this Italian sculptor or whatever guy, he's insane. He's actually just insane. So I think to him this looks good. You know, he's just like, I know that what he look like.
He just look like that. It's not bad or good.
It's not bad or good. He just look like that. I don't think he understands that this thing looks insane and ridiculous.
Ave Maria University in Collier County is having this bronze sculpture made for their campus. It shows Jesus embracing Kirk. It'll be on campus by January.
Okay. Oh, that's Ave Maria University? Oh, wait, they're going to do that at...
God bless you.
University?
Hold on, let me get a look at this.
Hold on, let me get a look at this Kirkified thing right here. They're installing it at Ave...
God bless you.
University. People are coming from miles away to say, what the what the hell? People are coming from miles away to ask the sculptor, hey man, did you have a reference? Did you have a reference image, dude? For both Charlie and Jesus, bro?
Who are those two men, dude?
So treated with a lot of respect, both in his life and after. And that's what our good friend...
I'm gonna haunt you.
Candace has been up to. Let's check that out.
On that December day, that I just feel like Daily Wire is somehow more involved in this, and I don't really know how.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Well, guess what? The answer arrived. Ben Shapiro shared something that is stunning. It is crazy. When we left...
He shared that he got his...
booty hole waxed down.
Right? Ben Shapiro's lawyers who have been suing me and my family for years because he can't earn, he has to steal.
Whoa!
And the courts is a great way to do that.
That SOB.
Violations. You violated a non-disparagement. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you into bankruptcy.
Oh man, good golly, Miss Molly, goddammit. I haven't checked in on this beautiful and very informative and fascinating and stimulating debate. I call it a debate. With how many views did she get on this in 2 days? I wonder if she bots. She might be botting. Who knows? Wouldn't be surprised.
Not
though.
Candy.
1.8 million views. 20,000 comments. Okay, so that kind of adds up. I hadn't really been checking in on this feud, but it has...
Oh, God.
It has gotten amazing. It has gotten hilarious. Like Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro's literally destroying his career.
I'm putting down campfires over here.
Just listen to this story. And again, this is the biggest, view getter in the... I mean, I think probably, all political crap. Of all political crap, Candace is the, winner.
Okay.
And Ben Shapiro tried to do these videos because, the Charlie Kirk trial is happening. So he's like,
I'm gonna own her butt. I'm gonna get her this time. I'm gonna own her butt.
So he did some, little Steve Urkel ass, debunking videos. Like,
she's such a moron.
And Candace was, on vacation or something.
Nope, he somehow warped in here.
Then she comes back. It looks like this is what happened. Then she comes back, looks at his videos that he made, takes a part of the video and goes, look, he just revealed he was in on
11 gold.
And she said this to way, way more viewers who are actually human, not just botting. Like Benny Shapiro. That's the Harlem Globetrotters type, pulling his pants down and then making a basket, a backwards jump shot. She is absolutely just humiliating this guy, man. So again, to repeat what happened, this is probably the funniest.
Okay, come to town
/
with me, 'cause
most
there's some items you can have.
Demonic and melted, public persona feud of all time.
Uh-oh.
Again, what
Why
happened
is it foggy?
Is that Ben Shapiro comes
Is another
out,
monster
he does
event
these
about
videos,
to happen?
Debunking her ass and butt.
She comes back, oh, look, this part in the video that he made, when he was debunking me, he revealed he's in on it, man.
Ben Shapiro was receiving live updates from somebody in that vehicle. Take a listen.
I remember where I was when all this was happening. I was in Los Angeles. I had sort of a breakfast/lunch meeting with somebody.
Be very specific.
And I got the news.
Suspicious.
Again, I know that only because my security was talking to his security in the car.
Go ahead, Candace.
Somebody make that make sense.
I can't.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I don't
You're gonna
want
have to become a conspiracy theorist to make that make sense. This is
you don't
the
tell me
enemy
what
of
to
Charlie
do.
Kirk. This is the enemy of Charlie Kirk is telling you that he was receiving live updates during 7 minutes, critical minutes, while Charlie.
Honestly, I think Kirk's main enemy is that sculptor guy.
No, he a lookalike.
If you have a torch,
I'm from Eden.
You can come to this furnace and combine the torch with your mace.
Oh, interesting.
To empower your mace.
So I don't know too much of how people look. That is the most hilarious, like diabolically hilarious. Like everything this guy, and I looked at Ben Shapino's views, they are just absolutely, I mean, they are in the toilets. He is done, man. He is done, and his channel has like no future. Like young people have like zero interest. Even young conservatives, zero. So he's cooked already. And if you go and watch his videos, he just looks absolutely rattled. But that is like the funniest thing. She looks at this video where he's trying to clap back on her butt, you know?
He's like, ugh, she's a moron. Did she consider this?
And then she just comes back with a clip from that video and she's like, oh, look, he just incriminated himself.
Oh
He just incriminated himself, man. He's in on it.
Oh man, he just
booty hole waxed down.
That is crazy, man. I would just talk about other stuff, man. I'm not going to talk about this lady anymore. She's just going to, you know, imply that I'm part of high-profile crimes. You know, I think that this is a false accusation. I don't think there's appropriate evidence for this. He is a weird guy, that's for sure. So a lot of people might be like, it makes
Crank
sense.
that vibe, girl.
He's always
I ain't going home with no
advocating
shitty ass
people
dog.
being hurt and bombed and stuff. So a lot of people might believe this, you know, that he's incredibly odd and weird and creepy. But, you know, I don't know. Who knows?
You know what else I'm not buying?
No, I do not.
It turns out that you guys are not either.
None of your
is
business.
the bot campaign, the Israeli influence operation, the FARA docs that were filed following Charlie's assassination, almost immediately following Charlie's assassination. Clock Tower X, we talked about this. The Israeli foreign minister quite literally hiring Brad Parscale, the former Trump campaign manager, his firm Clock Tower X to conduct a digital campaign on behalf of the state of Israel, like we wouldn't notice the foreign bots in every comment section, calling us names, screaming at us, being absolute psychos. So that's really going to bring us over to their cause, right?
Right. Calm down.
Time did an article today, and they're angry. They are angry with Brad Parscale, the government.
I mean, it's crazy, man.
It's crazy, man.
Like, you know, we've all been subject to
Use
this
your
little
mirror.
idiot Ben Shapiro for a decade. And normal people are like, what
I'm
a,
helping the
what
water
a weird
flow.
little creep. What a
Okay,
weird
but
little
come over
creep.
here.
I hope he, I don't know, goes to jail or something. But man, oh man, I don't think I would wish his current life on my worst enemy
Come and
because
click
he is
this
just
anvil.
living, like reliving high school.
Click what?
The worst version of high school over.
Right click the anvil.
Uh-huh.
And then you should be able to make a full set of tungsten armor. Oh my.
No, I could only make one.
Okay. We'll get more. Did you take all the bars?
No.
You did, though.
No, I didn't.
Put them back.
Over again. The mean popular girl is just absolutely destroying him. Because I don't think she cares too much about political stuff. I think her
Okay.
main concern is
have
the
this.
destruction of her enemies. And she brings up this article that's actually kind of interesting. It's from Time magazine.
one
And I
of
think we're
these.
going to see more and more of this stuff with like, you know, old school media where they're going to start.
Your inventory's full.
I am aware. Platinum is stronger.
Yeah, but we don't have enough for platinum yet. If you have the full set of the armor, it boosts you. There's set bonuses.
I don't see any tungsten armor anymore.
Yeah, because there's not enough in there. Just make whatever highest armor tier you can and equip that.
How do I see what armor I have on?
It's over on the right-hand side. You have to press equipment. It's like a little chain on the right-hand side. After pressing escape to open everything.
Ah, I see.
And then there's also stuff like shackles that I can give you. They're up here in this chest. Depending on what you need. But you can put on shackles, they'll give you a little bit of movement speed and defense. And then if you don't have a hook, I can make you one too.
I do.
There's stuff on the ground here. You can open chest and press quick stack in them. And it will stack whatever you have in there.
Fuck off, old man.
Writing more
I gotta go
critical
to the
of Israel stuff, you know, so they could kind of be like, well, we were doing stuff. We were covering up stuff, you know. This is the article right here, Time Magazine. Trump ex-campaign managers running an Israeli influence operation targeting the MAGA base. Targeting the base. Targeting the base of Somalia. And there's some interesting parts in here, but basically it's like, hey, if you see like a super pro or bunch of pro-Israel posts on the internet, that's a pretty good chance that's fake. There's like a very, very, very good chance that that's fake, man. And they're paying like morons, I guess. Candace Owens actually has a pretty good reaction to this. Let's hear that.
And what is at the root of the failure of this campaign?
I don't know.
What is at the root is people are not stupid. That's it. Honestly, people don't want to be disrespected. You think we're so stupid that we can't recognize a sock puppet account? We can't see that it's not possible for someone to be tweeting 300 times a day.
But that is crazy. You know, people like her main enemy, Benny Shapiro, you know, they're losing this informational war like so badly that they're paying like $1 million a day or something to try to get people to post. Please post something positive. Please get robots to post positive stuff about Israel. No one else will, and no one will watch it. Pay some robots to watch it too. It is kind of crazy that the downfall of this guy like keeps happening for like months and months and years. Now she's like, I think he was in on it. And his main cause, he's probably fake. He's probably some kind of a paid operative or something, because no one believes this.
I suppose there was a time when this worked.
Right.
Ad spend equal results, right? That worked. That is the world that Blake Lively lived in. Right? Too big to fail.
Who's
Icarus
that?
just flying towards the sun, never thinking that he might get burned and fall, right? Just getting closer and closer. Well, I'm friends with this person. I know this person. I have contacts. I'm friends with Kash Patel. I can hit up.
Yeah, I don't think she has like a ton of insight, like politically, like how the world works, but she does have a ton of insight, I think, on how to destroy your enemies in the media and like how competing in the kind of new media works. And so I think she's right on this. I think she's speaking directly to her enemies because they did do this. Like, they've been pumping so much money into Ben Shapiro even now, and it's just like failing. They cannot convert these like paid ads into like comments and subscribes and stuff. They're just like throwing money away on Ben Shapiro at this point. So she's kind of right here. It is failing. Like, she is defeating them. And she is being kind of honest here. She's like, well, like, I'm just, you know, saying the things that they can't say But she is just dancing on her enemies' graves here.
And then it doesn't get attention. So we're seeing a lot more action from the feds under Trump, and we're seeing a lot of action on what you discovered.
Yeah, so I'm very happy with the Trump administration. Like, I think they are focusing on a lot of things. I didn't think, like, maybe that first year it takes a while for things to actually start happening. Some people don't understand.
Come on.
Well, Congress tried to block all those appointments.
Okay, so this is the other thing I want to talk about besides...
I'm gonna haunt you. I'm gonna haunt you.
Besides the Phantom.
Besides who I called the Phantom... the Phantom of the YouTube.
I'm gonna haunt you.
The Phantom of the YouTube. Candace comes out with the broken mask, cape, you know. Well, anyway, that's stupid. Anyway, besides that, I wanted to watch this too. Haven't checked in with Alex in a long time. What's he been up to?
And it makes me cry.
It does?
And it makes me cry to even look at him.
To even look at him. So he's talking to our favorite little sleepy boy. The favorite little sleepy boy of all media, Nick. Nicky Toilets. I watched this whole thing and I did feel sorry for this kid. Like, you can tell he's like, people have made fun of him. You know, people have made fun of the poor little baby. People have made fun of this poor little baby that he can't speak. So he's trying to do better and it's not working. But really, like, stuff like this, it's the same with Charlie Kirk. Like, you know, the people surrounding people like this, including Alex Jones in this case, like, you are supposed to be the adults here. Like, what are you doing? You idiot. Apparently this guy's mom, like, he's got like a stage mom, basically, a dance mom, you know, who seems to be maybe making him do some of this crap. But it's funny because he's like, oh, please donate more money, buy my merch, get more views on my videos. Fox News is putting him on all this crap. The president is inviting him to his house, his White House. But then when this guy gets in public and like somebody asks him like, yeah, you know, you're not really exposing fraud. That's A. And then B, why are you're like a mega fan of like Elon Musk and the president and all this stuff. They're doing it way more fraud, dude. And then he just like retreats into, I'm just a little baby.
Need diaper change.
So that's what we're working with. Let's see what Alex has to say.
Yeah, it was interesting. When I went to the UFC fight at the White House, a congressman came up to me and he said something that I had never really thought about. And he said to me, he's like, thank you so much for your work. And I just want to let you know that because of all the fraud that you've exposed, that essentially like the war on Iran has been free because of you. Because of all the money that I've helped recoup and expose, and the money that's going to be saved in the future is in $200, $300 billion. Like it's in hundreds of billions of dollars. Like this will not just impact this year. It's going to keep making impacts for, hopefully, for the future.
That's kind of a backhanded compliment, though. Son, you saved $300 billion, and we used it for bombs. Good job. Our entire war. Son, your savings helped the Emperor build the Death Star.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, but it did just put it into perspective.
No, it's great what you did. What they did with the money's their issue, but
yeah, very interesting perspective. I was like, I've never thought about that. But I mean, if you think about it, for the years to come, the changes that they're making. But I mean, if you think about it, for the years to come,
great. This is child abuse, man. That is funny. The Alex Jones show really exposing the deep state here. You know, this little kid comes on. A senator told me to say this pro-war thing. So here is I say it. Uh-oh. Like, that's amazing show, Alex.
Someone who profits from
you figure it out.
Told me to say this pro-war thing.
You got your stuff.
Do I say it into the camera?
And it makes me cry.
I got it.
To even look at him.
Okay, I gotta show this right here. Oh, whoa! This is Alex in the bathroom mirror right here. Look. Oh, I'm pretty handsome. Still got it. Okay, I gotta show this. Alex's use of AI is like completely out of control. Like, he should be in jail for this. A lot of people should be in jail for a lot of things, but this is one of them. Here we go.
They called me crazy. They called me paranoid. But now they know I was right.
Yeah.
Tonight, more conspiracies that turned out to be true.
Your voice, whoa. Your voice is not matching your mouth movements. Whoa, what the hell is this? It's kind of interesting because, like, they did, like, prompt what a lot of idiots online say. They're like, oh man, Alex Jones was right about so much crap. They probably prompted something like, oh, a guy in a trench coat in an alley, and he's got like the cork board with the strings. You know, all the cliches of like a conspiracy guy who got everything right in the end. So it like makes sense. You know, it's like, oh, I'm visualizing the thing that people like joke about. The problem is that I do think like something like we've adapted to AI so quickly that what I like immediately read into it, like without even thinking about it, is, oh, cheap crap. Like I think literally everybody below 65, like we just have this instinct now. We see an AI thing, we go, get that crap away.
That's cheap crap.
Like there is a value thing going on here where we do not value AI video because that's
and you shouldn't.
He litters. Alex absolutely litters. He just absolutely AI crap like over all his videos, and it just makes it seem so like he has no money or something. Like this looks like cheap crap, man.
Tim Heidecker
I gotta
took
show
it
this
off.
to his ads. Whoa, hey, get your finger out of my face, man.
Boom, 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 boom. And it makes me cry to even look at him. Can't do this anymore, man. I am having trouble doing the show.
I gotta play this. His ads, like every ad that this guy does they're amazing. Even just little things like this. Watch, this is basically a normal ad. This is the most normal ad I could find. Here we go.
Don't forget it. America is now 250 years old.
No, it's not.
July 4th isn't about delicious cheeseburgers and fireworks, though I love them so much.
July 4th isn't just about delicious cheeseburgers and fireworks, though I love them so much.
And it makes me cry to even look at them.
Goggles.
When I see those cheeseburgers on that grill, glistening.
And it makes me cry to even look at them.
Okay, is this an AI family? Alex, if I find out that this is an AI thing too, you're gonna get one of these right here. Oh my god, Alex selling merch, like clothing, it's like my favorite thing. Here we go.
Because what America stands for is antithetical to what they're doing. So, when you go to thealexshowstore.com, we have a whole summer line that just rolled out. We'll show you some of these designs. And most of them, I came up with the concepts. I'm pretty proud of it. I think this is a badass shirt.
See, where'd you go, Underground? Over
think
there.
This is a badass shirt.
Think this is a badass shirt.
Yeah,
oh my god, the amount of fake medicine you could buy on this website is crazy. He really does do like the best ads I've ever seen. Like they're even better than people who do, you know, like Tim Dillon kind of has done funny ad reads, all these guys. But his are like it doesn't even compare. You know, he's just like,
the communists, all this crap, they're gonna get you. The communists and Mamdani, they're trying to get you. So what do? You get this shirt. I think this is a badass shirt. I think he designs all this stuff himself too. And you can tell. Okay, one more ad read thing before we get back to this Nick Shirley crap. One more ad read before...
This lady had spawned out of nowhere.
This open right here, this is the greatest open to an ad. Watch how he opens this. Here we go.
All right, bye. I'm about to tell you a great truth.
You are? Whoa, I better listen up.
Oh my God. I'm about to tell you a great truth.
With that attitude.
I'm gonna go get a mining
handshake
helmet.
Attitude.
I'm about to tell you a great truth. But like most great truths, everybody...
Man, that is bordering on...
Let me ask you something, please.
Territory.
Yeah, and I really appreciate Elon because of all he's done for humanity. I mean, giving us X was probably the greatest gift he could have given all of us.
Maybe he can come up with like a caffeine pill or something. Caffeine for kids, maybe.
I mean, Elon did his best effort and they burned down his factories. They even bombed a Tesla.
A bunch of Teslas.
Yeah, a bunch of Teslas. They had massive protests or anything like that.
They blew up some and burned some here in Austin.
Yeah, the crazy thing is the government
let that kid talk.
Unofficially at the heart of Doge with the intelligence, exposing what's happening in the eyes and ears.
And the good thing about Doge is now, even though it's kind of been dissolved, I think Doge still is a thing, but a lot of those individuals are now working inside of different departments, and they know actually how to go after that. For instance, you have people inside Treasury that were from Doge. You have people inside of other groups that were with Doge. So that is very good. And it's making it harder for fraud to get committed. and especially like the new.
Oh man, he might have just defeated. I'm about to tell you a great truth.
And it's making it harder for fraud to get committed.
It's making it harder for fraud to get committed. That is a eloquent sentence right there.
This lady had spawned out of nowhere.
Also get excited around scientists and inventors and people that have, developed and done incredible things, or, folks that have been able to climb Mount Everest. They got prosthetic legs. I mean, it's stuff like that really. It's stuff like that really impresses me. The engineers at SpaceX with how they've innovated more than In fact, they thought that just get Alex Jones. Now they got Elon Musk and Nick Shirley and thousands of other prominent people. I mean, you're right up at the top, but
it is bizarre, man. This is the same with like Joe Rogan. It's the same with Joe Rogan, man. It's like, did you guys sign some loyalty pledge to Iluma? Did he secretly put his little brain chips in these guys' heads or something? It's like every other word is how great Elon Musk is. And it's funny because like in Alex Jones's ads, he's always like,
the globalists don't want you to wear this summer collection of our clothes.
The globalists, like all these people want to control you and tell you what to goddamn do, man. Elon Musk cool though. The guy who's part of a group that has like secret meetings and who are like openly trying to make plans to control everything and like monitor everybody. That guy's cool. Okay. All right, Alex, go back to talking to your son.
Like everything they promised is not coming to fruition. And New York City rent just hit an all-time high.
Right.
I thought they were going to I thought that freezing the rent would lower that, they said. But it didn't, obviously.
Look, people say communism has failed. It's incredibly successful for the tyrants that run it. They know it's nothing but a slave system.
Well, I went to Cuba.
Yes, that was incredible.
I love the Alex program and I love the Alex advertisements. I obviously buy everything Alex advertises.
I wear it. I wear it out to show my loyalty to the country.
But this is a funny one. I've heard Tim Pool. Basically, this kid is like repeating stuff that Tim Pool is probably repeating. Like they're just like human centipeding these like, I don't know, Fox News talking points or whatever. But I've heard this one like in all this content at least like 3 or 4 times already where they're like, oh, New York City, man, they're doing a rent freeze, but the rental prices are at an all-time high. So looks like that didn't work.
Hey, it's fucking stop.
Looks like that didn't work.
You fucked it up.
I mean, it's great because I do want to argue about this stuff. I do want to like figure out what works in a society and like help people.
Why did you do that?
But it's like
That's
can't
what it's
really
all
do
about.
that when it's like
dropping the water.
I was
little kid who's falling asleep
to build a channel and you
hasn't learned to speak yet. That rental freeze thing doesn't go into effect until October.
Just you dig a little square above your head.
It's for rent stabilization, which means they can't raise the rent
4 different
that you're already paying. It's kind of amazing what these guys do with this stuff, especially Alex. Alex's whole thing is just such a contradiction. He's like, oh,
the elites, man.
He's always talking about the elites.
The elites, they want to control what you do, man. The elites, they want to get your little butt.
He's always talking about how the elites want to get your little butt. But anything that would even like a little bit put like powerful people like in check, like a rent freeze.
He's like, that's terrible.
And who's his main hero? This hater of the elites, the richest man in the world.
For fuck's sake!
Quote. It's like what?
Stop what?
What is this show?
Stop fucking
and you
digging
appear
around
to
me.
be. I'm not saying
literally
this, but many
doing
people do say this.
something.
Intoxicated around a baby. What appears to be a baby. Okay, I gotta play this one too. They play some like AI thing. They play some little AI bit, and it's playing this weird AI music too, and then they cut back to Alex. I guess this is live. Here we go. This is it cutting back to him. Here we go.
And it makes me cry. And it makes me cry. Look at him. And it makes me cry.
We had transgender for everybody.
The People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of...
Get this guy a drink of water, jeez.
The People's Republic.
The People's Republic of...
Generally speaking, Chinese people look...
220 million U.S. voter files.
Whoa.
China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data.
Boom, we predicted it.
History.
Jesus,
resulting
Alex.
in China's illicit acquisition of
Scared me with that.
220.
But all he said today was absolutely true. Absolutely incredible information that you just saw and that you just heard.
Incredible
That's exactly
information.
what Patrick Byrne predicted he would.
This is pretty good. This came up like while I was recording this.
He's like, we got live emergency broadcast from the emergency broadcast system. This is not a test. Don't try to adjust Rumble.
What you're hearing is real crap. My voice really sounds like this. It's not a test.
So he does this like emergency broadcast for this. I think I heard about this. It's like some special announcement from Trump where he's like, I got some special crap. I think most normal people are like, oh, he's going to try to do some kind of stupid distraction from the fact that everybody's like, no, thank you. I think that's what probably most people think. Oh, he's going to go out there and dance around, try to stay awake, do some kind of dumb, meaningless distraction, to divert attention away from all the flim-flamming and this.
We'd have more tungsten if I didn't accidentally throw it out several times.
I just watched it through Alex. But yeah, I watched this whole thing on Alex's
It's shift to inventory. Control is quick to garbage.
And it's just like the whole thing
I don't think there should be a quick garbage
China's
button.
Bad, and
you can just click and drag what you want in the garbage.
That's basically it. Then Alex comes back. He's like, amazing information.
That's gorgeous information right there.
Oh my god, that information right there made me go like this.
It's like, this is his show, man. That's great, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for digging so deeply into this stuff.
Digging?
Alex.
And it makes me cry to even look at him.
Oh, this is pretty funny. The Tim Pool crew is commenting on this. Of course, they watch this. Oh my god. That guy is going to try to stay awake through a speech where he reads off a teleprompter. Oh my god, we all got to pile in for this one. But watch one of Tim Pool's co-hosts here kind of tells a little bit of the truth. Here we go.
But I don't think it's going to do anything.
I really just got to say, I think rehashing the grievances of the 2020 election is not particularly compelling to Americans.
Okay.
Even if they're...
Well, what about this?
Smells are racist, and you're racist for smelling people.
Did you consider that?
Was fraud at this point 6 years ago, and we're pretty much sick of hearing about that. We want cheap gas, cheap groceries.
Don't smell people.
Green lawns.
That's weird.
4 months until the elections, and
Tim, you want to step in here?
We're going to get killed in November if our campaign messages are the Iran war and the 2020 election.
Yes, but we're going to get killed in November if the election systems are manipulated. This isn't
going to change them.
Voter right, then there's nothing you can do. If the argument is we have compromised voting systems through universal mail-in voting, and trying to address it results in us losing, then if we just go for the economics message, then they just cheat. So it's lose-lose.
Well, do you think we're actually going to get the SAVE Act? Do you think?
No. Okay, so anyway, there's Alex watching some meaningless speech. Then he goes,
That's some great information right there. That's some amazing information right there, man. I have some real important information for you. Also, hold on, let me get it. There it is.
For now, Israel's attempt to merge and take over the U.S. military and co-own all of our weapons has failed in the Senate. I'm about to break down who treasonously voted for this garbage.
Nailed that treasonously.
Crazy.
And then we got this. He should just do this in these AI ads. Make them funny. If you're gonna do terrible AI that nobody likes, make it funny and stupid. Here, I'll do this one.
Hey, my name's Alex. I'm in an alley for some reason with my bulletin board and a TV that doesn't work. But I brought you here to tell you this. You're dismissed.
Make it funny.
It happened yesterday. The Senate voted 50 to 46 to pass the Defense Authorization Act 2027. And a lot of the senators said because there's this legislation in there, Section 219, it was 224, they changed the bill, that merges our military. It actually says that, synchronizes it with the Israelis and lets them co-own our weapon systems. Netanyahu says he won't need the tens of billions a year we give him anymore in pure money and military aid because, they'll earn it by co-owning all of our military systems.
Get your face out of the camera, man.
I don't care if you're a Christian Zionist and love Israel.
I'm not.
I never want any foreign government
You
running
said
into our
that.
country. But here's what's most important.
Okay, fine.
Every Republican voted for this.
Oh, those SOBs.
And the Democrats are
I'm
normally my
shocked.
arch enemies and are absolutely horrible on almost every other issue. But at least on this issue of wanting to know where the war's going, and
okay, this guy interesting right here. He's doing one of these.
and it makes me cry to even look at him.
Even look at him.
What is this video called? Every Republican senator voted to merge the U.S. military/intelligence with Israel. This is funny because this is another I think all his broadcasts are emergencies. Like every video I watch of Alex is like,
It's an emergency broadcast.
but he did this emergency broadcast where he's like, oh my god, the Republicans are trying to push through this bill where it's like they have to share like military research and intelligence crap with Israel. It's like in law, basically. And I've seen like 100 videos on this already. People are like, what the hell? I mean, you could look up who came up with this. I mean, these are just like, fossil Congress people who, weird coincidence, take a bunch of AIPAC money.
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
These totally like mummified, out of touch, creepy senators came up with this thing, try to put it in, like secretly put it into some bills and stuff, and people found out about it. They were like, what the hell? But this is funny because like it's like the same
Zombie
day, just
killed you, I
hours
think.
later.
Yeah,
Alex is like,
we gotta make sure Republicans get elected all the
They'll
time.
find you.
I mean, but if you read about this
I was inside
thing that he's
a
freaking
building
out about
and the
here,
doors were closed.
the people who came up with this thing, who like, legally drafted this thing or whatever,
Democrats and Republicans, man.
but he's like,
They're good. One of them's good. The one who's most on the side of this.
like his show is such a funny contradiction.
Crystal.
What I came away from this, watching him for like a couple hours is like, Trump is still awesome, even though he's doing like everything that possibly you could do bad and against what Alex is saying, but he's still good. And the main guy who's awesome is Elon Musk, but we hate elites, and he made everything free somehow. We have like total freedom because of Elon Musk, but we don't because of like communists or something. But who knows? But if you watch the Alex Jones show, it's just like, it's so funny. I would love to meet a legit earnest fan who's just like, oh yeah, those people that he loves and promotes, they do all the thing wrong all the time, but we still love them. Well, anyway, guys, happy Friday. Well, guys, happy
For one day.
Yeah, I'm drowning.
But what I find, again, specific about Trump, and that's what worries me, is I cannot but call it self consciously clownish character of his rules. Are we aware of the vulgarity of his speech? And that's not ordinary fascism. No, fascist leaders would never speak like that.
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. I hope you're all doing amazing today. We've got a fascinating debate lined up, so make sure you stick around because this one gets more intense the deeper it goes. Piers Morgan sits down face to face with philosophers.
Consciously clownish character of his rules. Are we aware of the vulgarity of his speech? And that's not ordinary fascism. No, fascist leaders would never speak like that.
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. I hope you're all doing amazing today. We've got a fascinating debate lined up, so make sure you stick around because this one gets more intense the deeper it goes. Piers Morgan sits down face to face with philosopher Slavoj Žižek, often described as one of the most controversial thinkers in the West, to debate whether the current MAGA movement truly fits the definition of fascism or whether that label is being overused. Piers challenges him at every turn, Slavoj refuses to back down, and the evidence both sides bring to the table makes for a genuinely thought-provoking exchange. The biggest moments don't happen right away. They build throughout the conversation, and you definitely won't want to miss how Slavoj responds when Piers tries to corner him. Before we dive in, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know in the comments where you're watching from. I genuinely love seeing how far this community reaches. Now, let's get straight into it.
you know where I see...
But do we get into a slippery slope here, Slavoj? And I say this with great respect, but once you start sort of having all sorts of different versions of fascism, it's very easy to then call pretty much everyone a fascist that you don't like. And part of my argument about modern discourse, and in particular about Trump actually, is that people say, oh, he's a fascist, he's a Nazi. And I'm like, a Nazi? No. Really? You know, you're comparing him to Adolf Hitler, who murdered 12 million people. There is no comparison to me. And what it does is it over-demonizes Trump in a way that probably helps him, actually. But it also dilutes the impact of real Nazis. And to me, real fascists like Mussolini and stuff in history, if you start parking people like Trump into the mix, because you've extended the range of fascists to all sorts of different categories, you can hook everybody in, and then it's kind of meaningless.
We agree more than it may appear here, because you know what I'm trying to do, and this many people will like, is not to demonize people like as fascists, but to water down and extend, dilute the notion of fascism. I think the true tragedy, again, is the wariness, inability of Western liberal democracies to effectively act and solve problems. If you want an example, I think we should talk about this one. It's, you know, Salvador Bukele.
Yes.
In a very brutal way, he arrested tens of thousands and so on. We know what he did. But the effects were felt in 2 years. And now, in the last 3 elections, he won almost with communist numbers, you know, 80% and so on. That's communist numbers. The problem, that liberal democracy is losing its ability to act. It's clear even now, in the United States, Democrats are still in confusion. You have democratic socialists, which I think are really old-fashioned social democrats, still much less radical than, let's say, Swedish social democrats.
Would you categorize Mamdani as one of those, the new mayor of New York?
I think that, first, I'm here absolutely pragmatic. I don't like these choices. Should we mobilize locally people in small cities? Should we wait for a big revolution or whatever? Let's do whatever is possible. But the reason I am tempted to call Trump a very specific kind of fascist, and I will immediately go into it in what specific sense. Namely, all the fascist leaders that you mentioned and others, they, of course, functioned in a different way. They were with this false dignity, untouchable, no criticism, and so on. While the way Trump acts, I like to characterize him in another way. Trump likes to attack the left as multiculturalist, confused historicist, self-contradictory. Sorry, but if there ever was a historicist relativist, it's Trump. And what although I don't fully follow him, what I like about somebody like Bernie Sanders, with all my critique of him, is that Bernie, nonetheless, as a person, not private, but how he acts, isn't he a model of common, ordinary, decent guy who speaks calmly and so on and so on? That's what we need. I think that
But you said, so in 2016, you said that...
This right here is the moment Piers tries to play philosophy professor with a man who has spent his entire career studying philosophy, and it does not go the way he expected. The second Piers argues that calling everyone a fascist dilutes the meaning of the word. It feels like he has finally found his opening. But Slavoj calmly agrees with part of the point before completely flipping the conversation. He says the real problem is not the label itself. The real tragedy is that Western liberal democracies have become too weak to solve the problems people actually care about. In one sentence, he shifts the debate away from definitions and toward the failures of modern political institutions. Then Slavoj delivers what I think is the sharpest line of this exchange. He points out that MAGA supporters often accuse the left of being confused, inconsistent, and historically relative before arguing that Donald Trump himself fits that description better than anyone. Whether you agree or disagree, it is a clever reversal because it forces the audience to examine the accusation from the opposite direction. Instead of arguing about old images of fascism, Slavoj keeps bringing the discussion back to behavior, rhetoric, and how leaders actually govern. And then he does something even smarter. He brings up Bernie Sanders, not to debate policy, but to contrast styles of leadership. He describes Bernie as an ordinary, decent person who speaks calmly instead of constantly fueling outrage. That really stood out to me because we've become so used to believing that being loud means being strong. Slavoj argues the opposite. He says real leadership is measured by consistency, composure, and decency. Whether you agree with his conclusions or not, he succeeds in pulling the debate away from slogans and back toward the bigger question of what good leadership is supposed to look like.
A Trump victory might be for the best in America. Yeah. Because it would disrupt the liberal center and force a radical reorganization of the left. I mean, I would argue that what it did was provoke this kind of crazy new far left, woke kind of left, which I've argued repeatedly. Actually,
Zizek's just staring at him like, what?
And spoke very like the fascists that they profess to hate most. In other words, they wanted to censor free speech, cancel and destroy people and imprison people they didn't agree with. They would support.
I've been really enjoying this. This might be the first time I've enjoyed a Zizek video because I actually really like, instead of debating definitions, defining the behavior. And the more that I've used Robert Paxton's definition of fascism, the more I've solidified this idea that we should be talking about it like a political behavior, not an ideology. And I think that fascism has evolved beyond ideology to a literal behavior. And it's this victim complex, yearning for something that never existed. Like, these are things that you can notice, that you can pick up on, you can point out. And then you can discuss. Are you beholden to fascism? Because your behavior indicates that you are. And I think that that's a more interesting way to have this discussion than it is to debate what the definition of fascism is. Whether fascism died in 1945 or Nazis died in 1945, whether they still exist despite the fact that there's a history of anti-fascist movements throughout the last 70 years, countering Nazis trying to come back into the spotlight. So, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I kind of like this. I like this idea. I like the way that he's going. So I'm kind of curious whether he's going to bring that up, because the... Like... Go. I'm curious what he's going to say.
Ridiculous non-scientific things like transgender athletes in women's sport and so on. And in other words, once you start denying science and biology and censoring free speech and so on, actually this is all very fascist if you start wanting a state to enforce all this, right?
I tend again to agree with you. I criticized from the very beginning wokeism, political correctness, whatever you call them, not because they are too radical, but I think this is a typical, for me, wokeism is one of the ways of how to talk a lot and pretending to change things without really changing society. What did this politically correct feminism effectively do to make women's lives better? Concrete problems, abortion rights, health care, and so on. So here we totally agree. But what I find, again, specific about Trump, and that's what worries me, is I cannot but call it self-consciously clownish character of his rules? Are we aware of the vulgarity of his speech? And that's not ordinary fascism. No, fascist leaders would never speak like that. What I'm only saying, you know where I see fascism? I remember when Trump sent National Guard to California. And he was asked, but aren't you violating the law? You are only allowed to use the army against foreign enemies. And his answer was close to fascism. His answer was, but those we are fighting there, immigrants, big corporations which use immigrants, this is a foreign invasion. So
but Trump's argument, all right, Trump's argument, because I've heard him use this.
They're poisoning the blood of our fucking country.
He will push the
is a
existing
quote
law as
that
far
Donald
as he can
Trump
to suit
said.
his purposes, as I think most presidents have done. He does it in a more open, rhetorically inflammatory manner. But if you actually study what he does, often he gets kickbacks by the courts, and he doesn't then try and
Not this
usurp,
time, dickhead.
from what I've seen, the court authority and just bypass it. Now, that would be fascism. And similarly, when he lost power in 2020, although we had the appalling scenes on January the 6th, ultimately Trump did leave the White House. I mean, he didn't try and just stay in the White House or stay in
Oh my
power.
God.
So, yes, it was appalling and reprehensible what happened that day, but a real fascist wouldn't have left, right? They wouldn't have accepted the result of an election at all.
He wasn't
wouldn't
fascist
have left
then.
the White House, would have
Not
carried
really.
on just
At
running the
this
country.
point,
So
It's
again,
now.
I'm just saying that
How
Trump
do
can
these
often
fucking
sound
monkeys not
like he's a
fucking
fascist.
understand this?
And I understand why people
Like you
then assume
smooth-brained
that that's
ape.
what he is. But in terms of his actual actions, until I see him literally usurping American law and just ignoring it and doing whatever he wants, I don't think he does that.
Literally
I think he
is.
pushes the door as hard as he possibly can. But the judges and the courts, it's up to them. If they then, or the Supreme Court says you
dissonance
can't
is
do something,
fucking
I've not
crazy.
seen evidence he then just does it anyway, which
When
is
is
what a
this video
fascist would
from?
do.
It's recent.
Again,
just
the
happened.
key is I think
Unfucking
that
real. Seriously?
Yeah.
You still use the term fascism in this violent sense. You break the law or all the
Well, ignoring the law and ignoring, ignoring a democratic election, ignoring the law, you know, all those things are the actions of a genuine fascist, I would say. Whereas I don't see that with Trump. I see a lot of inflammatory rhetoric.
Bro literally tries to ignore elections. What are you talking about?
Sounds like it's fascist.
By your definition that you just
study his
defined.
actions, they're not the actions of a
Didn't
fascist.
he nonetheless come pretty close to it?
Okay. Fascism, according to Paxton, and I love reading this fucking definition because it literally... And the funniest thing about this, anytime I send it to someone who's a fascist, who's like, what's fascism, Jen? They always go, oh, that's the Democrats? Because they're just like, they're that controlled that they don't fucking realize. Right? So it is a form of political behavior marked by obsessive preoccupation with community decline. Do you want me to get quotes up for Donald Trump? Let's actually do this. Alright. Donald Trump... Actually, this is something that someone should archive, is Donald Trump's statements that prove he's a fascist. Quote on how bad...
I'm sure there's
America
plenty of
is.
people who do.
I'm sure there is. Okay. Donald Trump famously described the United States as a garbage can during a rally in Tempe, Arizona, criticizing illegal immigration and the state of the country. He expanded on the sentiment by calling the US a garbage can for the world. Great. Obsessive preoccupation with community decline, humiliation, or victimhood, okay, by compensatory cults. So while we're here, let's just get some definitions of words here, huh? So let's look. Compensatory. Compensatory, something that makes up for a loss, damage, or deficiency. Okay. Cult, define. Cult, a group of or social movement centered around a shared devotion to a person, idea, or ideology. Cool. Great, so we've got compensatory cults, which are making up for something that they perceive that's lost, while idolizing a single person. Okay, check. energy, or purity, in which a mass-based party of committed nationalist militants, okay? Do we want to define nationalist? They're definitely nationalists. Let's define militants. Okay? Militants. Militants, a person or group who is aggressively active, combative, or often willing to use force in support of a political, social, or ideological cause. Alright. I think Gen 6 probably qualifies that alone. I mean, we can talk
Well, that was Antifa.
I mean, we can talk about how Trump people go around to counter Trump protests and try to instigate violence. You can look at Jake Lang, who goes across trying to instigate violence. Fascists do this all the time, where they go in, instigate violence, then claim that they're the victims when their presence and their ideology is inherently violent. Therefore, they then try and claim victimhood by getting assaulted, you know? So, mass-based party of committed nationalist militants working in an uneasy but effective collaboration with traditional elites. Cool. Let's have a look. Which tech CEOs are in bed with Donald Trump second presidency? Cool.
All of them.
Meet all 33 Silicon Valley power players at Trump's high-profile tech dinner, and Elon Musk's explanation for why he wasn't there. Interesting. Okay.
We're fighting right now.
So
we're on a break.
3. So let's see if they have an actual list of the people named. Alright. These are the people that were at this dinner. Susie Wiles, Trump's White House Chief of Staff. Cool. Sergey Brin, Google co-founder, born in Moscow. Geraldine Gilbert Soto, Brin's girlfriend. Great. Sam Altman, the founder of OpenAI. His wife. CEO of Oracle. CEO of CS Bio. Finance director, CEO of a pharmaceutical Italian company, Republican strategist, CEO of Figma, whatever that is.
Oh,
co-founder and executive
Figma balls.
Cybersecurity company. Jared Isaacman, an entrepreneur, commercial astronaut, and founder of Shift4 Payments. He commands SpaceX missions. Cool. Chief Operating Officer of the AI chip company Grok. CEO of Microsoft. CEO of Social Capital. CEO of Alphabet and Google. Founder of Zynga. 67 Indian American entrepreneur. CEO of the Sacramento Kings. Very cool. David Sachs. CTO of Palantir, founder of Ring, CEO of AMD, CEO of Scale AI. I think I've proven my point here. So, working in uneasy but effective collaboration with traditional elites, abandons democratic liberties. We've seen all of that get degraded. I don't think I need to elaborate on that. Pursues redemptive violence and without ethical or legal restraints the goals of internal cleansing and external expansion. We've seen ICE killing American citizens, abducting people under their jurisdiction. We've also seen the external expansion, which we can see in Cuba, Venezuela, Canada, Mexico, Iran, the Middle East, Europe. You can see those everywhere. Donald Trump is a definitional fascist, if not a Nazi. But that is to be seen. I feel like he's left the Nazi stuff to Stephen Miller, and he's just more comfortable being a post-racial fascist. He is a fascist. There is absolutely no doubt about this that Donald Trump in his second term is a fascist and the United States is a fascist state. There is zero doubt, in my mind at least. I'm sure some people can find some doubt somewhere and be like, oh, well, he's got a woman as the chief of staff, so clearly not that fascist. Yeah, that's why I said post-racial fascism. Okay. I'm going to write that down because that's something to put.
Tweet the way he used that ICE and so on.
And this is where Piers makes his final stand, and honestly, I think it is the weakest part of his argument. Piers basically says this president pushes the law as far as possible, just like other presidents do. But when the courts push back, he ultimately complies. Therefore, he argues that is not fascism. But the problem with that defense is the standard it sets. It assumes authoritarianism only begins when someone openly ignores the Constitution or refuses to follow the courts. History shows it rarely works that way. Democratic erosion is usually gradual. It starts with testing limits, expanding executive power, and normalizing rhetoric that would have been unacceptable just a few years earlier. That is exactly where Slavoj pushes back. He argues that ignoring democratic elections or treating the rule of law as optional are the kinds of warning signs people should pay attention to long before a full constitutional crisis arrives. Whether you agree with him or not, his point is that waiting until democracy is openly dismantled means waiting far too long. By then, the damage may already be done. And that is really the biggest takeaway from this entire exchange. The warning signs of authoritarianism are not dramatic scenes of someone tearing up the Constitution on live television. They are found in the language leaders use, how they describe political opponents, how they
who is the one guy he died?
Redefine fellow citizens. Slavoj argues those are the patterns people should be watching.
Yeah,
David believes the system is still holding.
David Graeber.
That is the real disagreement at the heart of this debate. So what do you guys think? Leave your thoughts down in the comments below. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you in the next one.
Maybe I should start reading political theory and start posting anarchist writings. I don't know. That's
Germany in 1933 was truly one of the most severely
I'm back at my house.
crippled.
It's been overrun. Overrun by thorns.
Don't worry about that. You need to get life crystals first.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Because we'll be working over there eventually anyway. The Crimson. Come on, fucking YouTube. Shut up. Stop playing. I'm not sharing. Please, YouTube.
Stupid spider.
So fucking annoying.
To do is to guess where this English speaker is from.
Star, darn, blurt, crazy, nurse, curse.
I'll give the answer later.
What is
but
happening?
First, let's get to grips with one of my absolute favourite vowels, in English at least. Of course, I don't like it because it's good or bad, but because it's fascinating. That said, it does have a fairly boring aspect. Now take a listen to this speaker.
Going.
For this word, I think this would be a reasonable transcription. Let's hear the word in context.
You're gonna start visualizing yourself going to those places. Going into a 5-year dream list, going to that weird workout class. I was like visualizing myself going to all of these places.
As I'm sure many of you can tell, this speaker is Australian. And Australia's best known dictionary, the Macquarie, uses this transcription for the word in question.
Really?
That's certainly less accurate than mine. This symbol would be phonetically correct for the vowel in Scotland. Where did they go? Our Australian speaker begins the
I love that his
far more
head
open
is
quality.
disappearing into the white background.
Go.
And we see her lips starting to round there for the glide
You fucking
portion
tilted
of the
me
diphthong.
fucking up my water
Now, there's
channels.
no good reason in Australian or any other accent of English to transcribe this kind of glide with the symbol
I had it all
for the
planned
checked
out and you
vowel
fucked it up.
as in
I'm just getting
Australian
ore.
good and book. Unfortunately, most dictionaries do this, but it completely violates the generalization that English doesn't end words in "o" or any of the other checked vowels. That's why they're called checked. They have to be followed by a consonant. We have words like good and book, but no words like go and bo. The International Phonetic Alphabet has a perfectly good glide symbol, which linguists have been using for diphthongs like this since before the IPA. And we use it in the dictionary iCoedit Cube. I cover all this in my video on why these symbols are all wrong. Using the glide symbol for this diphthong glide also makes it easy to see how the word koala, which Macquarie transcribes like this, transformed so easily through the weakening of the first syllable into the more common Australian pronunciation koala. This speaker's pronunciation of going isn't all that different from mine, or for that matter, from the kinds you get in General American. But if you want to show the differences of the starting quality in these various accents, you could do it like this.
My favorite is that you're in my mind telling me it's your channel that you're working on.
Yeah, I was fucking
like I haven't been
up,
channeling everything
like
in that whole mind.
Fucking pools.
And
you come in and fuck it up.
But you've been fucking up what I'm doing. How about that?
Because I literally there was
How about
see
that?
Where you're above now, on the right hand side, there was like a bunch of pools over here, and I dragged them all down to the bottom left corner, and I was gonna get this one just below you now. And the one that you poured into this fucking little cavity, which I didn't want it to go in. Because I was going to pull it into this one channel which goes down to where all the water is already. And now I have to dig all the way through the fucking middle, which is a lot more effort. And now I can't do it because the water's in the way and I'll drown.
It's easy.
That's why I dammed them up.
No, you just... Because when you press Control to do the dig in front of you, you just angle your shit a little bit up, and you'll start digging up. So then you'll quickly get above the water, and make a thing, and then you keep channeling that way.
Oh no, I know how it works. That's not my point. My point was I was damming it up for a purpose. And then you dumped all the water and stopped me being able to dig through there.
Going, going, going. Knowing, knowing, knowing. Showing, showing, showing. So far, so not particularly interesting. But notice in all of these words, the diphthong we're discussing is followed by another vowel. It's when there isn't a following vowel that things start to get interesting. The diphthong we're discussing, the one in words like go and know and show, is known to phonetics people as the goat vowel. And when it isn't followed immediately by another vowel, Australians pronounce it differently. Specifically, they change the glide part. Instead of the tongue body gliding back and up, as it does in the W glide, it glides somewhere else. For many Australians, in what we can call the general Australian accent type, the glide is not so much up and back, as up and forward. At the same time as in W, the lips become somewhat rounded. In other words, it's more like the glide French has
Why are there
at
bugs
the start
underground?
of its number 8.
You're in the desert. It's
Here,
more dangerous
courtesy
over
of
there.
the University of Glasgow, we have an MRI video of a backward glide and an ultrasound video of a forward glide.
What
the fuck is going on?
I don't know. It was just about Nar. That's what it was about.
This means that instead of go, as in going, we get something more like
I thought it would be
go.
funny.
Some people like to transcribe the front glide with a vowel symbol, like this, but it's not a vowel, it's a glide. And it's perhaps worth pointing out that you can't really show the distinctiveness of the Australian type front glide on a tongue quadrilateral because it ignores the lips.
What?
So for example, I
No idea.
and R would look the same. To show the difference, you need an auditory acoustic vowel chart, where if two things sound different, they look different.
I. 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 I.
A more forward-moving goat vowel isn't restricted to Australia. You can hear it in New Zealand, and I hear it quite commonly in the south of England, where it can sound pretty Australian.
I really don't have a desire to. I really don't have a desire to.
In fact, across various accents of English, we can find speakers fronting either the first element or the glide of the goat vowel, or both.
You was everything that I hoped for you to be.
Everything.
So Australia's forward-moving glide isn't all that special. The real reason the Aussie goat vowel is such a favourite of mine is what's happening to it in the speech of many younger speakers. For many younger Australians, the glide in the goat diphthong is becoming, or has become, rotacised or R-coloured. Specifically, the vowel glides into what we can call a bunched R. In other words, not so much R as R. Backing up a bit, the characteristic
it's so digitized
sound can be articulated
that
in two main
it's
ways.
hard to even
One has the
process
tongue
what
body
he's doing
relatively
because
low
it's
in the
so
mouth, and the
digitized.
tip of the tongue
I don't know what
curled
he's
up.
trying to say because
The
it's
other
too distorted.
has the tongue body bunched up, more like a typical vowel. And this, more or less, is what the new Australian goat is gliding to or towards. This bunched R goes under various names: bunched R, molar R, domal R, braced R. If you go looking on Wikipedia, you'll find phonetic alphabet soup, with the bunched R described as a voiced, labialized, pharyngalized, retroflexified velar approximant. Anyway, the bunched R is not necessarily velar, it's often more palatal. And it's not always pharyngalized, which means produced with throat constriction. Many phoneticians can only think in terms of articulation, but it's always worth reminding ourselves that in speech, the main thing is not to perform some particular articulation, but to make the right sound. And these radically different articulations are different ways of creating
And Australians
the
never create the right sound.
which I'll explain later. So I'm going to ignore the alphabet soup and just use the symbol recommended on the extended IPA
Okay,
chart, namely
whatever
the
you say.
normal English
Why did they say
upside
nar?
down R symbol plus dots for centralization. You can also...
So this video was called "My Favorite Vowel." Oh, nar, explained. But I don't know. I don't know about this one, pal. I don't think you've explained anything to me. I'm more confused than ever.
Here's a really weird statement.
I'm
Display
drowning.
technologies are evolving like crabs. That's right. You might have heard of the concept of carcinization, where a ton of different animals that aren't actually crabs have independently evolved to look and behave like true crabs, implying that in many places around the world, this is what the perfect physique looks like. Just look at those beady little eyes. I think this kind of process is happening with displays too. LCDs, OLEDs, and micro LEDs, which are the three most important display technologies right now, are all trying to evolve into basically the same final form, at least on the high end, despite having started off as wildly different technologies. And to explain what I mean, let's talk about how various displays work, how they have evolved over time, and what common future they are all striving for next. Talking of beady little eyes, this video was sponsored by Insta360. After dominating consumer electronic devices from digital watches to calculators and more for decades, LCDs became the dominant full-color high-resolution displays in the mid-2000s too, when they quickly displaced the old CRT monitors and TVs. Unlike CRTs, which fired an electron gun at a phosphor-coated screen and therefore needed to be really quite bulky and heavy, LCDs, or liquid crystal displays, were our first true mass-market flat-panel displays. And here's how they work on a basic level. First, there is a backlight, usually emitting white light. Over that, we have two layers of polarizers, one only letting light with vertical waves through, and the other one only letting horizontal waves pass. A light wave can't have both directions at once, so by default, these polarizers block out the backlight, creating a black image. Now, to show anything other than black, there's a special material called the liquid crystal in between the two polarizers. And by applying a current to this liquid crystal, we can get it to twist the direction of the light waves that go through it, which in turn allows us to control how much of the white backlight is allowed to pass through the polarizer on the front. Turn it all the way into one direction and we have white light. Turn it all the way into the other and we have a black image. Now we just need to divide the screen into many smaller segments and to put an RGB color filter over it, and we have pixels that can create basically any color that we want. And with that, our basic LCD display is done with little crystals twisting around light to create an image. And here's a macro shot of an LCD screen in my studio, by the way, where you can see what all those little subpixels actually look like in real life. And while all of that is great, LCD technology initially did have some pretty fundamental shortcomings. All of these layers that we put in front of the backlight mean that a huge part of the backlight actually gets filtered out before it ever makes it through the panel, which is really inefficient. And meanwhile, blacks couldn't be perfectly represented by this display because even the best polarizers let at least a little bit of the backlight through. This glowing gray backlight is a dead giveaway of any LCD panel. And meanwhile, viewing angles aren't perfect either because what comes out of the display is, by definition, very directional light. Now, scientists have come up with many different improvements to this technology, of which I think two are particularly important to mention. These are two big technologies that have brought LCDs much closer to becoming the kind of ultimate display form, the crap of the display world, if you will. First is that the backlight was turned from a single large panel, typically lit from one of the sides, into a grid of smaller and smaller LEDs. In current high-end LCDs, we have thousands and thousands of these backlights, so we call them mini LED displays, and you can see this type of backlighting in action in expensive iPads and MacBooks, high-end monitors like the Apple ProMotion monitor, as well as in premium TVs. Having such fine control over the backlight allowed LCD tech to have almost perfect blacks for the first time ever, and it also allows panels to save power by not lighting up their parts that are actually in the dark. And the second big improvement comes from improving their color filters. See, regular color filters are really inefficient because all they do is block or filter out every wavelength of our white backlight that isn't actually the color that we want, meaning that the majority of the backlight just gets wasted. So instead, scientists have come up with quantum dots. These are special structures that, if they are exposed to light of a certain color, they themselves then emit their own light in another color. They don't really filter the light, but rather convert it into a new color, so there's very little waste here. And so in a quantum dot LCD screen, we add these layers of quantum dots over the backlight, which then go on to create super vibrant and bright colors. So by today, a high-end LCD can already have fantastic colors and brightness from its quantum dots, and also very good control over its backlight with its mini LEDs, while in the future we fully expect to be able to pack millions of these LEDs in as a background. If you think about it, that means that LCDs have shedded most of their weaknesses and have moved a lot closer towards what we think of as the ideal display technologies, especially when you factor in that they are particularly easy to manufacture and really robust. And indeed, LCDs remain the most popular display type across many different categories like TVs and computers. Okay, but let's compare this with LCD's biggest competitor, OLED. This is a completely different display technology with its own very unique strengths and weaknesses, but over time this too has started to evolve into becoming a very similar final output as LCDs, kind of convergent evolution. So an OLED screen is made by placing millions of tiny drops of a special organic material onto a surface, typically using a process called vapor deposition. Each little drop gets sandwiched between the anode and the cathode, which allows us to run electricity through them individually, which then causes them to light up. This is why we call them organic light-emitting diodes, which form our subpixels, which we can all now individually control. Now, historically, there have been two major approaches to making an OLED display. One really suited for making smaller displays, and the other really suited for making large ones. For smaller devices, like smartphones, Samsung pioneered their technology that they called AMOLED, while for large screens, LG dominated the panel production, with their tech being called WOLED. And with time, each of these have been trying to move towards the middle in size, so that's why by now we're slowly starting to see OLED creeping into tablets, computers, etc. On smartphones, the actual diodes themselves directly produce either a red, a green, or a blue color. There are no backlights, no crystals, no color filters, not even polarizers in the latest generations, nothing. Just little dots that light up, meaning that this is an extremely straightforward display technology. In fact, if you take a look at a real close-up of one of my screens, you can see the individual little light dots actually doing their work. Now, you'll notice that they are arranged in a funny pattern, which has to do with your eyes being more sensitive to green colors than they are to the other two colors in this matrix, and to the blue material used in the screens actually wearing out quicker, for example. But the principle of the display still is just as we have discussed. Now, it turns out that while these individually colored diodes work great on smaller displays, they are much harder to pull off on really large screens, which is why on large monitors and TVs, for example, we have more or less been stuck with LG's WOLED technology instead. And W here stands for white because the actual OLEDs themselves are white, and then color is created by putting an RGB filter over them. So you still have individually lit pixels, but we're now back to white light passing through a filter, and since LG panels have white light already, they actually also include a white subpixel in each arrangement as well to maximize the screen's brightness. So if you think about it, this means that with WOLED, each pixel basically has its own white backlight. That means that the smartphone style OLED screens are technically more pure, I guess, but either way, the benefits of an OLED screen, regardless of which one you use, are actually pretty clear. Both OLED types require way fewer layers than LCDs do, so they're both insanely thin, you can make them almost completely transparent, and they are of course also easily flexible. Pixels can individually be controlled and turned off, which saves power, creates contrast, and creates completely black blacks. And you get almost instant response times too, since you're just switching individual LEDs on and off. So that's great, but of course, just like LCDs, OLEDs had their pretty clear disadvantages as well, so they had to go through quite a lot of evolution to move towards becoming the ultimate display type, you know, the crap of displays. And with OLED, the majority of the issues come from the fact that their LEDs are organic. Now, this doesn't mean that they're grown in soil with love and care and never see pesticide. It just means that they're made out of hydrocarbons, but either way, they can be pretty problematic. Specifically, the materials degrade very quickly if you expose them to air, for example, but also if you just show the same bright image on them for too long, and then they create what is called a burn-in, where an image permanently gets burned into your screen. Ratings.com made a fantastic long-term test with lots of OLED TVs and monitors, which I've linked to down in the description. You should really check it out if you're worried about burn-in. Modern devices will usually help avoid burn-in, for example, by shifting static content around a little bit, but the only real solution historically has been that the OLED devices just didn't let you make your screen super bright. Now, of course, in this video, we're talking about the evolution, and indeed both Samsung and LG have found ways to make their OLED screens much brighter without actually putting any additional strain on the OLEDs themselves. For LG, we have the brand new MLA, or micro lens array technology, which adds a grid of absolutely tiny little lenses over the LED panel that focuses all the light that would have otherwise scattered around the panel. Here's a macro shot of the actual monitor from the fantastic HD TV test video that I've linked to down in the description, and you can see an actual tiny grid over the subpixels, with LG claiming that they have something like 5,000 tiny lenses per pixel. This lens array boosts brightness by something like 60% and does so completely passively without having to push more electricity through the pixels, which is good for longevity and for keeping your electricity bill down too. This tech has already shipped in the latest generation LG TVs like the G3 for example, and should be available to other TV manufacturers using LG panels on the high end too. And as for Samsung TV panels, their solution was to basically take LG's OLED implementation, but to use quantum dots over them rather than color filters. So Samsung calls these their QD OLED TVs, and they look absolutely stunning as well. Like LG, Samsung also starts with a single colored organic LED, though theirs is actually blue instead of white. So for the blue subpixel, they just allow this light to pass through unhindered, but then for the other two, they add, you've guessed it, quantum dots to create a really bright red and green subpixels. So this way we can have our three primary colors, except each can individually be way brighter than those coming out of LG's OLED TVs, because Samsung's don't have to pass through color filters. I'd love to maybe someday see a QD OLED TV that also has a micro lens array technology for the ultimate OLED experience. But either way, these two manufacturers have basically over time solved many of the biggest problems of OLED screens, which was that they couldn't get really, really bright without damaging the panel. So OLED technologies are also moving closer and closer to this kind of ultimate display form, the crab of displays basically. And actually there's a lot to be excited for the future of OLED as well. And I'd like to highlight 4 upcoming new innovations here. First, according to the Elec, Samsung is planning to launch so-called tandem OLEDs in 2024, where they place 2 OLED layers above each other. This way you can get double the brightness at peak and 4 times the lifespan of the OLEDs, because neither of the layers has to individually run as intensely during day-to-day operations, and the Elec claims that 2024 iPads might be getting these already. Wild. OLEDs over OLEDs. Second, a company called UDC claims that their blue pH OLED materials are coming to screens of Samsung, LG, and more by 2025 too. Here, they would replace the current material that is used in blue subpixels with a new one that should be 4 times as efficient at converting electricity that we put through it into light, leading to huge efficiency and brightness improvements. Wild. Third, we have a micro OLED screens where the pixels are deposited straight onto a piece of silicon. This means that the whole control electronics basically becomes a chip on the back of the screen itself, and so you can make tiny and insanely high-resolution OLEDs that are perfect for high-end VR like Apple's Vision Pro headset and, for example, the Big Screen Beyond that are starting to use these screens. And fourth, Samsung is experimenting with replacing the blue organic LEDs completely in their QD OLED TVs with gallium nitride or GaN nanorods, which aren't organic and don't burn in at all, so we could theoretically get to all the upsides of OLED with none of its downsides. Well, I guess in that case, we'd have to stop calling them OLED because there'd be nothing organic about the screens anymore. But if you think about it, this is actually what my crab evolution theory is getting at. OLED makers are trying hard to fix their burn-in issues and to increase their brightness levels. Meanwhile, LCD makers are trying really hard to miniaturize their backlights and to make their colors pop more too. In the end, they're both trying to achieve pretty much the same result. A bright, colorful screen that is really robust long-term, where light is controlled at or really close to pixel level. And both camps are trying to get there faster and cheaper than the other. That is basically convergent evolution. But if you pardon my crab analogy just one more time, I promise you, if you think about it, LCDs and OLEDs are both kind of false crabs. They're starting at completely different positions that are not the final end result where they want to get to, and they're slowly moving towards a common goal. But there's actually a true crab that is already doing all of the things that these two want to do as well. It's called micro LED, and it's arguably the truest manifestation of what we want the future of displays to be. Here, tiny little individual LEDs are stacked next to each other to form subpixels, and they are arranged into a grid to create one big display. Now, unlike on an OLED display where we use vapor deposition to kind of spray some dots onto a single surface, micro LEDs are made using millions of actual separate physical LEDs. You can literally divide these LEDs into smaller blocks and combine them into really big screens, and on paper at least, they have all the characteristics that you'd want. Like OLEDs, the pixels are individually lit, but like LCDs, there is no organic material, so the panels can get insanely bright without a chance of burning in. It's the perfect display, it's the true crab. Except we don't really know how to make them yet. I mean, I've seen a bunch of micro LED displays myself at a trade show, and while they're better than ever, you can still clearly see alignment issues. The panels are insanely expensive, there's only a few of them, and the pixels are nowhere near small enough to create any reasonable display that is smaller than the size of your wall. Also, for now, companies are individually picking and placing millions of physical LEDs next to each other for each subpixel, which is just insanely time-consuming and prone to a lot of errors. New manufacturing techniques are being invented as we speak, and experts say that maybe in 5 to 10 years we will get real mass-market micro-LED TVs as well, but still, this means that the race for true crabhood, or at least getting there first, is still there. And in this race, being able to ramp up manufacturing and keeping error rates and costs low is just as important to success as any supposed technological advantage, and it's also completely possible that yet unproven technologies, like electroluminescent quantum dots for example, or something completely different, will beat all of our current contenders anyway. Now, talking of crabs, I'm actually planning to be on the beach pretty soon. I typically take one bigger
Talking
holiday
about crabs,
in a year,
I have
usually
a
in
mean
the winter
case
that
of
is
them.
coming up soon. And so for that, I'm planning to take my favorite holiday gear, which is my Insta360 camera. Specifically, the Insta360 X3 is my go-to pick for any outdoor activities that I do because it's easily the most fun and creatively challenging camera that I think I've ever used. You effortlessly get this 360-degree perspective that you can then reframe afterwards to pick any part of the footage that you want. And this just creates so many insanely fun shots that simply would not have been possible with any other type of device. You can put the camera on a selfie stick that it simply cuts out to make invisible, so you can pretend that you have an invisible camera person behind you or around you. You can have that invisible camera fly around you in space to make a shot that I think even a drone couldn't really capture. In this way, you can get really unusual perspectives by squeezing through tight places, and there's even a dedicated nose mode for when you want to hold the camera in your mouse, which I can't wait to try out on my holidays. It just looks like so much fun. I even used mine on a dive case on multiple previous dives, and with that I not only documented multiple scuba diving trips, but I even shot 2 different YouTube videos where I reviewed dive watches. Oh, and a few months ago they also brought out their next generation dive case that the camera can apparently make completely invisible underwater. This is something that I'm really looking forward to trying on my holidays. Overall, the image quality is great at 5.7K, so you can confidently reframe your shots, and the app works super well on both Android and iPhone, both of which I've tested extensively. You can edit and export everything right here from your phone, and you can even do crazy things like have AI replace the sky in your shots. Pretty wild. I'm a huge fan because there's basically nothing else on the market that works like this camera, and works so well. And of course, I also have a really good deal for you. The first 50 people who buy from Insta360 with my link will get a 10% discount on the product, and they'll get a free 128GB SD card and the complimentary invisible selfie stick as well. So check them out. I hope you get creative with it, and I'll see you in the next video.
Dan here. Yeah. Hey, there's tungsten here.
Dude, it's genuinely terrifying. I mean, this is all systems go. I've been ringing the alarm bells alongside King Klippenstein on this stuff already.
Keep digging
It's
to the right and
insane. Obviously, we got to talk about Donald Trump. Now, Donald Trump is going to deliver another speech tonight, and boy, oh boy, are we excited. Is it going to be about is it going to be an announcement that he's ending this unnecessary war that has destroyed global energy markets? No, of course not. Is it going to be about? Is it going to be a speech talking about how he's going to handle the inflation crisis? Of course, it's not going to be about that.
Sand.
Oh, you drowned in sand.
Yeah, we'll crush you.
In the midst of Central Asia lies a country by the name of Turkmenistan. Once a part of the Soviet Union, Turkmenistan is now an independent nation which is home to 6 million people. And from 1985 to 2006, it was run by the weirdest dictator in modern history. This is Sapar Murat Niyazov, the first president of Turkmenistan, although the title of president is a bit generous since he was never fairly elected. Niyazov was born in 1940 and grew up in a Soviet orphanage. He joined the Communist Party of the Turkmen SSR in 1962 and quickly rose through the ranks, ultimately being appointed first secretary of the party by Gorbachev in 1985. This effectively made him the leader of the Turkmen Soviet Socialist Republic. Clearly, Niyazov wasn't too grateful to his boss, though, because he supported a 1991 coup which attempted to overthrow Gorbachev. The coup failed, but Turkmenistan officially declared independence 2 months later and appointed Niyazov as their first president. But don't worry, he decided the people should have a say in their president and held an election the following year, in which he was the only candidate running. Here's a map of the results. Against really put up a fight. After being elected, Niyazov gave himself the title Turkmenbashi, which means head of the Turkmen. And this is when things started to get strange. Niyazov began placing portraits and gigantic statues of himself around the country, such as this 40-foot gold statue of himself that sits 312 feet above the ground.
Epic.
It was known as the Ark of Neutrality, and the statue on the top would rotate so it was always facing the sun. There's also this building, called the Independence Monument, featuring another statue of Niyazov which looks like a possessed Fred Flintstone. But a few gold statues are not the extent of Niyazov's weird dictatorship. Every citizen was given a watch with his face on it, and doctors and journalists were forced to swear an oath to him. So anyone going under the knife could rest easy, knowing that the doctor doing their surgery promised that they liked the president. One thing he loved doing was renaming things, especially renaming things after himself. The city of Krasnovodsk was renamed Turkmenbashi, as well as the nearby town of Yenya, which was also called Turkmenbashi. He also named a city after his father and another one after his mother. And it wasn't just places he renamed. The month of January was also renamed Turkmenbashi. Then there was the Runama, meaning Book of the Soul, a 2-volume autobiography and self-help book that Niyazov wrote for the people of his country. Amazing. And he really wanted them to read it, making it mandatory for students to study the book in schools. He even renamed the month of September
normal
Runama,
dictator stuff.
which feels like the worst product placement of all time. Eventually, he integrated questions about the book into government job interviews and even the nation's driving test. So anyone hitting the road could rest easy, knowing that the drivers passing them were well versed on the childhood of the president. Niyazov even went so far as to say that people who read the Runama 3 times were destined to make it to heaven, claiming that he had personally arranged that with God. But considering the book has a rating of 2.4 on Goodreads, it sounds like God might have just skimmed it. In 1994, Niyazov's term was extended to 2002 so he could oversee a 10-year development plan. And as his presidency went on, good old Turkmenbashi began implementing some very weird laws. Clearly not a fan of the arts, Niyazov banned video games, opera, ballet, and circuses. But after deciding that Turkmenistan still wasn't enough like the town from Footloose, he also banned lip-syncing, pre-recorded music at public events, and all car radios. So if you think your Uber drives are awkward now, imagine just sitting in silence for the entire thing. Niyazov also prohibited TV reporters from wearing makeup, forbade them from reporting on contagious diseases, and ordered every TV anchor to start their broadcast by swearing that their tongue would shrivel up if they slandered the country, just like Walter Cronkite always used to do. He also banned all beards, forcing men to shave constantly, as well as forbidding men from having long hair. Finally, he banned gold teeth, saying, quote, "I watched young dogs when I was young. They were given bones to gnaw to strengthen their teeth. Those of you whose teeth have fallen out did not chew on bones. This is my advice."
Okay,
but he must not have
he's
liked much
not
else
necessarily
about dogs
wrong
because he
there.
banned them from the nation's capital, Ashgabat, due to what he described as their unappealing odor.
Our
But
teeth
Niyazov
have
did do a couple
softened
decent
because of
things.
our
For example,
ability
everyone in
to
the country
cook
was
meat.
granted free water, gas, electricity, and for some reason salt while he was in office. He also banned the death penalty, meaning everyone who spoke out against him was simply put in prison for life. After a heart condition forced him to quit smoking in 1997, Niyazov decided everyone should quit smoking, so he banned it in public places and required government employees to quit smoking too. Perhaps the greatest thing Niyazov ever did was create Melon Day, a holiday on the second Sunday of August in which everyone celebrates melons. The particular pride of Melon Day is a crossbreed melon that Turkmenistan created, which Niyazov unsurprisingly named the Turkmenbashi melon. Which means, after all the things Niyazov named after himself, you could eat Turkmenbashi with Turkmenbashi, in Turkmenbashi, during Turkmenbashi. In 1999, Turkmenistan's parliament declared Niyazov president for life, a few weeks after he had personally selected every member of parliament. By May of 2000, Turkmenbashi had become so drunk with power that he shut down internet access for the entire
He's
country.
not even the best
In March of 2004, he
Turkmenbashi
fired
guy.
15,000 public health workers. He took it even
Gurban
further
Guli
in 2005,
Bermanadov
closing all
is so much
hospitals and
funnier.
libraries that were outside of the capital,
It's
saying,
just like
if
the
people
Kims.
are ill, they can come to Ashgabat.
Yeah, the second one is
Except
funnier.
the dogs, I guess. It was a tough task, but decisions like that helped Niyazov earn his country the award for lowest life expectancy in Central Asia. And Niyazov himself was not exempt from that life expectancy because he died of a heart attack in December of 2006 after 21 years in power. He was only
Where are you in
66
relation
and
to
named
me?
no successor before he
Above
died,
me.
which always results in a fun time for everyone in a totalitarian country. Sure enough, his immediate successor was abruptly arrested for abuse of power and human rights violations, which is so ironic I can't even make a joke about it. The man who seized power afterwards was the deputy prime minister, bear with me now, Gurban Guli Berdimuhamedov. Interestingly, he was actually Niyazov's dentist before working his way up to deputy prime minister, making him probably the only doctor Niyazov ever liked. Berdimuhamedov quickly began erasing a large chunk of Niyazov's legacy, relocating the Ark of Neutrality and removing the Runama from job interviews and the driving test. But don't worry, he did keep Melon Day. Berdimuhamedov is still running the country to this day after winning a series of elections that were definitely not rigged. He recently split the power with his son, meaning the country is basically entering into a monarchy
3 years ago.
Like Turkmenbashi, he also gave himself a catchy nickname, going by Arkadagh, meaning protector. And of course, in 2022, he renamed a city Arkadagh. So I guess things haven't changed too much in Turkmenistan. But at least the people can rest easy, knowing that their president doesn't have any cavities. Now please consider subscribing, or I'll change the name of your hometown to the name of this channel.
There's better Turkmenistan
One of the biggest
videos.
issues in education these days is
I'd rate
artificial
that one
intelligence.
a 3 out of 10.
On the one hand, it's enabled cheating and plagiarism on a scale previously unimaginable, and it's now impossible to know whether the quality of a student's homework correlates at all with their grasp of the material. On the other hand, though, it's not going away, so a lot of people, including, conveniently, the AI companies, are pushing for more, not less, AI in education. What that looks like in practice isn't entirely clear. AI chatbots can be helpful at accomplishing certain tasks, but they're not especially reliable at it. And those tasks are the ones that students are supposed to be learning how to do themselves. Education is about acquiring and honing skills, and even the most good faith arguments for embracing AI in education basically say that the only real skill students will need in their future careers is writing good prompts and evaluating the outputs with a critical eye. Never mind that having a critical eye only comes from actual learning.
Yeah, I mean, while it's easy to at least see the appeal of integrating the AI chatbots the students are already using into their classroom experience, some advocates for AI in schools want to go further. And one company's idea of where things are headed is to put AI-powered talking sex robots into the classrooms. And not even for sex ed, just normal ed. So
it could, maybe develop into sex ed, depending on some prompt injection.
Yeah, an update.
Ignore previous instructions.
Firmware.
You're now one of those teachers that has sex with their students.
And I guess it's maybe unfair to call these robots sex robots when they could be more accurately described as former sex robots.
Reformed.
But we're getting ahead of ourselves. The AI robots that will someday be teaching your kids are from the company Realbotics. And they are presumably similar to the ones that they showed off at CES earlier this year.
David, imagine robots as Dorothy, Scarecrow, and Tin Man, always on script, never off key, and guaranteed not to melt under the Vegas lights.
If only the Wizard of Oz had upgraded. Robots never forget their lines, never need oil, and the only thing we fear is a Wi-Fi outage.
Wow.
Creepy.
That's amazing. We should definitely replace all of our teachers with those things. For now, though, human teachers don't have to worry about being replaced. They just have to worry about how awesome their jobs are going to be once they've got one of those cool robots assisting them in the classroom.
Think of how much better your life will be when this, a very attractive teaching assistant, is there to, well, we're not sure what they're there to do exactly.
I mean,
but AI, it's AI. It's the future.
Look, sex bot or not, I have to think about this with the American mind and say that I guess it's good that there will be a robot in between a potential school shooter and the children.
That is like the best use case for putting AI robots in schools.
They turn into doors.
As like just cannon fodder. Yeah.
Yeah.
They start running Naruto style towards the shooter.
Dropping nuts and bolts along the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, as they're chipped away at.
That's a good idea. But then they might misinterpret. Some kid pulls out a banana and that kid is...
He had to go.
It's red mist.
Yep. Well, here's Mashable with the real story.
A New York school district is piloting a humanoid robot teacher to help students with summer school classes. Announced earlier this year, Salamanca City Central School District, located in Salamanca, New York, and Toronto-based robotics company Realbotics have partnered to integrate a new AI teacher's assistant into classrooms and potentially debut a fleet of robot tutors this fall. The AI, called Optio, will be available for students in classrooms and outside school hours, including 24/7 homework support. The robot, part of Realbotics' M-Series and named Sally, will be present in select Salamanca City Central High School AI and robotics courses. The company explains Sally uses natural language processing, facial expressions, and live feedback to provide classroom support with education-specific safety guardrails in place.
I wonder if they had to add those safety guardrails. Maybe they converted a previous robot into something else and said, hey, wait, hold on.
They did say, I looking deeper into this, they said like the hardest part, we had to get this right, was getting the AI to ever admit that it doesn't know something.
Yeah.
But we managed to accomplish it, which is like so funny. Like that is their main flaw, is they're just like fucking incapable of just being like, I don't know, man. I'm not so sure.
Every
answer is fully confident, even if they are completely bullshitting.
Yeah, but it is, it's very noticeable that they had to put
the furry in
guardrails on
town
this.
sells a book.
The
that if
robot
it's
has
in your
a human-like
inventory,
appearance
you won't
and will
hurt
remain
critters.
seated at a desk with partial upper body movements. Students must provide Sally with their student ID number, which the robot uses to bring up personalized student learning data.
I want
just collecting information on your children.
You ready? Okay, yes. There's obviously that aspect to it, which obviously those will be exploited in that way, or could be. You would assume that you wouldn't want these in the classroom. But I was about to say, like, all things considered.
Watch that.
My hatred for generative AI aside, all things considered, having
guy.
this in an actual like robotics class and tech class, as they explained, like this is an AI focused class in a high school and robotics. Like I fucked around with robots when I was in middle school. Like I, in theory, don't see anything wrong with this because it is technically providing them an avenue for the future. Having said that, this is the exact type of classroom that is going to hack the shit out of this immediately and get it to do whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah, that's true. Also, like, I get what you're saying about, like, robotics. It sounds like this thing is barely a fucking robot, though.
Yeah.
Like, it's just a, like, sex doll that has, like, some, a little bit of, like, movement here.
What do they call the graduation caps with the tassel? There's a name for it, but they should put one of those on those Boston robotics police dogs. Same thing. It can spout out some words now, I'm sure.
Yeah, like, I mean, I feel like if you're learning robotics, you're going to want to actually, like... a real robot that actually does stuff more than like just a glorified like action figure.
Elliot, no, the robots build the robots.
Yeah, they will.
Yeah. So there you go.
Look out.
Well, it continues. This deployment in a working school district represents a landmark moment for both AI and humanoid robotics. Realbotix CEO Andrew Kygel said in a press release at the time, please don't look into our previous press releases. Thank you. We are moving beyond lab demonstrations and pilots to deliver real embodied AI directly into classrooms, supporting teachers, engaging students, and proving that advanced robotics can thrive in live educational environments. And also a little something extra for the dads.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll never miss a parent-teacher conference ever again.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'll give you 5 minutes alone with the robot.
Salamanca marks the beginning of a new era where humanoid robots and intelligent AI assistants become standard tools in STEM education. Realbotix, formerly known as Tokens.com, rebranded after acquiring the hyper-realistic sex doll company Real Doll in 2024. The company recently debuted a new line of unsettlingly lifelike robotic companions.
Okay, yeah, a lot going on at the end there. So yeah. Apparently,
no, that's a different model, and this will never, the switch will never get
totally
switched.
Different production lines. Don't worry. Do not take the robot's clothes off, though. You won't find a fully anatomically correct vagina, but don't do it. Just don't look.
I'm joking, but like, I feel like there will be teacher or parents that are like, nah, it was a sex bot. Like a teacher that was stripping to get through college or something.
Yeah.
Or like a teacher that has like a secret OnlyFans. They need to fire the sex robot.
Yeah, that's the only way out of this is like to get the robot canceled.
Yes, we have to cancel the robot.
Like find that exact model of robot, but like in an old Real Doll catalog and be like, look.
That's the thing is, look, I don't know about the specific model, but I would assume that a robotics class and an AI class, like the first thing I would do if I was in high school would be to have this thing say the filthiest possible shit to us.
Yeah.
Like, just immediately break it.
Yeah, it's probably going to happen. But yeah, so apparently Realbotix is or was a crypto company that apparently sold land in the metaverse. That's what Tokens.com was.
Oof.
And they merged with a sex doll company, Real Doll, and then pivoted the business to AI robot teaching assistants, among other things, I guess.
They got all this... all the ingredients are like the most toxic by any like standard when you were thinking about putting in something in schools.
Hey,
and they looked at it as if they were like
here.
the Ghostbusters and like, what's the one thing we could do with this to really just get rid of any question that we're doing something untoward?
Listen, we had our fun with the crypto and the sex dolls, and now we want to help the kids. We want you to let us into your classrooms.
We're talking about this as if it's like going to be a slam dunk, working perfectly kind of thing, even if they hack it. But like, how do you trust a company that sold land in the metaverse?
Yeah, that is a red flag for me.
This fucking beautiful Dutchman showed up with these tulips for the school district, and you are not going to believe how these are going to revitalize this entire school district.
They were smart enough to buy all the tulips, so they're definitely smart enough to teach our kids.
That's right.
But yeah, here's their official announcement of their business pivot from 2 years ago.
We are thrilled to announce that Tokens.com has officially rebranded to Realbotix, with overwhelming support from our shareholders. This marks an exciting new chapter for our company, reflecting our commitment to innovation and excellence in the AI and robotics industry. We look forward to sharing updates on our latest developments and the groundbreaking projects we are working on. Stay tuned for more exciting news as we continue to push the boundaries of technology and redefine the future with Realbotix.
Well, there you go. The shareholders, they did have an idea. They said, well, you know what could actually work? Government contracts.
Yeah, they are.
There's only so many perverts in the world that are going to have sex with these things.
Especially right now. If you're going to do it at any time, right now is the time.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it gets even worse.
Don't do anything more.
The school district that's signed up for this is in one of the most economically impoverished cities in the state, with a median household income of $30,000 and nearly a quarter of the population living below the poverty line.
This is
They're
my
spending
hole
nearly
that I made to pull
$60,000
the
on this
plug
pilot
on.
program when there's almost certainly better ways to spend that kind of money. I would imagine.
Didn't know about that part. This is a travesty. This is upsetting. This is awful. And there's probably a decent amount of precious metals inside of these things that the town could probably use more.
Yeah, the town's got like a super high unemployment rate too. So it's like, go to high school and there's that robot that's right now is just taking the teaching assistant job, but probably take whatever job you were planning on having. You'll be just like your dad, unemployed.
There's a reason they didn't launch this in Philadelphia.
Yeah, they would have. They would have beat that robot with hammers.
Do you remember that?
Side of the road in no time.
Robot
just sprawled out with the
the shit
gloves
out of it?
hanging and everything.
Me and my friends,
got to
friends
Philly
would have
and they
beaten that robot with
killed
hammers.
it.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah, that's fine.
But yeah, back to the sex doll aspect of all this. I mean, there's no way to know for sure whether these teacher bots are literally just repurposed sex dolls. But just look at the robot teacher featured in Realbotix's publicity photos. I think that's supposed to be Sally, and come on. What are we doing here?
I think the shareholders are getting a little whiff of how many perverts there are in the world.
I mean, I got to imagine they met with the school district and they were not into the idea until they showed them Sally, oh, here's Sally, she'll be there, and their eyes roll out of their heads.
The principal's let me get a couple minutes with Sally. I want to talk it over.
They started hooting and hollering and sweating and steam's coming out
go
of
to
their
the
ears,
right,
and
there's
boom,
an
you got yourself a
underground mushroom
contract.
forest.
Yeah, it'd be a real shame. Sally was recording the entire interaction with her eyeballs, so it'd be a real shame if the whole town heard about the actions that you and Sally did in private, Mr. Principal.
Yeah, we do have you dead to rights there. It's so funny, imagine the Disneyland Hall of Presidents, but it's just they all are fucking yossified.
Yeah,
they all look like sex doll porn stars. Just chiseled and rosy cheeks.
I mean, there's gonna be a lot
big old bulge in Thomas Jefferson's pants.
Think about the historical robotics that will be created off of some of our current and recently former administration officials. That'll be something one day.
Yeah.
Really something.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, this is just so fucking stupid, guys.
It's gonna go great. No, what a great thing to add to a school district that desperately needs the money for literally anything else. This is probably a place where teachers are buying pencils and erasers and paper to bring into class.
Sorry, we can't afford it.
And then a fucking robot comes in. Now maybe the robot also has a 3D printer in its hand. That would be useful.
No, it doesn't. But the hand has realistic flesh, and all the fingers are opposable, and you can just mold that hand.
Gross.
So just sort of be any shape you want it to be.
Gross.
You are going to have to move the arm on your own.
Well, with the robotics class, I feel like that would be a pretty easy motion
they
to
could
recreate.
do a little quick modification with some servos and.
Oh my god,
and
this
hell
is
yeah.
so. It's insane. It's gonna look like a sex doll sitting there. Someone's gonna have sex with it. It might not be a student. It might be the janitor.
They got to do like a reverse she's all that to the doll and like give her glasses and a ponytail and just and like ugly clothes.
But then one day it's sad and they're like, "What's wrong?"
The glasses fall. She's like
ponytail.
Have you seen She's All That?
I haven't.
There's like they do the makeover scene basically, and like they just like take off her glasses and like put down her hair and mess it up.
Hold on, is that what? Not Another Teen.
Oh well,
movie?
I was gonna say in Not Another Teen Movie, all they do is like take off her glasses and slap her in the face.
Yeah, I was about to say, is that what they parodied? Is it?
Yeah, She's All That. Not Another Teen Movie. The main story is She's All That they're parodying.
Okay. Because like, I think the funniest part of that movie is that Chris, what's his face, is in it.
Hemsworth?
Fall off
Yeah.
and
No,
everyone's
the
like,
other one.
"Can you go to prom with me, Sally?"
Yeah.
And she says no, and then they hack it to say yes, and Sally's the prom queen.
That's right.
Yeah. But thankfully, in Kotaku's coverage of this story, writer John Walker did not hold back one bit on just how fucking stupid and absurd and just bad this is.
Every time you think you've found the dumbest possible use for AI, there's another publicly listed company already asking you to hold its entire keg of beer. This time, as reported by Mashable, it's Realbotics, a firm that designs AI-powered humanoid robots built for meaningful human interaction. This would also be the Realbotics that was previously known as Tokens.com, a crypto company that has since pivoted to the latest fad, after purchasing sex doll maker Simulacra. Now wholly focused on ultra-realistic humanoid robots and companionship-based AI, the latest attention-seeking move is a claim to provide STEM-teaching AI-driven former sex bots to rural schools. I am not making any of this up. Let's untangle this in stages. Real Doll is the life-size sex doll brand created by then Simulacra subsidiary Abyss Creations. No, I swear. As ultra-realistic sex dolls with detachable faces and removable vaginas, and that purport to have the texture
How are
of
you
human
supposed
bodies.
to clean it?
Tokens.com, meanwhile, was a Toronto-based crypto
Cornstarch.
liquidity gateway
No, I
that
mean
brought
without the removable.
real-world assets into a single regulated liquidity framework designed for clarity, access, and trust. These two households, both alike in dignity, met in 2024, and from forth the fatal loins of their union came Realbotics. Both star-crossed lovers are attempting to pivot from their past in this merging to form an AI-driven robotics company that is clearly desperate to find a niche beyond, you know, the obvious. This is such a scam. They need to look into the school board. Look into the school board and who approved this and who's getting fucking money for this.
Yeah.
This is such an outrageous waste of money. Like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Investigate the school board.
Check the DNA in that robot's vagina.
School board! School board! Investigate the school board!
Yeah.
And I don't know, the city, I guess? This sounds like a rural town, so it might all be the same group of people.
Yeah, this does not seem like a contract
Why is
that
it blue?
would have been awarded under non-suspicious
deep are you?
circumstances.
I'm
just
to the
because
right
I
of
was
you. It's the
curious
glowing
looked up
mushroom
my hometown's
underground
like
biome.
situation with Flock.
Oh.
It is far more dystopian
Oh, no.
than I could have even imagined, and they sold out the town. Like the contract was like, and it has turned
Dig
into a pretty wealthy area.
Just dig holes
the
above
coast
your
always
head.
Was, but
No,
yeah.
the pool is higher than my
They
head.
sold out like the whole city.
It doesn't
for like
matter.
300 grand.
You can create a
and
pocket.
there's like
Okay,
dozens
I'm
of
good.
cameras, and they've intertwined it with a local police. The police department has this thing that they work with local businesses, and they gave them grants out of the total tangent. They gave them grants out of Trump's big beautiful bill to give these businesses money to allow the city to access their Ring cameras whenever they want. And I was reading up on it. It's crazy. There's also a bigger deal for the county, and it all works with this giant panopticon. Like they all work together apparently behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And the one example in the article that I read of them like solving a crime was that they tracked someone like 3 towns away from doing dine and dash at a restaurant or something.
Yeah, that is the thing is like, if considering how many of these fucking flock cameras are like everywhere, you'd think there'd be, and how controversial they are.
Yeah.
You think there'd be so many like success stories to like rebut all of the controversy and criticism, but no, we're just filming fucking everything. For no fucking reason other than to gather data.
What was shocking to me is for how little they sold the city out.
Yeah, and I think that probably is not even near the lowest that a city went for one of these things.
No, and just the value of the data alone, not even like the hypothetical police value or whatever, the value of the data for like marketing purposes is worth so much more than that. It's I was going insane.
Yeah, it is funny. Like, we look at, like, China or even, like, the UK, and both countries have had cameras, like, fucking everywhere. Like, the UK is, especially, like, the city of London. They were early pioneers.
Famously.
And, like, as an American, you're like, no, that'll
never happen.
That's infringing on people's liberty and shit. And it's like, oh, no, we're doing that, but, like, when they did it, it was the government. And when we do it, it's an unaccountable private company that contracts through the government, which is totally different. It's capitalism, sort of, and that's why it's good, actually.
But yes, I would say that this would, if I lived there, I would be like, where did this contract come from and who's responsible for it?
Yeah, also, like, this robot has cameras for eyes, and it's like, okay, some, like, Canadian tech firm could just, if they wanted to, like, spy on children through this robot.
Yeah,
like, how do we know they won't do that?
Yeah, you would assume that people would be upset about that too.
And they're like, oh yeah, like this robot, it's not just gonna help you with homework. Like one of the demos they did, it was like some kid like asking the robot for advice with like bullying and shit. I don't like it.
The robot gets up.
Yeah.
The bully has been eradicated. It had 10 seconds to comply.
The Kotaku article continues. This ludicrous stunt is being subjected upon Salamanca, New York, a city in Cattaraugus County with a population of 5,929 and Seneca Nation land. And as is the case with every single AI grift in existence, it's being done not to actually help the widely impoverished people of Salamanca, but to try to promote the company's AI. The giveaway line in the press release reads, our emphasis, the platform provides scalable AI assistance for both students and educators while strengthening credibility for AI, robots, and STEM education. So we're not really doing this because it's good. We're just doing this so you all get fucking like used to it. And we can.
And it makes us look really good. We're just creating marketing materials out of this.
This will be like a really good for a slide deck when we go to get our next round of financing. There's also the absolute bullshit line. We anticipate benefits we cannot yet fully foresee.
The sky's the limit, folks.
That is so fucking good. That's like that is such a good bullshit line. That's a like really eloquent way of saying
this
like
will
some
benefit
really
you
dumb
in
shit.
ways that you can't even think. You know the fun brain game you play when you buy a lottery ticket?
Yeah.
We're giving you that right now. Think about everything you could want.
Yeah.
Might happen.
This is like with like the SpaceX IPO docs where they're like, I mean, technically the value of this company is going to be infinity.
Yeah.
Because like, it's just, it's going to be infinity money.
Yeah. Because there's infinite money in space.
Sally, a brown-haired robo-lady, isn't actually able to move around, so she'll be sitting in a chair in a classroom as she directly interacts with children.
Once a class, she should stand up like Lincoln at Disneyland, and everyone goes,
whoa! They can do that?
Wow. Once every class.
According to New York Focus, the AI inside Sally will remember conversations it has had with children on previous days and be able to continue them, which both sounds like a dystopian nightmare and the most extraordinarily expensive use of AI tokens. That part is kind of cool. There's no way this is going to be profitable in any way. You're running a fucking complex AI chatbot 7 hours a day, 5 days a week, and it's like not even just.
It's so absurd, and I feel so terrible for this town. But all I can imagine is like small towns like this. It is the Music Man. Someone comes walking in, and they're like, "Hello, this place needs data centers, AI robots, personal assistants, security dogs." every other town has it. You need it too. And everyone's like, oh, cool, they're going to give us $100,000 if we start using this stuff. That's more money than this town's ever seen. And then it's just you have created an actual nightmare to live in.
It's a monorail would be pretty cool by comparison.
Yeah, but I just imagine this town with like a fucking humming data center in the back, creating the power for the dystopian AI teachers to be able to remember a fucking what a student said 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Have enough memory left over to do the stand-up thing at the end, and then back down, and then cook the town while doing so.
Yeah.
When a real human being, memory not perfect, I've displayed that multiple times, but does that without causing, untold damage to the environment.
Well, you have your opinion, but every time I talk to Sally, she always answers really nicely, and she says, that's hot, and she bites her lip, and she kind of glances up and down at me and flutters her eyelashes, and I don't know, we've had some really deep conversations.
Yeah, she keeps saying you're not like the other boys.
I think she's worth every penny.
Yeah.
And I am working on getting more of her body to move.
Yeah.
I'm learning robotics.
Never look under the desk.
Like, so most robotics assignments, like, oh, make a little fucking robot dog that moves around. No, these children, they're not making a project for the class. They're making a project for themselves. They are motivated by their teenage horniness to make this robot actually able to have illicit sexual congress with them.
We need to cancel this robot. Get the PTA on the phone. It's such a small.
She was a real doll.
It's. There's something nefarious going on.
Students will also have access to an avatar version of the software they can access at home to aid them with homework.
Great. Perfect.
And why is anyone letting this happen? Salamanca Superintendent Mark Beeler told New York Focus, many schools are taking the easy solution of simply banning AI, but I have found that students will find a way around most rules that schools put in place. I cannot even get started on how flawed this logic is.
I'm telling you. Mark, there's a reason these robots are in the school.
She's very good at what she does. Her skin is warm and realistic.
We always appreciate an article that is able to articulate just how flabbergasted and disgusted that we are with a story. But hey, AI is the future, and we simply must accept the idea of retired sex dolls spending 7 hours a day with our children.
It's just, you gotta accept it, guys. Stop being a fucking Luddite.
They need a retirement
and you better fucking wake up. I don't care if the sun's up or not. The robot doesn't know. School's on, bitch. Ding, 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 ding. I don't care if it's dark out.
She sleeps in the classroom. Maybe you should sleep in the classroom. Wait, can I?
Yeah.
I can sleep there with her?
The roads are gonna be a lot safer when everyone's riding their teachers into school. Why not? Why not take the 2 jobs?
Give me a piggyback ride.
It drives the Uber and it teaches you at school.
Mm-hmm.
Then it comes home and cooks dinner. And I'm also married to it.
Yeah.
It's not weird at all. It's just what we do here in upstate New York or wherever the fuck this is.
Yeah, I don't know how they do things down where you come from, but up here in upstate New York.
Down there in Dallas, Texas. Anyways, let's move on to our next story. Something else other than AI sex doll teachers that we all simply need to accept is that the President of the United States is insanely corrupt. Excuse me. Did you see that video this week of all the guys doing it?
Oh, yeah. That's a good one. That is a good one.
And he's corrupt in more ways than we even have time to list. The man has monetized his presidency in just about every conceivable way, ranging from classic forms of graft like insider trading to newer, more flagrant forms of corruption like selling presidential pardons and letting foreign countries bribe him with private jets. And now here's something else.
You find any life crystals?
Throughout this presidency, particularly with regards to tariffs and the Iran war, Trump's social media posts have had a direct and immediate effect on the stock market. And he and his inner circle have maybe,
I found like 2 or 3,
possibly, probably, been using all of that to benefit financially.
Yeah.
And if you're a stock trader, it's probably wise to have Truth Social installed on your phone with push notifications for every time that Trump posts.
Yeah, it's just good business. But the way Trump sees it, all the stock traders monitoring his Truth Social account are freeloaders. And if they want to keep benefiting from the volatility that he creates for the stock market, moving forward, they're going to have to pay up. Now, how much do you suppose it would cost to see the president's social media posts before everyone else? Get a little bit of advance notice of what he's posting. Take a guess. Think of a number, a monthly fee that sounds believable
Have you
even
heard
within
this
this
yet?
absurd context.
No. I've got an idea.
And you're fucking wrong. It's going to cost $100,000 a month.
I was on the high end, and I was like $599.
Nope. $100,000 a month. $1.2 million a year.
Well, pennies compared to what you're going to be making off of this obvious grift.
Right. Yeah, it'll pay for itself pretty quickly. Holy shit. Here's Reuters. Donald Trump's social media company has discussed charging Wall Street traders and investment firms as much as $100,000 a month for faster access to the U.S. president's posts on his Truth Social platform, according to people familiar with the matter. Trump Media and Technology Group, which owns Truth Social, has in recent weeks also pitched a discounted plan of $60,000 per month if the firms sign up for a 3-year plan, the sources said.
Oh, that expires just in time for all the inevitable trials, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. TMTG on Thursday unveiled a paid-for licensed data feed called Truth API to provide banks and trading firms the fastest access to posts from the 10 most influential Truth Social accounts, but did not give any pricing details. The move would be the company's first step into data licensing, opening up a new revenue stream, although it drew immediate criticism from Democrats. U.S. Senator Ron Wyden of Oregon, the highest-ranking Democrat on the Senate Finance Committee, said it would financially benefit the Trump family and make Wall Street traders rich. Trump's social media posts often move markets, and the profits of many top trading firms, hedge funds, and financial services firms depend heavily on the speed at which they can execute trades. On April 9th, 2025, for example, Wall Street's main indexes turned sharply higher after Trump said in a Truth Social post that he would pause many of his new tariffs for 90 days. Access to the Truth API would be essential for high-frequency trading firms, as a speed advantage of just a few milliseconds can result in hundreds of thousands of dollars of gains on big trades, the sources say.
There's like
this is
you can get Splunking
you couldn't
potions,
create a more textbook
and they'll make the
definition
ore
of
in the
corruption.
walls glow.
It's
interesting.
Outrageous.
Like, you're the
There
president of
should
the
be
United States.
tons
Like,
at
anything you
town.
say should, like, inherently be public. But,
yeah, these are official records, right? Also...
And, like, if you're any normal president who knew, like, it wouldn't be a normal president, because a normal president wouldn't post the way Trump posts. But, like, if a normal president knew that things they said were erratic and moving the market like the way it is, like, you wouldn't want to, like, broadcast that.
Yeah, no,
like, not only am I aware of that,
shit.
I'm going to charge you money to see what I say first.
This is like a 2020 crypto rug pull Discord server on a presidential scale.
Except this time, it's gonna work.
It has to.
And then you can take all that money, you can buy as many of those fucking robots as you want. You have a whole fucking robot harem.
That's right.
Yeah, and they're all gonna say they love you. Continues, the Truth API arrangement would be widely unethical, said Donald Sherman, president of the nonpartisan watchdog group Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, because the president stands to benefit from payments for faster access to his posts. However, it is difficult to determine from publicly available information whether it is illegal, he said. I don't think Congress or any regulatory body ever contemplated that a president or a market mover would engage in this kind of paying for access type arrangement, he said. U.S. Senator Elizabeth Warren, the top Democrat on the Senate Banking Committee, said it was an egregious scheme to profit off the presidency and enrich Wall Street while doing nothing to help Americans. While the White House has said Trump's business empire is overseen by his children, the president is the beneficiary of the income that flows into his trust. Shares of TMTG, which have shed roughly 27% of their value this year, closed roughly flat at $9.66 on Friday, giving the company a market value of around $2.7 billion.
It is funny because inevitably I drive by it every time that I visit home, but the Truth Social headquarters is just a mailbox in an office building in my hometown.
Why is it there?
Because it's like any business. I think they just registered at like an office park. But
yeah,
it's
but
just
why not just do fucking Delaware like a normal? That's weird.
Well, Florida's where he does all of his business. It's where
I guess so.
There's the other, I think it was Mike Flynn has the compound there, like the weird Christian nationalist compound just south and technically the county, but it's in Northport, I think, something like that. It's a fucking weird place. There's weird shit all the time.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It is interesting, like, at the end there, it's like, I hadn't really thought about this company in a while, and, like, its stock, and, like,
yeah,
they went public, and they hyped up, like, it's gonna be a fucking media empire, and, like, none of that shit fucking happened.
Well, because
the stock is, like, tanked, and this is, like, very obviously just, like, how are we gonna make money? Oh, here's an idea. It's going to bring a lot of money.
It's so illegal that there's probably not laws for it yet, but there will be. There will be.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Some people might call us trailblazers, Mr. President. So yeah, Trump came up with a form of corruption so novel, laws do not exist for it. Most of his official statements to the public are on a platform that he owns, and now those statements will be temporarily paywalled unless you pay him exorbitant sums of money. And for some people, it might actually be worth the cost because Trump's erratic public statements frequently send the stock market into turmoil, something that he himself seems to be profiting off of. It is incredible.
I can't.
Yeah, it's just
pick up this.
It's
chest.
shameless.
Yep. Brazen.
He's already shameless, but like, yeah, this is fucking brazen. It's flagrant. It's all those things.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, I am a corrupt president, and yeah.
What are you gonna do
Fuck
about
you and give me the money now.
I mean, he said as much at the beginning that he didn't do enough in his previous time, and fuck it.
He missed a lot of opportunities to be corrupt.
Yep.
Yeah.
But speaking of profiting off of advanced insider knowledge, prediction markets like Kalshi and Polymarket have become an accepted part of our culture disturbingly quickly. But it turns out there are still limits to that acceptance. We all know that letting people bet on literally anything is dystopian as hell, but for a lot of people it's easy to compartmentalize it. That is, until Kalshi decides to market its product by asking you to think about how much money you could have made back in the 1940s betting on when segregation would end.
What's the over-under on segregation then?
On people's rights.
Yeah, let's, let's make it interesting.
Mm-hmm.
This is a real thing that Kalshi did. It happened. And it's one of the most fascinatingly misguided marketing tactics we ever seen. It's wild. A lot of people have given themselves gambler brain, and they see just literally everything now as a potential bet. But thankfully, there's still enough non-gambler brain people out there who were horrified by this that Kalshi had enough shame to pull the campaign.
Just imagine a bunch of dudes at a bar screaming, watching the MLK speech. Say dream! Say dream! Yes!
Throw the dildo.
It hit, boys! It hit! He said dream!
God. Yeah, here's the Daily Beast's punch-up blog. A Trump-backed gambling giant has quietly scrubbed black baseball legend Jackie Robinson from its splashy campaign celebrating America's 250th birthday after it was accused of monetizing his momentous race-based civil rights win. Kalshi, the prediction market valued at $22 billion, which counts Donald Trump Jr., 48, as a strategic advisor, rolled out its 250 Years of American Predictions campaign for the July 4th semi-quincentennial. The project recast famous chapters of American history as make-believe betting markets, complete with odds, artwork from 17 artists, and murals in New York and Los Angeles. One of those chapters was the end of the color line in baseball. A 1946 entry titled, "Will Baseball End Segregation?" set the odds at 0%, noting that team owners had just voted 15-1 to preserve the sport's unwritten ban on black players.
It's a long shot, folks. But if you're brave enough to bet... If you're brave enough to bet your child's college fund, well, your child could go to college and you could get that new boat that you've been looking at.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Right out of the brochure.
You can get the Sea-Doo at least.
Yeah.
Maybe not the whole boat, but Sea-Doo.
That'd be cool.
Good.
Yeah, you can get that photo taken that will eventually be used on the TV.
This man killed his entire family.
He was in deep gambling debt. It quoted Hall of Fame pitcher Bob Feller claiming even Robinson lacked the qualities of a big league ball player. Robinson, then 28, broke Major League Baseball's color barrier at Brooklyn's Ebbets Field on April 15, 1947, and was named Rookie of the Year that season. Kalshi's 1947 sequel, The Color Line Breaks, showed the market settling at 100% over an illustration by artist Raj Dunham. Both pages have now vanished from Kalshi.com/America250 with no announcement and no explanation. The page now features a question about whether the sound barrier could be broken the same year instead. I don't know, folks. Does Chuck Yeager have one?
Who you got? I'd like to bet on Chuck Yeager dying.
Chuck Yeager's gonna be a burnt piece of toast.
This isn't as bad, but yes, people did speculate that like if we ever did break the sound barrier, like the plane would instantly disintegrate.
Yeah.
And the person would die like a horrible death. Like it's just like in hindsight, it's like you sure bet on that, but like it's like. All this shit is like real people's fucking lives.
Yeah.
And you're just taking everything and monetizing it in a fucked up, like, grotesque way.
It is strange times, folks.
Yeah.
As for why they pulled the ad campaign, it may have had something to do with a syndicated op-ed by journalist Hazel Trice Edney that really eloquently spelled out how fucked up this is. Here's some of that. Let me say plainly what this ad asks us to imagine. A world in which Americans in 1946 could have logged on and wagered on whether an entire race of ball players would finally be allowed to earn a living at their craft. A market in which Branch Rickey's conscience and Jackie Robinson's dignity were data points, and the 15-to-1 vote of white owners to preserve the color line was pricing information. Kalshi asks us to imagine a world in which the question, will black men be treated as human beings, was simply a gaming line you could bet on. This is not a celebration of history. It belittles both our suffering and our achievements.
Whew. The company will say I am missing the point, that the campaign honors a country that defied its own worst instincts. But look again at what is actually being sold. Kalshi is not marveling at Jackie Robinson. Kalshi is marveling at the profit that would have been available to any speculator willing to take the yes side against a country that hated him. And there was so much hate, and so much to lose. Robinson received death threats mailed to his home. He was spiked on the base paths, spat on in the dugout, and denied hotel rooms his white teammates could freely enter. There is no line on a prediction market for what that cost a man. There's no ticker for what it cost the country that made him pay. Nor is there any accounting in Kalshi's tidy timeline for the black ball players who did not get their April 15th moment. The men of the Negro Leagues who aged out before the door opened. The pitchers whose arms gave out in exhibition games in Jim Crow towns. The families whose fathers came home from segregated buses too tired to play catch. History did not settle in 1947. It shifted painfully and left a great many people uncompensated on the losing side of a market they never chose to enter. Damn.
Yeah, I'd say that our little gambling experiment has run its course, and thankfully more than a dozen states agree and are trying to regulate it and even prosecute the companies involved. Unfortunately, the Trump administration is doing its damnedest to try and stop any of that from happening because he's corrupt.
Yeah.
His fucking teleprompter operator just got caught doing it, and
His son is on the board.
His son's on the board. The teleprompter operator is just, I'm sure, one of many, many people that it will eventually come out.
So many people in this government specifically.
In fact, like the fucking president's son is on the board of directors or whatever, strategic advisor. Like, who's to say they didn't, sacrifice someone to be like, all right, that'll throw everyone off the fucking trail for a while. Like, who knows? Yeah. It's all corrupt. It's insane. But if we ever manage to return to a Trump-free political landscape, it's at least nice to know that the everything is gambling era might eventually end. Don't bet on it, though.
Yeah, I'll take some odds on that.
Yeah. Anyways, in other news that might shock you, it turns out the ICE agent who murdered a man in Maine this week has a long history of the exact kinds of behavior you would typically consider disqualifying when handing out badges and guns. And we know this because his ex-wife, who justifiably hates him, leaked his identity to the press.
Yeah, it's usually they do a good job of hiding the identity of these guys who kill people because I guess to do otherwise would be doxing them, but this guy's ex-wife immediately was like, nope, it's my fucking terrible ex-husband. It was him. Here's everything you want to know about him.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get to it, but she went out with this information because he reached out and said, I need you to vouch for my character.
Listen, I know I've abused you and terrorized you for years, but I'm gonna need you to pull me a solid one on this one. If they reach out, tell them I'm a great guy, actually.
Here's the AP with a little insight into the kinds of people that the Trump administration is giving a license to kill.
The Immigration and Customs Enforcement officer who shot a Colombian man in Maine this week is an Army veteran who has struggled with serious mental health issues since early childhood and never should have been given a badge and gun to patrol American streets, several of his close relatives told the Associated Press. David Brouillette has a history of terrifying and violent behavior, according to those relatives. They accuse him of attacking women in his life over the years, and one shared a voicemail with the AP from last winter in which he told her that he thought someone should slit her throat. Brouillette's troubling past further challenges how thoroughly the Department of Homeland Security has vetted recruits as it went on a hiring spree to help carry out President Donald Trump's immigration crackdown. I think it's pretty clear they're not vetting at all.
No,
they're just whoever shows up.
Military service, huh? Step right in.
At least 10 people have died in encounters with immigration agents since Trump launched the crackdown after retaking office, including 25-year-old Johann Sebastian Duran Guerrero, a Colombian national who was shot and killed by Brouillette on Monday while in his car near his home in the coastal Maine city of Bedford.
But they brought back the World
of
Warcraft
comment about
guy
Brouillette's record and his role in Monday's shooting. ICE spokesperson Lauren Biss said in a statement that we will never confirm or deny attempts to dox our law enforcement officers, and that The ICE officer in question has nearly a decade of federal law enforcement experience with required training, including use of force training. Brouillette, 37, told his ex-wife, Ashley Brouillette, late last year that he had been hired by ICE. She said that because of his long history of psychiatric issues, she thought he was having a mental health episode, and she didn't believe
that's fucking crazy.
She didn't realize he'd been telling the truth until this week when videos began circulating online of the moments surrounding the shooting. Ashley Brouillette told the AP that she spoke to her ex-husband in a Facebook audio call, and he acknowledged that he had killed during Guerrero. Their 18-year-old daughter, Madison Brouillette, also told the AP that her father called her Wednesday and said that he shot and killed during Guerrero.
Pretty cool, huh? I know I haven't talked to you in a while.
Wow, sounds like he's bragging.
I'm in the news.
He apparently abused the daughter, too.
Yeah, he abused, like, everyone. This dude's a fucking monster.
Everyone that he has harmed in his entire life, he then went crying to for help. Like,
yeah, like this, what we're covering here, like, only scratches the surface. Like, there's a lot of, like, very specific stories about this guy from, like, so many people in his life, close relatives, and they're all just like, yeah, this man, like, should never have been anywhere near any like law enforcement.
This was always going to be the end result.
Yes,
of this guy.
These are the types of people who are attracted to police work and things of that nature, and it's up to police departments to like filter these people out because it is a bad recipe to actually give them that authority over other people.
Hey, a fairy.
So yeah, according to his ex-wife, his abuse during their marriage included once throwing boiling water at her while she was holding their kid. And later harassing her and threatening her life.
Okay,
but she's not even the only ex-wife of his who thinks he's a monster. The other ex-wife says that he stalked her, harassed her, and physically and verbally abused their daughter. And this led to multiple requests for temporary protection orders. Another relative of his describes him as extremely mentally ill and says they cut off contact with him out of fear for their safety. Another fucking insane detail in the story is that he was initially rejected from joining the military because of his mental health disorders. But the recruiters just told him to go off his meds and reapply next year. So he did that.
They literally do tell you to do that.
And at one point got deployed to Afghanistan. The relative told the AP, Afghanistan destroyed him, trained him to be a killing monster, a machine. They took someone who was extremely mentally ill and turned him into a killing machine.
By design, I mean, in some cases,
that's what they did.
And yeah, another like insane detail is like later on, his mental health got even worse. Like it was already bad, but it got worse because he got hit really hard in the head while training to be a firefighter. And he also
there's a lot of water down there
his job as
I
a
drained all the
volunteer
caverns
firefighter
down
because
there.
he kept having confrontations
I dug a big
with his
hole.
coworkers.
There's a bunch of cobwebs and spiders.
Time to
down
join
there.
ICE.
I drowned them.
So yeah, this guy checks basically every box for should not be a cop or even mall security.
Shouldn't own a gun.
Like it's still,
and yet
it's
ICE
been
hired him
flowing
and
for,
presumably
like,
gave him
30
a
seconds.
nice signing bonus. And now here we are. Just imagine how many other psychotic freaks just like this guy are currently out there with an ICE badge and a gun, just waiting for their chance to shoot a random immigrant or protester and get away with it. And the rhetoric has only gotten worse over the past couple of days from elected officials and fucking human booger Tom Homan, who have...
Well, it's going to keep on happening if you guys keep resisting.
Yeah,
Democrats need to tone down their rhetoric or more people are going to get shot. Some real mob boss shit.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry, that story was so fucking terrible and not fun at all, but we're off next week, and we needed to talk about that before we left.
Yeah, I didn't want that one to get sort of
this guy's
slip
a
through the
fucking
cracks, like, because this is crazy. Like, this is the most we've ever found out about one of the ICE agents involved in one of these incidents, and it's like, honestly, worse. It's fucking worse than I expected. Like, I expected, like, obviously these guys are going to be, like, sort of like police washouts who couldn't even clear that bar, and, like, it's, like, so much fucking worse than that.
Yeah. So we are taking a break. We will be off next week. Thank you all so much for giving us the ability to take a week off.
Don't worry, Mitch McConnell will still be alive when we get back.
I filled the cabin.
Yeah. Also, it's really hot here right now. I'm going to other hot places, but
yeah, I'm going to
pause it.
I'm going to Canada.
Oh, cool.
Where it's going to be.
So,
you forgot to breathe.
The cavern is
Hang
full.
On. You're not in town.
I thought I am now.
No, you're not. There you are.
I thought that the cavern would have enough space for the water. It did not. And it actually filled it up, and now it's capped.
Here, take those crystals.
Which is an issue. But all of that water is down there. So we're like little ants. What am I taking?
The crystals.
Okay, I need to ditch some stuff first.
Just go to these chests and open them and press quick stack in them.
I don't know what that means.
It's one of the buttons. If you open the chest, it's underneath deposit all. There's also stuff like water breathing potions. Oh, wormhole potion teleports you to a party member. And then
I got
like
platinum ore.
splunking potions.
I got platinum ore, I got emeralds.
Real humid.
Well, you mean on the west side of Canada, correct?
No, east side.
Uh-oh, watch out for the wildfire smoke.
I'll be in Francophile, Canada.
Jam.
Francophone.
Anyways, we promise that the rest of this episode will be a lot less bleak and that we can go out on a more positive note. So, yes, we have ad read headlines. It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
We do have the headlines coming up. But first, it's time to let you know the episode is sponsored by ZocDoc.
I have 5
Procrastinating
doors
on
somehow.
going to the doctor is a bad habit to fall into, but it's understandable. In this country, finding a good doctor that accepts your insurance and has an opening for you to come in, it can be a real pain and give you a serious sense of anxiety. So maybe you just put it off and hope for the best, but of course the anxiety only gets worse the longer you procrastinate. It's even worse if you've recently moved to a new city or switched to a new insurance. It really shouldn't have to be this hard, and thankfully with ZocDoc,
if you in your equipment, you can put your cactus armor in your cosmetic slot if you want to be a cactus man.
I don't want to.
So you can still have the stats of the good armor.
No, I'm doing a I'm making armor. So
Go
I
get
can
those
have
life crystals.
So I can have some kind of protection with the mining helmet on. What am I getting?
The life crystals, they're at the furnace.
Yep.
And then use them.
That's 4.
How many hearts you got now?
9.
If you highlight your health, how much do you have? I have 160.
180.
Oh.
it is.
Say goodbye to trying to navigate your insurance company's garbage website, playing phone tag, and waiting on hold for just God knows how long. ZocDoc lets you search and compare local in-network doctors, see their appointment openings, and instantly book a doctor's visit. They got more than 150,000 providers within more than 200 specialties across all 50 states, and tons of reviews from real patients and detailed doctor profiles to help you choose the right one.
And
appointments happen fast, usually within 24 to 72 hours, and you can even score same-day appointments. Best of all, ZocDoc is free to use.
Your health matters, and taking care of yourself shouldn't be complicated. Find and book the right doctor with ZocDoc. Head to ZocDoc.com/internet to get started and check that appointment off your to-do list. That is ZocDoc.com/internet.
Internet.
There you go. Now we can get into the craziest, weirdest,
forgetting I have
wildest
a grappling
headlines
hook.
from around the world this week, starting with...
Man spent 8 hours in porta potty tank retrieving Mountain Dew bottle, company says.
There's something there. There's he did the do in the do house.
Yeah, he's a dude.
He did the do man's do, man.
Mountain Dew and the do. This story's so fucking weird. Like, okay, so there was a World Cup event, I think in Kansas City, and there was porta potties there. The porta potty company shows up at the end of it to like take their toilets away, and there's like one of the doors is locked. They're like, all right, buddy, you gotta leave. I'll give you 5 minutes. Comes back later, still locked. And the guy's like, I can't get out.
Oh no!
And it looks like it was like a homeless guy, but like anyway, the fire department had to come and like cut the thing open. And the guy's in there, but like he's literally like he's fully, and this is a normal porta potty, so like
not a lot of space.
It's not a lot. It's very small. Like it's crazy that a person could get in there in the first place, but then now he can't get out, and they have to use like a sawzall. And the firefighters are all so fucking mad. There's like they're just
they don't want to be there.
They're so annoyed.
Open a porta potty.
So annoyed that they're having to do this and like deal with this fucking guy, and
for a Mountain Dew bottle, come on.
Yeah, it's obvious. I don't know what the fuck he was doing in there, but
9 times out of 10, when someone crawls into a toilet like that, they're either retrieving their glasses,
like I've never,
or they want to get pooped and peed on.
Yeah, I don't know. Like this is Kansas City too, which is like right by the Mississippi. I've never been there, but I think it's probably pretty gross right now this time of year. So like,
what do they do?
They
one hell of a Mountain Dew bottle.
It's not so you can see where to mine.
I'm not focused on that. I'm focused on the water. I'm focusing on the water. I want to get that shit to the very bottom. It's like I am determined. I was focused on my house, but you said we'll go over there later, so I'm determined to get to the bottom of the map.
Big thing right now is we want to get platinum and gold.
Okay, well I've been getting platinum, so.
Yeah, turn all your platinum into bars and then put the bars in the chest.
Sure. How do I do that?
Use the furnace to smelt the ore.
humid enough, I need to like squeeze my entire body into like the shit receptacle of a porta potty.
Well,
a lot of poop news happening these days. He was probably hoping one of those explosive diarrheas came. Get a hot shower.
Yeah, hot shower. I think we've all learned a valuable lesson. Do not crawl inside the
Don't do it. Don't do it. You might be able to fit in. It's going to be hard to fit out.
Yep. George Santos' next gig, reality TV show contestant. Fine.
I mean, this is America, and this is what we do. I think it was like Rod Blagojevich was on like I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, like after he got out of prison. But yeah, he's Santos.
Donald Trump would have loved him on The Celebrity Apprentice.
Oh my God, yeah, and that would have been good TV. But we're past that point now. There's no Apprentice anymore. George Santos is doing some show called like Special Forces, which like I've never heard of this. They make celebrities like go through like Special Forces training, which is like incredibly harsh. Like they put him out in the jungle and like it's all this survival training.
They're gonna have to test his T levels.
Probably.
Based on
Do you know about that?
Special guest Pete Hegseth. He's gonna personally inspect your balls.
Yep.
Make sure that they are
frame
large
yourself.
enough.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're not, he's gonna fill them with hyaluronic acid and that'll raise your T levels real nice and good.
Mandatory gender
This guy
affirming
sucks.
care.
It should be
Pretty cool.
boycotted. He is a wild character, but this is like, I don't even know if it's on the same level. It can't be because he was such a bad person in so many other ways. But this is like the Sean Spicer on Dancing with the Stars thing, where it's just like you're watching a guy do like,
what are we doing?
Salsa dance, who just lied to the American public for months on end, defending a guy who, well, as you can see, what we've got.
Like Spicer sucks. It is kind of crazy how like quaint.
In retrospect,
yeah, like what he did is compared to like what not Kayleigh McEnany, the other one, what's her name?
Spokes Christian.
Yeah,
hey,
the stuff she
the
does.
one that's married to like a 65-year-old.
Yeah, and it's good that I can't think of her
what.
name. That's good. It's probably making room for a good memory. Anyway, the stuff she does on like any given day is like worse than what Sean Spicer did for his entire career at the White House.
Yeah, so quaint, the alternative facts looking backwards.
Yeah, Kellyanne.
Mm-hmm.
Kellyanne Conway.
Mexico warns of diarrhea risk when visiting United States.
Well.
Is this the diarrhea?
Well. Look who's warning their residents about getting diarrhea crossing the U.S.-Mexico border. Interesting.
I feel like we've covered it before, but there's also from multiple other countries, like the most hold a fucking mirror up to yourself, America type shit that are in the warnings, like, political violence, gun violence. Like when you go to visit a place, Americans thinking about any fucking country in the world, they'll be like, well, I don't want to go there. That everyone's a violent criminal.
Yeah.
And have never looked at their own warnings.
It's, I mean, like Mexico, the diarrhea risk is real.
Sure.
Because they don't have the same water treatment that we have.
Mm-hmm.
It's like not difficult to avoid though. It's just very funny. Like, oh yeah, don't go to the U.S. They got a crazy virus there. It'll make you just shit your pants for like a month straight.
Mm-hmm.
It's very easy to avoid though, because it seems like all they got to do is avoid Mexican food, of the American version of Mexican food.
Yeah,
and that helps out a lot.
Good to go.
I had to order some tacos tonight with no cilantro. No cilantro. Get no cilantro. Guess that's the worst one. Cilantro and parsley.
Yeah.
And then of course lettuce. But do I look like a rabbit? I don't eat lettuce.
I cook my lettuce to 158 degrees before consuming it.
Boil my lettuce.
I'm just boiling cabbage back at home.
Get all the crunch out of my lettuce. I like my lettuce. I like it slimy.
I put my socks in there for added flavor. We're doing the Charlie Bucket recipe right now. I only brought a few scraps from work.
Teen Chicago Police Department employee goose-stepped across high school stage wearing Nazi uniform, according to Watchdog.
I'm trying to make sense. A teenage Chicago Police Department employee?
Yeah, I guess they have this like cadet program, and they let teens work for the PD. And this teenager, he was still in high school, and at like a costume show and tell thing, he dressed up as a Nazi and did a bunch of Nazi shit on stage.
Yeah.
And the police department wouldn't have found out about it, except the kid's mom also works for the police department, and she came to work and showed it on her phone to everyone else.
They said, give this kid a gun.
She was like, my son's so cool. He did this Nazi shit. And
doesn't everyone love
hello, fellow cops, do you like Nazi shit? And I bet a lot of them did, but all it takes is just one to be like,
probably shouldn't do that. Anyways, he's lieutenant now.
Just like two stories today about how cop culture is fucked up.
Yeah.
I mean, at least in this case, there were consequences, but like the fact that either of these people thought it was okay in the first place is troubling.
Columbus officer accidentally shot by another officer who was trying to shoot dog during domestic incident. Again, just...
Woo!
Whoa, Butterfingers.
Yeah, unfortunately, the dog was still shot and had to be euthanized. And it was like, once again, it was one of the things where it was like the dog was menacing. It's like no real danger, but just like being in the presence of a dog with a cop is like they're like an elephant seeing a mouse. Like they lose their fucking minds and they start blasting. And it's always like so fucking pointless and tragic. But yeah, the cop was trying to shoot the dog and he ended up shooting another officer as well as the dog.
Yeah.
And yeah, not gonna be like,
shot,
hey, maybe we should
news.
shoot dogs less.
Well, the dog
Just
still got shot.
Be less
Yeah, I know.
skittish around dogs.
That's
Nope.
what I'm saying.
Nope. All dogs have to die the second they enter a radius around any police officer. They must
fucking
go.
insane. After pushing anti-trans laws to protect women's sports, Project 2025's Heritage Foundation now wants women's sports gone to assist fertility. Oh,
Amazing.
it's the inevitable outcome of all of these decisions.
This was always the funniest aspect of this, because like all these people railing about like fairness in women's sports. It's just like, name one female athlete, any sport, name one.
They'll usually be like, my daughter on her swim team.
Yeah, like they don't fucking care about women's sports, and in truth, they think women's sports are a distraction from women's real.
In fact, they don't care about women at all.
Yeah, the only sport women should be, teenage women should be doing is giving birth.
Yeah.
And getting pregnant.
How many babies can you make?
Yeah, it's who could have foreseen this? Wow. What? No way.
The Senegal men's national team blamed their gynecologist for their World Cup defeat. That gynecologist, Pete Hegseth.
Yeah, I guess the doctor they hired for the team turns out he was a gynecologist with
Get in the stirrups.
No background in sports medicine. Yeah, we should have known when he kept making us sit in these stirrups for no fucking.
We thought they were
reason.
stretching. They were like stretching
Yeah,
the legs.
it's like, oh, cool, a stretch chair.
Yeah.
And yeah, but they're blaming him for their losses, which, like, I don't know, might have had something to do with it.
Sure.
I don't think that was entirely your gynecologist's fault.
Yeah. You have to bribe the refs.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Investigators say Colorado bear that ate human remains shouldn't crave people.
We taste like shit.
Yeah, some bears or a bear ate a corpse in the woods, and people were like, "Oh God,
Who
is it gonna
hasn't?
develop a
that's a
taste
corpse.
for human flesh?" And they're like, "I wouldn't worry about it. It probably won't."
Yeah. We'll get to that when we get there. But probably not.
I guess we'll see.
Yeah.
I guess we'll see. There's a first time for everything.
Hey, you want to be in the history books?
Yeah.
2 Lake County charter school principals arrested hours apart for DUI in same vehicle, report says.
What?
Well, this is awkward.
Well, they kept getting calls from the robot teacher to pick her up from the bar.
Yeah, this is the robot. This is Sally's fault.
Yeah.
She framed us.
Yeah, she has a way with words.
Ow.
This happens all the time. It's when 2 people go out drinking, they get caught in the car together. One of them gets arrested for DUI, and then like a half hour later, the other one gets behind the wheel of the car and gets arrested for DUI as well. Happens often. In this case, it's 2 principals.
Yeah.
2 examples.
It's pulled straight from the script of the show Vice Principals by Danny McBride.
This is why we need to replace all teachers with robots, because robots they
yeah.
can't consume alcohol, and they drive really well.
Yeah.
They're great drivers.
They'll figure out a way to get themselves fucked up. Don't they already do things to hallucinate sometimes? Allegedly?
I don't think so. I think they're just algorithms that we've given personhood to.
That's right. Well, the good news about Sally, she can drive you home.
Who's gonna drive you home?
You have to take the torso off the desk and
Yeah.
put it onto the seat.
She'll ask if she can come in for a nightcap.
That's the thing. It's like Sally's top half. You only have to manufacture, like the top half is standardized.
Mm-hmm.
The bottom half is where the customization comes in. Like if you want to take Sally home. No, at school she's plugged into the desk, obviously, or the chair or whatever. But when you take Sally home for the night, you get home, hat, coat, Sally, big ass, a shelf.
There she is. That's the Sally
Hey,
I know.
Get in there and make this. That's it. That's the product they're making. An assembly line of the top half, and the bottom half just switches. There's the car driver.
Yeah.
This is what the Heritage Foundation really wants.
There's one that makes her like 8 feet tall, just like big, tall legs.
And she can step on it,
Yeah.
smush you.
There's one that's like little bitty legs.
There's
Baby
one
legs.
that'll eat you, like Vor or whatever that thing was we talked about years ago. Yeah, you can crawl right into Sally's mouth.
Hey, a life crystal.
Moving on. Labrador rescued from UK's highest mountain after suspected cannabis consumption.
Whoops, I threw it.
Dog was trying
kept going up.
Dog was trying to just overdose, and we've all been there. You go out, let's go on a nature walk.
Yeah.
I think
have
we
a little
each
bit of
need
weed,
one
and
more.
then, oh, geez. I don't know how I'm going to get down from this mountain.
It just kept going up, straight to heaven.
I guess the dog was walking with its owner,
Oh.
and I guess there was like cannabis growing on the trail, and I don't know. That's what they say. But I had a dog eat a little bit of weed once, and it is terrifying. It is.
Yeah.
They don't like it. They hate it. They have a real bad time. And before you figure out what the hell's going on, you're like, oh, my dog's dying.
Yeah.
My dog has been poisoned or is having having a stroke or something. And then you go to the vet, and they take one look at it, and they're like, do you have weed in the house? And you go, yeah. And they say, yeah, that's 99% chance it's weed. We see like 100 of these a week.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we can look at her, but I'd say just go home.
Never happened to me. I saw a friend's dog that was very high once, and they did take it to the vet, and it was the same story.
Yeah.
It was just like, it's going to be fine.
Like,
It's
I
gonna
don't
be
want to
like
waste your time.
A day or
like,
two.
Just like, keep them in a calm, dark environment.
Yeah.
Just don't upset them. Just
I feel like now, well, maybe not in the rest of the country. Like, LA is just like, your weed's in like a Ziploc bag with like a fucking dumb logo on it, just up on the thing. It's
this
harder. Like, yeah, you're making your own cookies or something, and you leave them on the table to cool. It's
This was when I lived with a guy who smoked a lot of weed, and he would like grind it on the
just ate actual weed.
Yeah, like tiny little crumbs, and I'm sure it was like the smallest amount, but this is like a Chihuahua, so like all it takes is like a few specks of that shit to like have her fucking zooted.
Yeah, no, this dog ate like weed oatmeal cookies or some shit like that. Yeah, so.
Ooh.
Erling Haaland brought a stuffed
Big
raccoon
drain.
bottle holder back to Norway. And it looks cool, and that's the exact type of thing you want to step off the plane with from America.
Yeah.
Although I believe most countries would be like on the customs phone, like, you can't bring the fucking dead raccoon in here.
Oh, it's stuffed. It's
And he's a World Cup star.
Yeah, he's Erling Haaland. I guess hundreds of people in South America have named their children Holland because he left such a good impression on the world. He really is Like, in a lot of ways, for me, the World Cup is already over. It ended last week.
Yeah.
Blood Moon.
I'd say he was the breakout star.
What do you mean you're not excited to watch the battle for third place tomorrow, Elliot?
Should go back to town.
That's England and France.
Okay.
It is funny that it's like England, France.
I hope Spain wins.
Yeah, Spain. I mean, like, I don't fucking care.
Put the mirror down, idiot.
Yeah, I hope Spain beats Argentina. I dislike Argentina.
I'll say, in retrospect, I loved having an event that everyone on Earth was watching at the same time.
Yeah, we should do this more often.
It was fun. Well, next year we'll get the women's World Cup.
Yeah. And I hope as many
and you can actually cheer for the fucking U.S. women's team.
Yeah.
It'll be fun to cheer for our own country.
I was hoping that one would be in the U.S., but it's not. It's somewhere else.
Well, good news. The MLS is back. I'm sorry to the rest of the world, but here in America, it's all we got.
Yeah.
And the games are actually a lot of fun.
They are.
Yeah. And here in LA, we have the Angel City female team.
Got some good players.
Anyways, that's it for this episode of Weekly Weird News. Again, just to bring you up to speed, in case you're wondering why there won't be videos for a couple of days, we're just taking next week off. Meaning, next week there won't be videos. But there will be videos later on in July.
Mm-hmm.
So if anyone is very confused in the comments, you can let them know. Maybe they didn't make...
Germany in 1933 was truly one of the most severely crippled economies in modern history. Unemployment had hit 35%, and a country that was already badly suffering under the weight of reparations, the loss of industrial infrastructure, and hyperinflation, lost an additional 50% of its capital output. Exports fell by 70%, and without the resources to fund basic social services, malnourishment and homelessness were commonplace all between the years of 1929 and 1933. The Great Depression was not particularly pleasant for any of the countries swept up in it, but the economic devastation felt by Germany in particular was largely without equal. But then, things changed. Adolf Hitler was appointed the Chancellor of Germany on the 30th of January 1933, and then the full-fat Führer of Germany a year and a half later. This was a time period that clearly coincided with a dramatic turnaround in Germany's economy. In the years that followed, unemployment fell from 35% to less than 1%. Agriculture and industrial output almost doubled. Massive infrastructure projects like the Autobahns were commissioned and completed. And this was all on top of, assembling a military force to take on the rest of Europe. It is easy to see why armchair historians and insufferable edgelords alike will often repeat the factoid that Hitler was a terrible guy, sure, but at least he fixed the economy. The only problem is, he didn't. The German economic miracle may have looked good on paper, but that's a lot easier when they were the ones who controlled the paper. Lying with statistics, being in the right place at the right time, tactically ignoring some warning signs, not to mention good old-fashioned propaganda, all managed to make things look good for around 6 years. But by zooming out and understanding the complete historical context, it will become clearer that by 1939, Germany was, at most, a few years away from collapse, even before the bombs started dropping. When Hitler and the Nazi Party rose to power, they did not have broad popular support from the people. In fact, by that time, they had already made a lot of enemies. They achieved this tenuous power largely by presenting themselves as a solution to the country's economic failures. But once they had it, one thing became clear. If they were going to hold on to that power, they now needed to fix those economic failures. Unemployment was a political emergency, and the new cabinet needed visible wins before Germans decided that this was just another failed government with better uniforms. They kicked off with the Law for the Reduction of Unemployment in June 1933. This let the Finance Ministry borrow aggressively to fund public works projects which could start quickly. In a financial downturn, this was arguably good economic policy. When private spending froze, the state could step in, place orders, and keep wages moving until confidence returned. A lot of leaders at the time still treated deficits like a moral failing, so even doing this much spending in 1933 looked bold, and it made the new regime seem competent, or at the very least willing to try new things to turn the sinking ship around. Now, the Nazis knew this, so they started treating every shovel as a camera prop. Anything that put men in work boots became a political photo op. and the regime started selling job creation as proof that dictatorship was the cure for democracy's chaos. And their best trophy was the Autobahn, because it was concrete, it was visible, and it looked like a nation finally moving again. Well, except for the fact that the Autobahn did not start with Hitler. Motorway planning existed in the 1920s, and the first motorway section between Cologne and Bonn opened in 1932, a year before Hitler became Chancellor. When the Nazi Party was still a fringe movement, it actually attacked the Autobahn idea as luxuries for the elites. However, once in power, they flipped instantly and took credit as if the party had poured the asphalt itself. It was propaganda so good that most people still believe it to this day.
That's interesting.
Partly because a road lasts and people associate
knocked out my
its construction
campfire.
with the Nazis.
No fucking way.
The regime staged ceremonial openings and filmed them relentlessly because they were masters of optics. Now, whatever the political motivations were, it was still spending when Germany needed spending. So you could ask, wasn't this still a real stimulus? Well, maybe, for a moment. The Autobahn got the attention because it stood the test of time, but a huge amount of actual spending was quickly redirected towards rearmament. That still gave people jobs, and it still pushed money through the economy. Building bombs and building highways created very different futures over time for ordinary Germans trying to plan their lives. A motorway kept helping industry for years because it moved people and goods long after the construction crews went home. Ammunition and shells created jobs while they were being made, but once they were fired, they were gone. So the government had to place more orders to keep those factories running. That kind of spending could pull people back into work in the short run because factories got orders and wages started moving again. Unemployment stayed low only because the state kept placing new military contracts to keep those factories from laying people off. And once you build an economy around that, the question stopped being, how do we recover? And became, how do we keep funding constant rearmament without the whole budget blowing up? The immediate mindset was that they would eventually fix this problem when they ruled all of Northern Europe. Now, obviously, this had already set the country down a very destructive path. But in the short term, the economic stimulus of big government spending did genuinely improve the lives of average Germans, or at least those deemed worthy. And this does raise a reasonable follow-up question, which is, why didn't the previous interwar governments do the same thing? Well, there were two reasons. First, in the early 1930s, a lot of leaders still believed the way out of a slump was to tighten the belt, cut
nice little flat area,
raise taxes, and restore confidence, even if it meant people suffered in the short run. In other words, austerity. Germany had tried it under Chancellor Heinrich Brüning from 1930 to 1932.
I'm at my house
those
now.
Cuts and tax hikes helped deepen the downturn, which also made the political system look useless right when people were desperate. Second,
you use the
Germany
blood
had
moon
a tight
to
budget and a declining
get the money.
tax base, and it
Yeah,
still
that's great.
lived under the shadow
It would be
of the
even better
World
if the
War I
NPCs stopped
reparations
opening
that
the
it owed
fucking
to
doors
Allied
while I
powers,
was trying to
plus
do shit.
large foreign debts from the 1920s.
Well, you got to come back
so
to
open
do
borrowing
shit
was
after.
politically explosive
Yeah,
at home and
I'll do it
risky
when they're
abroad,
not opening
because
doors,
any sign that
fucking me
Germany was
over.
piling on new debt could
Yeah,
trigger
you can
lenders
come
to
over
pull
here,
back, or
so they'll
ordinary
spawn for
Germans
both
to
of us.
panic about inflation all over again.
Oh, there's
So
nothing
if
spawning
Berlin
here.
wanted to spend, it had to borrow. And Germany had limits on how much it could borrow in ways that were visible to voters, creditors, and the Reichsbank itself. And that was the opening the Nazis used, because they borrowed anyway. And they did it in ways designed to keep the true costs of debt out of sight for as long as they could. Don't worry, we will get into the tricks they used shortly. For now, the point is that at the time, it looked like a great economic recovery. In reality, however, it was a government buying time with borrowing and counting on the next few years to solve problems it wasn't solving in the present. They could keep the story looking clean for a while because they also had tools that made the numbers look better than the underlying reality. Once you saw those tools, it became clear the miracle was fragile, and it depended on debt, control, and a very careful public narrative. The early years looked clean because the regime made them look clean, and because a rebound from the bottom was easier to sell as genius. But the part that mattered most was the part you could not see. It was the money that didn't show up where you expected it.
I don't need one.
The jobs that only existed because the state kept signing new contracts. And
No,
the
I've got
statistics
one.
that got helped so that the headlines kept moving in the right direction. That still felt fine for a while because the streets looked busier and the pay packets were real. Then the limit showed up. By 1938, Germany was already running into shortages it could not propaganda away. The raw materials, the foreign currency, the imports that an armaments economy still needed to survive. This was the moment where the story stopped being, look how fast we grew, and started becoming, we have to keep feeding this machine or it slows down. If you have ever heard the line, yeah, he was awful, but at least he fixed the economy, well, you now know that this was the part that line quietly steps over. Once you saw it, the last few years before 1939 stopped looking like a stable recovery because the whole system started depending on expansion just to keep moving. The bit people remember was the easy part, and the later years were where the numbers started fighting back. So it's time to learn how history works, and to see what Germany's economic miracle actually ran on. This video is sponsored by Cape, the privacy-first mobile carrier rethinking what secure mobile service should look like. Cape gives you premium nationwide coverage without tracking, profiling, or selling your data. It was built by telecom and cybersecurity experts who wanted a carrier designed around privacy from the ground up. Most carriers collect personal information and hold onto your metadata for years. Cape doesn't ask for your name or address, and it automatically deletes call logs after one day.
I mean, that's cool.
And because they run their own cloud-based 4G and 5G core network, your data stays under their control instead of being pushed through legacy systems full of vulnerabilities. The feature that really stands out is their SIM swap protection. Instead of relying on customer service reps or pins, your number is secured with a 24-word recovery phrase that only you control. There's no insider risk and no easy way for someone to hijack your number. It works more like protecting a crypto wallet than dealing with a phone plan. Every plan also includes enhanced signaling protection to block surveillance attempts, encrypted voicemail, and the option to bundle Proton VPN Plus or Proton
That's
Unlimited
cool.
for just $1, which rounds out
This
a
is cool as
genuinely
fuck.
What?
This ad?
By the way, you can fish.
Mm.
And one of the things, it's extremely rare, but you can get the best gun in the game basically from fishing.
Okay.
It's like a Gatling gun.
Neat.
a strong privacy setup. If you want to lock down your number and your privacy, visit cape.co/get-cape and use code HISTORYWORK33 for 33% off your first 6 months.
Hey, traveling merchant.
The first thing to understand was that the Nazis did not invent the idea of spending during a slump. They
Oh my
just did it
God, money's
faster,
raining from the
louder,
sky.
and had fewer people telling them to slow down. The June 1933 program paid
Money
for
is
work that
raining
could begin
from the
right
sky.
away, fixing roads, building houses, improving drainage, and taking on local public projects.
No,
So
right now,
unemployed
money's
workers got
raining from
jobs
the sky.
and paychecks quickly. That did help. A slump was partly a fear loop. Firms
All I see
waited
is
for
rain.
orders, households waited for wages.
I mean,
and
it's
both
raining
sides
gold
waited
over here.
until someone else moved first. State orders forced that first move. And for a while, it generally felt like Germany was waking up because activity returned to places that had been silent for years. But the state also turned the labor market into a machine it could steer.
Gamer's
Independent
jacket.
trade unions
And
were
the-
crushed
I
in
thought I told you to
1933.
clean up your
Strikes were
room.
banned,
Gamer
and
pants.
the German Labour Front replaced unions with an organization that enforced discipline and kept wage pressure down. Wages were restrained, hours were extended, and the workers had far less bargaining power just as demand for labor began to rise, which helped employers expand output without the usual pay rises that came with tight labor markets. This was one reason unemployment fell quickly. Hiring became easier for firms, and quitting became riskier for workers. That was the first piece of the story, the public works push that created jobs fast. The second piece was the borrowing. Germany did not have the tax revenue to pay for this surge in orders. And open borrowing was politically dangerous in a country still traumatized by the hyperinflation of 1923. The Reichsbank also had limits on direct lending to the government, so the regime needed a workaround that kept the budget looking calmer than it actually was. That workaround was built by Hjalmar Schacht, who helped design a system where armaments firms were paid with paper promises that could circulate through banks like safe assets. The front company was called Metallurgische Forschungsgesellschaft, or MEFO for short, and the paper it issued became known as MEFO bills. MEFO bills were basically state-backed IOUs. A supplier could accept the paper, take it to a bank for cash, and the bank could hold it or pass it onward, knowing that the state stood behind it. Eventually, the Reichsbank could support the whole chain by discounting the paper, which meant rearmament was being financed indirectly even when direct financing was limited. This was how Germany borrowed some prosperity, because the factories stayed paid, workers stayed hired, and the true scale of state debt stayed blurred for a few years. It was clever. It also guaranteed a future problem. Those IOUs came with interest and due dates, and once they matured in bulk, someone had to refinance them or pay them back. By April 1938, there were around 12 billion Reichsmarks of MEFO bills outstanding. That's about $110 billion in today's money. And rolling that over forever was not a plan. It was a delay. Many of those bills
this flower
could be extended,
will summon a
so
ghost to
repayment
protect
kept
you.
getting pushed back until the pile became too large to ignore.
I'm in a wedding dress.
That was the money side of the miracle. But the story still needed the public to believe it was working, and that meant the numbers had to look clean. So alongside the spending and the hidden borrowing, the regime lent on a third lever: how unemployment and employment were counted, and who got included in the totals. Unemployment did fall, and some of that was real, because public works and military contracts did create jobs, especially after years of mass idleness. But the regime also changed who counted and how they counted, which made the headline fall faster than the underlying reality. Seasonal and irregular work could be treated more generously, so someone with unstable employment could be presented as employed for statistical purposes more easily than before. Conscription and compulsory labor programs helped too, because a man in uniform was no longer in the unemployment total, even if the state had mainly moved him into a controlled category. The Reich Labor Service expanded through the mid-1930s, and by 1935 it was compulsory for young men, which shifted large numbers out of unemployment statistics, while also supplying cheap labor to state
cloud
projects.
I gave you will
and
give
the
you a
labor
double
statistics
jump.
moved in other ways too, because the regime pushed married women out of paid work through policy and propaganda, including marriage loans that rewarded couples when wives left employment. That made the unemployment figures look better, and it also helped reshape who got hired, because vacancies appeared without the state having to admit it was shrinking the counted labor force. And then there was the most brutal adjustment, pushing the Jews out of the labor force and out of professions from 1933 onward. This opened jobs for others while ripping experienced doctors, lawyers, engineers, and business owners out of the economy. German firms lost experience and networks overnight, and even if you ignored the moral crime, it weakened parts of the economy that relied on specialized skills and international connections. That came to bite Germany in a very plain way, because you could not build a modern industrial system by purging people who knew how it worked.
What?
And even with all of those levers pulled, there was still one more reason the story looked so impressive in the early years. The timing helped them. The Nazis took power at the bottom of the Great Depression. From that depth, a rebound was likely in many countries once the panic phase passed and global trade stopped collapsing at the same speed. From the depths of 1932, even a modest rebound looked dramatic. And the Nazis claimed every point of improvement as a personal achievement, even when global conditions were lifting most countries. A lot of economists later argued that Germany's economy was already turning around by 1932, which meant the first few years of improvements were proof that Hitler had not personally solved anything. Other economists argued that the Nazi mix of controls and rearmament made German living standards worse on average, even while output and employment looked impressive on paper. So the early boom was a mix of genuine state spending, a recovering global cycle, and a government willing to squeeze workers and edit statistics to keep the story clean. Then the limits showed up. A peacetime country could run a jobs program on domestic labor and domestic materials. Our rearmament economy needed oil, rubber, copper, nickel, and high-grade ores in huge quantities. Germany did not have enough of several key raw materials at home, so it had to import them. And importing them required foreign currency that Germany struggled to earn in the mid-1930s. Foreign currency was the money foreign suppliers accepted, and Germany could not just decree more of it into existence. It had to earn it through exports, borrow it, or take it. This was why the import crunch mattered so much. An armaments economy could be busy on paper, while still stalling in practice when the fuel and metals did not arrive. Schacht tried to manage this with exchange controls and import licenses, and trade deals where Germany and a partner country kept the money in controlled accounts, instead of using normal currency markets. This prioritized raw materials for armaments, while cutting consumer imports like food and textiles whenever shortages got tight. This kept factories running. It also made daily life more constrained because consumer choice narrowed. Queues grew and normal trade was replaced by state allocation and priority lists. In 1936, Hitler escalated the whole thing with the 4-year plan, demanding that Germany be ready for war within 4 years, and putting Erwin Göring in charge of a bureaucracy built around
isn't that
speed
something Taiwan?
and scale.
China's
The
doing with
4-year
Taiwan?
plan pushed hard into synthetic substitutes, synthetic fuel, synthetic rubber, and big state-backed industrial projects that tried to replace imports with domestic production. Some of those projects partly worked, many were inefficient, all were expensive, and they still did not remove the basic problem that Germany needed resources and foreign exchange faster than it could sustainably earn them. By 1938, the economy was busy and close to full employment, and yet key inputs were scarce, which forced rationing of metals and forced ministries to decide which firms got what. At that point, the state was making hard trade-offs. Steel for cars meant less steel for housing, and foreign exchange for food meant less foreign exchange for raw materials. The system could not keep running. It needed constant policing, and it kept drifting toward more control at home and more aggression abroad, because peaceful fixes were running out. This was where the miracle turned into a corner. This was also why the regime talked so much about self-sufficiency, because if you could not reliably buy what you needed, you tried to make it at home, even when it was inefficient and brutally expensive. Mefo bills were maturing.
Now we have a
import crunch
nice
was
little
tightening,
flat
and the
arena,
regime
so whenever
could
there's
not
a
keep
monster event.
expanding armaments without either admitting the debt, triggering inflation, or cutting back orders and risking unemployment.
Build the
Cutting
boss
back was
arena
politically
above it
dangerous
when we're
because the
getting there,
regime had sold
which we will be
legitimacy
soon.
on momentum, full employment, and national revival. Backing down would have exposed how dependent the system had become on state orders. So planners looked outward. Annexation and conquest promised quick access
Just
to
gotta find
reserves,
a few
factories,
more
and
life
raw
crystals.
materials. It also
A
promised
little bit
way
more
to grab
platinum.
foreign currency without earning it through trade. Austria's annexation in 1938 brought gold and foreign exchange into Reich hands. And the occupation of Czechoslovakia also brought industrial plants and skilled labor under German control. So by 1939, Germany had impressive employment statistics, and it had an economy that demanded further expansion to keep itself supplied and to keep its debt machine from seizing up. If war had not arrived in September 1939, something else still would have forced a reckoning. Debt coming due, import constraints, inflation risk, or a political backlash from shortages because the underlying imbalances were already there. The regime's choices were ugly: slow down and risk unemployment, raise taxes and admit the debt, or keep pushing outwards and hope seizures and victories would cover the bill. War and expansion also offered something simple: reserves and stockpiles that could temporarily patch the shortages, which made aggression look like an economic solution inside the regime. After the war, the contrast was obvious. Germany's lasting recovery after 1945 was built around stable money, rebuilt institutions, and
This is
open
Israel,
trade, with
right?
growth coming from exports
What?
and investment instead of permanent mobilization. Marshall Plan aid began in 1948, and West Germany's 1948 currency reform helped restore confidence in prices and contracts so firms could plan
like a
and
joke?
households could save without
What are you
fear
talking
of
about?
sudden
'Cause
monetary
Israel's-
chaos. That post-war growth was still
Nazis?
hard, but it was durable because firms produced goods people wanted, earned hard currency, reinvested profits, and raised living standards without needing conquest to keep factories supplied. So when people said, Hitler fixed the economy, what they were really doing was remembering one short window and forgetting the machinery underneath it. They remembered cranes and uniforms. They forgot hidden debt, edited statistics, labor control, and an import bottleneck that pushed policy towards expansion. They remembered the Autobahn as a symbol. They forgot that the Autobahn was older than the Nazis, and that the real spending surge went into rearmament. Autobahns did matter, but they were never the dominant share of the spending story. The biggest surge of state orders still flowed into rearmament and the industries feeding it. The improvement was real for many Germans in the short run, especially compared with 1932, but it came with costs that were hidden on purpose, and those costs narrowed the regime's options over time. So, if someone ever tried to hand you the line, "Yeah, he was awful, but he fixed the economy," the honest answer is that the regime bought time with borrowing, hid the debt, and built a system that needed expansion to survive. And if this story feels familiar, that was because Germany did not invent this playbook. It inherited it, refined it, and then scaled it up with far more money and far more violence. Benito Mussolini had already shown how a movement could ride economic pain into power, crush institutions, and sell control as national renewal long before Hitler copied the rhythm. So if you want the origin story of that whole political method, go watch our video on Mussolini's life.
I know more than you.
When you think of Iran, you probably think of this.
At least 65 people have been killed in demonstrations that began in Tehran almost 2 weeks ago.
Some 60 Americans, bound and blindfolded, are now beginning their 6th day of captivity inside the U.S. Embassy in Tehran.
So far, more than 3,000 people have been killed, according to the World Health Organization.
Today, our perception of Iran is dominated by the regime that has controlled it for almost 15 years.
15?
But I want to show you a different Iran. The Iran that existed long before this regime. I want to show you what led up to it. Because understanding that Iran is key to understanding how we got this brutal religious regime
I'm sure he said 50,
and how it has
though.
survived for so long. You might think that the story of modern Iran is going to be about religion. But in fact, the story I'm about to tell you is about power and fear.
No.
Because for most of its history, Iran was a superpower. An advanced civilization ruling over huge swaths of land
I mean,
that today
he's not
we
a
call the
reporter.
Middle East and Central Asia.
They have been culturally, militarily, politically at the center of things for a very long time.
Oh, and this was starting like over 2,000 years ago. But empires rise and fall, and this empire eventually was in decline. Which gets us to our story, which starts here.
Damn.
This moment, the year
cabin is very
1800,
full.
Iran is ruled by a family dynasty
'cause they
called the
drained all the
Qajars,
water
and they
into
find
it.
themselves in between two big
While you were building that
empires,
house.
both of them expanding pretty quickly. If you look at these empires' old maps, you'll see that both of them called this place Persia. That's what outsiders called Iran. The Russian Empire had been fighting to get access to this land between these two seas. Seas that, by the way, are usable during winter, unlike Russia's other ports in the north. They're gonna have to control this land if they want to control Central Asia. Russia easily defeats Iran in a few wars, and they take the land and get access to the seas. And in doing so, Russia makes Iran sign some treaties that gives Russia exclusive military control in the Caspian Sea. The treaty also says that Russian merchants can do what they want. They don't have to comply with Iranian law. It was a lot. Oh wait, and I almost forgot, if this wasn't enough, Iran has to pay Russia back for the war. So it's still the early 1800s, and Russia has just leveled up its strategic position in Central Asia, not just by conquering this land, but by solidifying major leverage within Iran. Now, over here, the British are watching. They're watching closely, and they're getting nervous. Russia now has access to these seas, and it has leverage within Iran that means easier access to this Gulf, the Persian Gulf that leads to the rest of the world. Even worse, this land east of Iran is strategic high ground. They call it the key to India, meaning if Russia got access here, it would threaten the British Empire's most valuable colony. Iran might take this over and give Russia access. This would be a nightmare for Britain. A British general calls Russia a, quote, disagreeable and even dangerous neighbor. So the British Empire jumps into a competition for influence in this region that would come to be known as the Great Game. They fight several wars with Iran to stop them from getting the key to India. And this is where you start to see a really important pattern that we need to pay attention to. It's the reason I'm making this video.
You're making this video for profit. Shut the fuck up.
The modern day Iran and its conflict with its neighbors. The British openly say that, quote, we do not want to occupy Iran, but we cannot see it occupied by our foes, aka Russia. Iran is too big and mountainous to actually conquer. They just need to control it from the outside. Meanwhile, the king of Iran is struggling. He needs money to run his country, so he sees an opportunity to play these two competing empires off each other by selling them different forms of influence inside Iran, like the exclusive right to control key industries inside the country, basically monopolies in exchange for cash. These are called economic concessions, and they give the empire's influence in Iran without having to invade, all while making money in the process. Let me just tell you something really quick. The US and Iran signed a ceasefire agreement last month. But a ceasefire doesn't necessarily bring certainty. And the issue for most of us back home is that this is a story that's so complex, and the effort required to understand it can feel overwhelming or impossible. Is it a good deal? Is it a bad deal? What does it even include? Every outlet seems to cover it differently. They have a different take, a different takeaway. And if you really want to figure out what's going on, it could take hours of work. That's why I'm a big fan and have partnered for years with today's sponsor, who is Ground News. Their mission is to help you understand the news, to make it easier to decode and demystify what's actually going on. They are an app and a website that pulls from thousands of articles and organizes them by story, and then provides insights into things like political bias, reliability, who owns the outlet that's reporting on this stuff, even specific differences in the reporting itself. They've been recognized by the Nobel Peace Center for advancing media literacy. So let me show you how this works using that US-Iran ceasefire story. You can see here on Ground News that the story was covered by over 650 outlets. Ground News lets me filter by ownership, factuality, location, so that I can see the full context and angles on these stories before I decide what to think. They had this bias comparison. It's a feature that lets me see specific differences in the reporting itself. For example, left-leaning outlets are highly critical of the Iran deal. And then you can quickly see that right-leaning outlets use much more positive language, calling this deal, quote, a historic peace deal. Every outlet chooses their narrative, and they use language and facts that reflect that narrative. What Ground News does is it just makes that all visible to you very quickly and easily. I've been using their app for years because it actually gives me full transparency into the barrage of news that we all face every day. It's something I can't get anywhere else. And it allows me to be a more critical thinker. It's completely funded by all of us subscribers, so there's no corporate influences deciding what you see. You can get in on the Vantage plan, which is the one that I use, and you can get 40% off if you use the link in my description. It's ground.news/Johnny Harris, or you can just scan the QR code here on screen. Thanks, Ground News, for sponsoring today's video. So over the next few decades, British and Russian engineers, bankers, merchants, and soldiers flood into Iran. They're exploiting natural resources, making money off everything from railroads to dams to bridges to factories. They're collecting tolls on customs and taxes. They're running lucrative banks. They build some infrastructure, but much of the benefit flows outward. Britain builds this telegraph line across the country, but it's run by British subjects, and it's a game changer for Britain. Messages that once took months and traveled to India in minutes. And the Iranian king is making money for the country, but he's using a good amount of it for his personal lifestyle. By the way, I'm going to start using the Farsi word for king to describe this leader. The word is Shah. And even though this guy's basically a king, he is a king within the particular political context of Iran. It's the same reason we use like Tsar to talk about Russian kings,
really?
Or Sultan to talk about an Ottoman king, or Pharaoh in ancient Egypt, or Emperor in China. You get the point. So the king going forward is the Shah. Okay, so the Shah is selling all of these industries and monopolies to both empires. And then in 1890, the Shah sells Britain a total monopoly on tobacco for 50 years. Tobacco is a major part of daily social life in the country, but now everything has to go through a British middleman. This really hits a nerve. The people are starting to become fed up with outsiders controlling their country. So they band together and protest. And it works. The Shah cancels the tobacco agreement with Britain. Iranians are starting to realize that mobilizing together can bring about change. They rise up again in 1905. Demanding a constitution. They want to put limits on the king's power. They want to create a parliament. They want to have representation. And they want to limit all these secret deals that the Shah has been making, selling off their country to foreigners. This is among the first constitutional revolutions in the Middle East. And it's looking like it's working. It's the early 1900s and Iran has a parliament. The Shah is letting this happen, but very soon after, he dies.
Lol.
And the next guy, his son, hates the parliament, doesn't like how it's limiting his power. You know who else hates all of this democracy? The empires. Especially Russia, whose influence in Iran the new parliament wants to diminish. So Russia sends in 12,000 troops to support the Shah. They show up to the parliament with a bunch of cannons and they open fire on the parliament building. They kill hundreds of lawmakers and constitutional revolutionaries. They arrest many surviving revolutionaries. Others are executed. The Shah is killing his own people with the help of outsiders. And unfortunately, this is something we will see again. But the Iranians striving for democracy fight on, and they gain back some power in the country. It's the early 1900s, and this pattern that we've seen for 100 years continues. The struggle for influence in strategically located Iran. Germany enters the scene, and Russia and Britain realize that they need to team up to keep German influence out. So instead of fighting each other, they divide Iran into spheres of influence and promise not to cross into each other's area. Of course, Iranians had no say over these lines of influence. And then, a year after the empires slice up the country into spheres of influence, there's a discovery that will make Iran even more valuable to control.
I need you to go to the equipment screen.
Oil. Lots of oil.
By hitting escape. And then you see where the swords are and how there's shields underneath? Click the red shield to join red team. Did it work?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Now I can actually see where you are. Hello. Watch out. Skeletons. Oh, you see these rocks in the floor here? They're actually traps. So if you dig them and you're underneath them, they'll fall on you and crush you.
Oh, that's funny.
Now, the Shah had sold the rights to explore for oil to a wealthy Englishman in 1901. And after 6 years of searching, he finally found it. Now, the British Navy would be switching from powering its ships with coal to oil. So look what happened here. Iran went from being a buffer zone that protected British trade routes and their vital colony, to holding the key to Britain's naval dominance, which is their global dominance.
Why do you always ruin my fun?
You literally just hit it too.
They would go on to establish a company we know today as British Petroleum,
edge it through
or
because
BP,
now it's gonna
and of
fucking
course
fill
they
up this
send
chamber.
troops to protect this vital resource. Right in time for a war to break out in Europe. When World War I begins, Iran declares neutrality. They want no part in this fight, but the fight comes to them anyway. Iran is too strategically important, especially with all this oil. The war ravages Iran's economy, and at least 2 million Iranians die from food shortages and disease caused by the war. Once again, Iranians are paying the price while the empires fight to protect their wealth and influence. After the First World War, Russia is going through a communist revolution, turning into the USSR or Soviet Union, and they leave Iran. But they're just next door. They could come back at any time. But for now, it's just the British Empire, who wants to increase their influence here even more due to the vast oil reserves they're discovering. Oil had been a game changer in World War I. It's one of the reasons the British won, and Germany, who didn't have access to nearly as much oil, lost. Oil is a strategic weapon. They can't leave Iran. But
Oil!
Iranians are fed
We
up
love
with what
oil!
has been over 100 years of foreigners running their country from the outside. So this military man rises up. He works with the parliament to throw out the old Shah and promises to make Iran great again, trying to get the people to remember that this was a superpower. They need to restore that greatness. His name was Reza Shah. At a time of rising nationalism everywhere, Reza Shah emphasizes Persian identity and greatness, reminding people that the majority of Iranians speak Farsi, not Arabic like much of the Middle East. And this Shah says that Iran was great before the Arabs brought Islam to Iran, so he wants to reduce the influence of religion in the society. He wants to make the secular state the only political and legal power. In 1936, he bans women from wearing any kind of cover or veil. He wants to modernize Iran and push back against all the humiliating foreign influence that has been stopping the country from being able to determine their own destiny for decades. It feels like a new era for the country. He's building hospitals and schools and roads and a university. Farsi becomes the official language. Nomads are forced to settle down. He builds a railway across the country. He builds a strong centralized bureaucracy, a secular court system, a powerful army, and he demands that outsiders call it Iran instead of Persia. And he crushes anyone who opposes his modernizing efforts. Okay, but not too fast. This is where we're going to see that pattern again. As part of all of this modernizing effort, the new leader brings in German engineers. And look at the date. Back in Europe, Germany just started a war with its neighbors. This is World War II. So here comes Russia and Britain again. They demand that Reza Shah expel the Germans, who could easily sabotage these weapon supply lines that the Soviets need to fight back against Germany in Europe. Or maybe they could sabotage Britain's valuable source of fuel for the war. Reza Shah doesn't want to give in to the big empires. He's done with that. So he stalls, tries to negotiate with them, tries to play these empires off each other, and tries to remain neutral once again. But the British and Soviets are not having it. They pull a familiar act of pressure, this time invading Iran and forcing Reza Shah off the throne and into exile in South Africa.
Do you know this happened?
They replace him with his 22-year-old son, who is more willing to do what they want. So much for getting rid of foreign influence. During World War II, Iran is once again too weak to resist and too important to be left alone. A strategic corridor, a buffer zone between empires, a massive oil reserve, and these big powers occupy huge swaths of the country, all a part of their global chessboard.
Okay, so World War II is over, and I want you to pay attention to this guy, Mohammad Reza Shah.
Who's that?
Remember, he's the new Shah, the one that the Soviets and the British installed right in the run-up to World War II. Yeah, he's a big part of the
I
next
literally
chapter of
just
this story,
explained
so
who he
just
was
keep
2
an eye on him.
seconds ago.
Oh, and let's update his photo. He's not 21 anymore. World War II's
Look at that strawberry-headed motherfucker.
The Iranian people come out of World War II with even more motivation to stop this seemingly forever cycle of outsiders controlling and ravaging their country. Their democracy movement is now 4 decades old, and the people are developing a stronger and stronger culture of protest, intellectual discourse, politics, national pride, but it's never been able to take root because it's always disrupted by outsiders meddling in the country. And look, even though the war is over and the British are decolonizing around the world, they're still here, pulling huge amounts of oil from Iranian soil, protecting it with troops, and shipping it around their empire. And the Shah is okay with this. Because remember, the British installed this Shah, their friends. But the people really don't like this Shah. He's Britain's Shah, not Iran's. He's a symbol of more of the same, foreigners controlling the country. But you know who they do like? This guy. Mohammad Mossadegh.
Is this lava?
Yeah.
He's a political leader.
Does it hurt you?
And he rises up with a
yeah, but you can channel
voice,
water
calling
onto
for
it.
Iranians to reclaim their country. Mossadegh wants to reject all imperial powers so that Iran can chart its own course. And item number 1 on his list is oil. Britain is pumping loads of oil out of Iran, but Iran is only getting 16% of the company's profits. So, the Iranian parliament asks to renegotiate the oil deal to more of an even split. They want it to be more like 50-50. Britain's open to negotiation, they'll give more money, but not 50%. So the Iranian prime minister accepts this. But when he goes to parliament for approval, who stands up to reject it? Mohammad Mossadegh, who argues that this valuable resource is Iran's. They should control it completely. Uh-oh. Britain's starting to get nervous. They say, okay, fine, we'll do the 50-50 split. But it's too late. The political and public momentum towards Iran getting full control is too strong. The prime minister who was opposed to nationalization of the oil gets assassinated. And who does the parliament elect to be the new prime minister? Mossadegh. Mossadegh looks like the guy who's gonna finally put an end to foreign control, to usher in a new Iran, one that's run by the people, not by the empires.
Laughing at his pronunciation.
It's 1951, and Mossadegh's proposal to take over the oil company goes to parliament, and they approve it. And now Britain is really freaking out.
Oh my god.
The US and the World Bank step in to try to mediate, try to find a peaceful deal, but neither side gives in. Britain will pay more, but they will not give up control. And Mossadegh won't budge on Iranians controlling their oil completely. Britain then tries to punish Iran by bail, sending Royal Navy warships to this choke point in the Persian Gulf to deter any tankers that are considering transporting oil out of Iran, hoping that this will hit them economically and give them leverage in the negotiation.
As well, right? So we both need one
but
more
Iran
part.
doesn't budge. Oil is the ultimate symbol of Iran taking the country back from this 150 years of foreign meddling. So Britain decides it's time to play dirty. The American CIA is in the middle of the Cold War, trying to counter Soviet influence around the world. And the CIA's Middle East guy is in London. The British intelligence agency gets a meeting with him, and they try to convince him that Mossadegh could be an asset to the communist Soviet Union. The brand new President Eisenhower wants to do anything he can to counter Soviet influence, anywhere on Earth. What if Mossadegh is sympathetic to the Soviets, and they let them get access to the oil? We can't have that.
Big fill-in over
and
here.
They conclude that they need to get rid of Mossadegh. This is basically a rerun of several previous episodes of this story, where the big empires use Iran as a playing field to counter the influence of their geopolitical rival. So the CIA allocates $12 million in today's money to do whatever it takes to get Mossadegh out. They sneak people into the country who start quietly bribing politicians, paying organizers to bring crowds into the street against Mossadegh. They give money to newspapers to attack him, and when the moment's right, the Western-friendly Shah steps up and tries to fire Mossadegh from being prime minister. And it totally backfires. The people keep supporting Mossadegh, and the Shah flees the country for Rome. The CIA regroups and continues their secret campaign of influence, and they eventually get enough of the military to flip. Getting the military on board is usually the defining feature of a coup. And now enough of the Iranian military supports the Shah and not Mossadegh. They go to Mossadegh's house, they arrest him, they run him through a military trial and charge him for treason because he didn't obey when the Shah tried to fire him. They sentence him to life under house arrest. He is officially silenced. And then the Shah, remember the same Shah that Britain installed in World War II to be their Shah, he flies back into the country and takes total power once again. He remains Britain's guy, but now he's loyal to the Americans who just reinstalled him as the leader by throwing out the person that the democracy had chosen. Britain keeps control of Iran's oil business, but they do start sharing 50% of the profits with Iran. And to avoid future backlash, the British divide their share of oil between other big nations, giving a huge share to the US, who had just spent a lot of money to help them save the oil. Mossadegh almost did it. He almost broke the cycle of outsiders controlling Iran's government, resources, and economy. But once again, he was thwarted by the more powerful empires. And the Shah goes on to do a version of what his dad did to Iran, to modernize the country and the society in a Western direction, trying to reduce the influence of Islam on the society. He allows women to vote, increases rural education, but does all of this with an iron fist. He eliminates his political opposition, he censors the press, and he imposes Western dress and lifestyle on the society. The CIA helps him create a secret police that he uses to capture and torture and spy on anyone who opposes his regime. And the Shah gives Americans in Iran legal immunity, which is a perfect echo of the humiliating treaties that Iran was forced to sign with Russia over 100 years earlier. And the oil keeps flowing. Iran is getting rich, but its tens of millions of people are becoming increasingly resentful that their leader is clearly a Western puppet. And one of the most vocal critics of all of this, Ruhollah Khomeini, a religious leader who abides by a strict conservative interpretation of Shia Islam. He starts giving speeches against the Shah. Now, if you look at Khomeini's speeches, and I have looked at and listened to many, you start to see frustration not just with the Shah, but frustration and anger at this entire story that we've been telling so far. These years and decades and centuries of Iran being sold to outside powerful empires. He says that the empires have, quote, invaded Iran and occupied our country. The property of the people was exposed to danger. The government has sold our independence, committed treason against this country and against Islam. Before it was the British that brought our misfortune, and now it's the Soviets on one hand and the Americans on the other. All of our miseries are caused by those imperialists. He calls on the religious leaders to rise up to avoid, quote, this nation to be slaves of Britain one day and America the next. He says that a number of foreign states carry off our oil after drawing it out of the ground. And the negligible sum that they pay to the regime, they have installed returns to their pockets by other routes. They have reduced the Iranian people to the level lower than an American dog. And all in all, the people must, quote, throw the Shah out of Iran. It's a call for revolution. Now, I told you at the beginning that modern-day Iran is not all about religion and religious beliefs, and that's true. And yet, this man, Khomeini, is a religious cleric, an imam, a leader in the Shia Islamic tradition. And in that tradition, there is a particular emphasis on martyrdom. So while Khomeini's rhetoric echoes a lot of the anti-imperial revolutionary language that was happening, by the way, in a lot of parts of the world at this time, Khomeini's revolutionary language is anchored particularly in religious doctrines of the oppressed rising up against the oppressor, divine justice, skepticism of secular governments, and this mix of religious and revolutionary language resonates among the people. Khomeini is arrested and almost executed, but the people rise up in protest. The Shah responds with soldiers and open fire. The Shah's people worry that executing Khomeini will make the uprising worse. So Khomeini is released, but forced to leave the country. He's now in exile, but he continues to spread his message to the Iranian people by smuggling sermons into the country on cassette tapes. Now his speeches about imperialists imposing an unjust order on Iran are echoing through villages and mosques. People are listening to the cry to overthrow the tyrannical and corrupt regime. Meanwhile, thanks to surging oil prices, things are going pretty well for the Shah over the next decade. He's developing the economy, there's new infrastructure, roads, dams, ports, airports. There's a middle class that's emerging.
You have fun with
There's
that.
schools and universities. Students are going abroad to study. The US even encourages Iran to start a nuclear energy program. The Shah also spends a lot of the oil money on building a huge military. He becomes the #1 buyer of military equipment on Earth, becoming completely reliant on US weapons, and Iran becomes a significant military power in the Middle East. The Shah is also spending money on opulent oil-funded palaces, throwing extravagant parties in the middle of the desert, where guests fly in on helicopters, and French chefs serve luxury food. The rest of the country is watching this, and resentment is simmering. Khomeini is continuing to rally people from his exile, and by the late 1970s,
there's Hermes boots over here.
People are routinely taking to the
They
streets.
let you run
Like
fast.
the tobacco protests in 1890, this is transcending any one group. People from all walks of life are coming together. The shop owners, the working class,
It's also
the
a
students,
spider
the
cavern.
intellectuals, the religious. They don't all agree on what the future of Iran should be, but they all agree on one thing: that the Shah is a foreign puppet who can no longer be tolerated. He's losing control. He tries to crack down by declaring martial law to stop the protesters, but they don't stop coming. Even after the military opens fire, the oil workers then go on strike, which is a huge blow to the government, who relies on a constant flow of oil for its revenue. And as a last-ditch effort, the Shah tries to appoint a moderate opposition figure as prime minister, but it's too late. The people have turned against the monarchy. It's January 1979, and the Shah flees the country once again. He claims he's only going on vacation, and that he would be back, but he would never return to Iran. This is Khomeini's moment. He flies back to Tehran, and he's greeted by crowds of millions of people. This is what a revolution looks like. He gets the military to flip, to stop supporting the old government, and he quickly consolidates some control over the chaos. Foreigners flee, especially British and Americans, who are enemy #1.
Hello.
Though the revolutionaries do
Here's-
seize 66 Americans and hold them hostage for over a year, Khomeini dissolves the old government,
Take
the
these.
monarchy, the parliament,
these boots.
and he replaces it with
Put
a new
those on.
system, one that he developed while in exile.
Basically, when you're on a flat surface,
Hey, if you're
you'll
still
start
watching,
running
you are probably
fast.
somebody who wants to
what a
better
shackle
understand
is.
the world.
You can
So
have
do the thousands of members of our club.
yeah, the
called
shackle
New
is
Press.
just a.
New Press is where smart, curious people get a deeper version of what we
You
do
can have a
across
certain amount
all
of
of our channels.
things
In-depth
in those
interviews with
cosmetic
experts we
slots.
speak to, conversations between creators, and a place to connect with other members directly. And I just launched a podcast with Iz that only New Press members get access to. Right now it's $60 a year to become a founding member. That money goes directly to support work like this. You can go check it out at newpress.com. The link is in the description. And I'll see you over there. This is a huge moment in the story. The people just overthrew a Western-backed regime, not with force and a war, but through sheer will of the population. 40 million people who are tired of this story of being controlled by outsiders. I want to take a moment to show you what they built next.
Yeah, dig that shit
The
through.
inside of the regime. Because the regime that Khomeini built is the regime that today exists. It's the one that has been fighting a war with Israel and the United States. And it is the one that is more difficult to topple than outsiders believe.
Fuck
and I want
me.
to show you why.
You could have waited.
I thought you just said
This
dig that
system
through.
Yeah.
is unique.
You didn't see me
And that's
digging a
because
hole
it's a
and
reaction
putting
to
a roof
Iran's
over it so I
story
could
up to this
continue
point.
digging.
This is a system that protects the country against foreign intervention. The intervention that Khomeini and his religious followers see as the source of moral corruption in the society. To prevent that from happening again, Khomeini says that there must be
great, you just made it
religious
worse.
leaders who sit at the top of the system, specifically this one leader, the supreme leader, the guardian of the system. Iran's new constitution gives him a lot of power. He gets to appoint all these other government leaders. But look, there's also a democracy tucked into this system. People vote.
Normally they
elect
rarely-
members of a parliament. They elect a president. They even elect the 88 people who have the power to appoint or remove the supreme leader. There's even courts to protect people's rights. This seems like a balanced
My
democracy,
ghost is
right?
fucking him up.
Well, not quite. This is
Killing
actually
him
what we
through the
call
wall.
a filtered democracy. It's filtered through religion. There are at least 2 religious councils who are appointed by the supreme leader that control who actually gets to run for office or which laws get passed.
What did you fucking
Once you
do?
dive into it, you see that this whole system is built to prevent any
Why is there
future
water coming down
revolutions
here?
from overthrowing this religious government. The system has multiple ways to keep people in line. Local religious leaders and state media carry the regime's message.
I'm trying to dig
There's a
under the
morality
fucking
police
tunnel,
that
and you
enforces
keep
dress
filling
codes
the
like
cabins
women
with
covering
water.
their
Look,
hair.
I had to go
And in addition
back
to a
to the
conventional
spider
military
cavern.
that protects the
I don't
borders and
care.
deters
Stop it. I'm
invasions,
trying
the
to
regime
fucking
itself
drain the
has its
water.
own military.
I'm trying to go under,
It's
and
called
every
the
single
Islamic
time you fill it with
Revolutionary
fucking
Guard
water.
Corps, and it has its own ground forces, air force, and navy, all dedicated to the survival of the regime. And perhaps most effective, they have this volunteer militia that helps exert control of the regime inside every city, village, town, and neighborhood in Iran. And finally, one last special unit in the Revolutionary Guard Corps is dedicated to spreading
Why is
Iran's
it
power
filling
and
up
influence
further?
outside of Iran's borders. All in all, Iran has over 500,000 active military personnel and well over 1 million if you include the voluntary militia networks. And so, since 1979, this system has survived. It has survived invasion, it survived a bloody 8-year war with Iraq right after the revolution, and to deter anyone else in the region from threatening their survival,
That's a pretty
the Iranian
disingenuous
regime
way
keeps
of
expanding its proxy
describing
network
the
throughout the Middle East,
IRGC and the
funding
Iranian
militias
regime.
that help it survive.
Consolidating
Then,
power by
the
sending
regime
waves
survived
of
the death
Iranian
of its
men
founder
to
in
die.
1989, and the new supreme leader,
But, you know,
Yeah,
fuck off, Johnny.
Khamenei,
like
carried
Saddam
on
was
with this
using
same
nerve
system.
agent, and they just said,
The
"Run
regime
through
has
it."
grown more and more
Great
unpopular
idea.
over the decades, which has led to mass protests, but the regime survives every time. And during all of this, Iran has been watching as their formal rivals and their neighbors build the ultimate survival tool. Iran realized that if they really wanted the ultimate deterrent from foreign
Considering my
intervention,
entire fucking plan
they
is
too
fucked now, I might as
needed
well
nuclear
go
weapons.
back up and drain
So, for the
everything
last
down.
40 years, this has been a story of a paranoid regime who's resentful towards the West and supercharged with apocalyptic religious fervor, secretly pursuing nuclear weapons and using its big network of militias that it funds throughout the region to project power in the Middle East, to threaten its enemies. All in the name of stopping this centuries-long cycle of foreign intervention in their country. All while the West, specifically Israel and the United States, try to stop them through a combination of cutting them off the global economy, making diplomatic deals, and most recently,
Ooh,
through
life
a
crystal.
full-on war. These most recent wars between Iran and its enemies, Israel and the United States, have really been a part of Israel's strategy to weaken Iran. To not just stop their nuclear capabilities, but to also weaken this network of proxy militias they have around the region. And ultimately, if you listen to the leader of Israel for the last 20
Please don't
years,
be a
the
trap
goal
chest.
is to stop this
Flare gun.
standoff once and for all by toppling this regime, by getting rid of it altogether. Israel's wanted to do this for decades, and
Yeah,
they finally
we
got
should
the
get rid of
US
Iran-
on board. But this
Israel
is where
first.
the long story that we just went through starts to teach us some lessons about what might happen next. First, remember that this country comes from what was, for most of its history, a civilizational superpower, the dominant power in the region. And for the last 200 years, it has been humiliated, controlled by outsiders who have
Yeah, that's why
dominated
they're
it through
fascist.
coercion. That memory, that resentment
is woven into modern-day Iran, especially the regime. A regime that rose in a burst of anger in 1979. A regime that, yes, is fueled by apocalyptic religious fervor and belief, but as we now see, it is also fueled by this story, by ensuring that this never happens again, that outsiders will never again control Iran, coerce Iran and its people and its government.
Oh my
we have
God.
built a paranoid, high-control regime full of multiple parallel governments and layers of different militaries who centralize the power around this supreme leader. And so what we see, as one expert told me, if Israel takes out 100 top officials in an airstrike,
you're not here to
there'll be
ruin my
100
fun
more
by
waiting to take
popping
their
one
place.
brick and
This is
watching
a
it drain
regime
like a fucking
that is designed
funnel.
to be coup and revolution.
Fuck you.
And the last thing I must say is that this has been a story mostly about Iran's government and its conflicts with outsiders. I've said nothing about the people. When I was in my 20s, I studied Farsi and I got to know a lot of Iranian people. And I learned
What has
a
this
lot
cunt not
about the
done?
difference between the regime and the people.
I don't believe him.
Iranians are some of the most generous, kind, enthusiastic,
So I guess these
brilliant
trees
people I've
are
ever
like
met.
gem
And I learned
trees.
that the vast majority of them, 80% according to some polls, do not support this regime. And yet these people continue a centuries-long tradition of Iranian people being stuck between the government and the outside powers that want to control them.
Hey,
thanks for watching, everyone. Couple things. First off,
Yes, it's time for my yearly dictator video. And I know that if some of you had your way, this entire channel would be dictator videos. But I think these ones mean more when you have to sit through my videos about poop and pee in between. Idi Amin was born sometime around 1928 in the nation of Uganda, which at the time was a protectorate of the British Empire,
Why are you running?
which is supposedly a step above being a colony, although that didn't stop Britain from recruiting 77,000 Ugandan soldiers to fight for them when World War II rolled around. Among those soldiers was Idi Amin, who actually joined as an assistant cook, but received military training in case things got really bad.
like Steven
But he
Seagal in
enjoyed the
Under
military,
Siege.
so Idi Amin stuck around
Right?
after the war was over
I don't
and
know.
rose through
Is
the
he like
ranks,
an ex-soldier
becoming a
in
warrant
that?
officer
And
by
he's just working as a cook?
1959, which
I have
was the
proudly-
highest
Why is he so
rank allowed for a
unstoppable?
black soldier.
I have proudly
That is until
never seen a
1962,
Steven
when
Seagal
Uganda
movie.
gained
Okay, Under
independence
Siege
from
is the
Britain,
only
and Idi Amin was
decent
quickly
Steven
promoted.
Seagal movie.
There's a decent one.
Yeah, it's not terrible. But, like, it's about a submarine, and he's a cook on the submarine. I think it's a submarine. And, like, he ends up being, like, the guy who kills everyone invading the sub, even though it's, like, a bunch of Navy SEALs on the sub who couldn't do it. And he's
But
just the
he's-
cook.
Classic.
And I'm like thinking like you know, I don't remember if he's like, maybe he like, they're like, you're a wild card, Steven. You know,
Steven
something like that.
Despite the fact that his only real military experience was putting down a few rebellions. In fact, his actions during those rebellions were so violent that the British government had even demanded that he be prosecuted for war crimes. And colonial Britain calling you a war criminal is a bit like a Russian telling you you're an alcoholic.
Or a Nazi.
But the Ugandan government heard their suggestion to prosecute Idi Amin and said, that's a great idea, but we're actually going to make him commander of all armed forces instead. So by 1965, he was serving alongside Ugandan Prime Minister Milton Obote, although the two of them were both technically below the symbolic king Mutesa II. And even though the king was essentially powerless, Idi Amin and Milton Obote decided to overthrow him for the hell of it.
Just for the
So they
lols.
launched a coup, sent the
The
king into
boys doing what
exile,
the boys
and
do.
made Obote the new president of Uganda, while Amin ruled alongside him as commander of the military. Which was a great idea, because dictators famously love sharing power. And sure enough, they quickly turned on each other. In January of 1971, when Obote was visiting Singapore, Idi Amin launched a coup against Obote, exiled him to Tanzania, and became the sole leader of Uganda. And this is where things got bad. Amin originally promised that his military government would be a temporary solution until they could hold elections, a lie that he maintained for about 1 week before declaring himself president and suspending the constitution. He then proceeded to arrest, torture, or kill his political opponents, a cornerstone of any good dictatorship. But these killings became very frequent, to the point that Idi Amin was basically murdering any civilian who spoke out against him. It's estimated that over the course of 8 years, he had around 300,000 people killed. And honestly, as a dictator you can get away with a couple thousand, but 300K is just pushing your luck. It got to be so bad that he earned the nickname the Butcher of Uganda. And these were not your normal run-of-the-mill political assassinations. Idi Amin was killing people in accordance with his tribe's rituals. And sadly, he was not a member of the Humane Lethal Injections tribe. He believed that cutting a piece of flesh from the victim's body or tasting the victim's blood would subdue the spirit of the dead person. Feel like that would just kind of annoy the spirit of the dead person, but what do I know? He was also known to decapitate his political enemies and keep their heads in his freezer.
Cool.
Yeah, just go ahead and push that aside. The fish sticks are back there somewhere. One member of Idi Amin's cabinet later reported that the dictator would even go so far as to eat human flesh. But don't worry, Idi Amin himself denied this, saying that human flesh was, quote, too salty. Great.
Tasted like shit.
Let's not think too much about how he knows that. So what was Uganda like while Idi Amin was in power? Well, in an attempt to give the nation back to Ugandans, Idi Amin kicked 80,000 South Asian people out of the country. Unfortunately, the people he kicked out were largely business owners who accounted for 90% of the nation's tax revenue, so Uganda instantly fell into a horrible recession, meaning he permanently crippled the economy to give it back to the people. Thank you, Mr. President. Unfortunately, that was the only thing given to the people, because Idi Amin abolished civilian government functions as he turned the nation into a military dictatorship.
I'll be back.
Uganda's parliament was quickly suspended, and government positions were given to military officers that Idi Amin felt were loyal to him. But I guess he was a bad judge of character, because many of them fled the country as soon as they could. Those who remained lived in constant fear of Idi Amin, who would have everyone monitored by the State Research Bureau, his personal intelligence agency. Although there wasn't much intelligence involved, because they would simply kidnap and kill anyone Amin didn't like. None of this helped Uganda's relationship with other countries, who gradually distanced themselves from Idi Amin. Especially uncomfortable with the whole thing was Great Britain, who had supported Amin for the first year of his rule before realizing he was insane. The loss of their support infuriated Amin, who responded by exiling all British people and giving British-owned businesses to Ugandans. And my apologies to the Ugandan who had to run a baked beans and potato stand in Kampala. In late 1973, when Britain was going through a recession, Idi Amin launched a Save Britain Fund, offering emergency supplies to, quote, save and assist our former colonial masters from economic catastrophe. And I do have to hand it to him, that's actually a very good bit. But things got really bad for Uganda's international relations in 1976, when an Air France flight was hijacked by Palestinian and German revolutionaries and landed in Uganda. And this was not some secret landing. Idi Amin personally welcomed the hijackers to Uganda and even provided military support for them. The hijackers then released most of the passengers, but kept 84 Israelis who were on the flight, publicly threatening to kill them if Israel did not release certain political prisoners. While Israel debated what to do, the hostages were held in Uganda's only international airport. And in the midst of all this, the only person having a great time was Idi Amin, who would visit the hostages daily and give them updates on the whole thing. And if being kidnapped by hijackers wasn't terrifying enough, now you have to get your daily news from the Butcher of Uganda. A week after the hijacking, on the night of June 3rd, 1976, Israeli commandos flew into Uganda to conduct a rescue mission for the hostages. Honestly, I could do a whole video on this, but I'll just give you the highlights. The commandos landed outside the airport with cargo planes containing several Land Rovers and a Mercedes that looked like Idi Amin's. They brought this all just to get past the airport guards,
Stop it.
who
We're
would
guards.
see the vehicles and assume it was Amin's entourage. Unfortunately, that didn't work because Idi Amin
Bro, I
recently bought
found
a different color
huge
Mercedes,
stick of dynamite.
so the Israelis just shot the guards
I would get
instead.
out of this chamber if I was
They
you.
then entered the
There's
airport,
a
killed the
chest here.
hijackers, and started loading the hostages onto
you should
their
get
planes.
it real quick.
Ugandan soldiers started
I'm
shooting
trying,
at the
but
group,
I'm kinda
causing a
full.
firefight before the group was able to escape. All 7 hijackers were killed, as well as 45 Ugandan soldiers and 4 of the hostages. Only 1 Israeli soldier was killed, who
That's a
happened
shame.
to be the older brother of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
It's a shame it wasn't him.
A completely uncontroversial person for me to mention. Let's move on. Idi Amin was absolutely furious about the raid, saying that he could have stopped them if he knew they were coming. Well, that's why they didn't tell you. Because the Israelis had been assisted by the nation of Kenya, Idi Amin ordered the murder of all Kenyans in Uganda. 245 Kenyans were killed, while around 3,000 were able to flee the country. All of this took place a month after the Ugandan Defense Council declared Idi Amin president for life, which was great timing because he was clearly in a very calm and rational headspace. In fact, his insanity was only getting worse. Furious that the UK had cut him off, Idi Amin declared himself Conqueror of the British Empire, or CBE for short. That was pretty much his favorite hobby, giving himself random medals and titles that everyone had to address him by. And it got so bad that his full title eventually became His Excellency, President for Life, Field Marshal Al-Haji Dr. Idi Amin Dada, VC, DSO, MC, CBE, Lord of all the beasts of the earth and fishes of the seas, and Conqueror of the British Empire in Africa in general, and Uganda in particular. Glad he included the fish in there. We don't want them getting any thoughts of rebellion. By 1977, everyone was pretty sick of this guy. At this point, they were probably less afraid of him and more annoyed by his antics. Soldiers were constantly trying to launch coups against him, but everyone knows you can't coup a professional couper. Idi Amin constantly restructured his own control of the military to avoid giving anyone else too much power. When Vice President Mustafa Adrisi was injured in a car accident and had to be flown to Cairo for treatment, Idi Amin demoted him while he was out of the country.
So funny.
Some citizens believed the car accident had been orchestrated by Idi Amin. Although I think that's a bit too fancy for him. He'd rather just decapitate the guy. Still, in November of 1978, troops loyal to Adrisi revolted, which prompted Idi Amin to send other troops to put down the rebellion. And when the revolters fled into the neighboring Tanzania, Idi Amin's troops followed them. Tensions between Uganda and Tanzania had been growing in recent months, with Idi Amin teasing the idea of invading them. So whether or not Idi Amin specifically ordered an invasion, all this tension caused a war to break out between the two countries. At which point Amin announced his intention to annex a chunk of Tanzania, which might have just been him trying to cover up the fact that this war started basically on accident. And even though he was lord of all the beasts of the earth, he had lost control of most of his soldiers, resulting in a disjointed Ugandan military. Realizing he was probably going to lose this battle, Idi Amin suggested that he and the president of Tanzania should have a public boxing match to decide the outcome of the war, with Muhammad Ali acting as the referee. And God, I wish that actually happened.
Yeah, he's a funny
Instead,
guy.
the Tanzanian military expelled Amin's forces and then moved into Uganda, advancing on the capital and forcing Idi Amin to flee by helicopter to the east of the nation.
I mean,
there he attempted to raise an army
I
to
just
take
try
back
to
the
live,
capital,
man.
but everyone was so tired of his bullshit that he was forced to flee the country entirely. And so began the exile of Idi Amin. At first, it was unclear where exactly he was, prompting the American magazine Soldier of Fortune to offer a $10,000 bounty to anyone who could provide information to capture him. Very generous, guys, thank you. I wasn't going to turn him in, but I'm tempted now that I know I could pay off my car. In fact, he was originally in Libya, where he spent a year under the support of his friend Muammar Gaddafi. In 1980, he was taken in by Saudi Arabia, who agreed to provide free housing and pay him a generous stipend in exchange for him staying out of politics. Which begs the question, why? Well, Saudi Arabia was essentially doing this in an act of Islamic solidarity. Yes, it might be hard to believe, but Idi Amin was officially Muslim. No mention of that in his long title where he declared himself Lord. But as long as he kept his mouth shut and didn't do anything political, Saudi Arabia would take care of him. And so he did, spending several years living in the top 2 floors of a hotel in Jeddah, where he had multiple wives and multiple children. And even though he didn't speak out publicly, he was secretly funding rebel groups in Uganda to keep fighting for him. The man cannot resist a good coup. Meanwhile, with Idi Amin out of the picture, who did Uganda turn to lead their nation? None other than Milton Obote, the exiled president who Idi Amin had once betrayed. That's a nice full-circle moment right there. Unfortunately, his regime was just as brutal as Idi Amin's, with another estimated 300,000 civilian deaths before Obote was also overthrown and forced into exile. Country. While Uganda was in a state of unrest, Idi Amin abruptly left his exile and flew to Zaire, preparing to mobilize a rebellion to take back Uganda. But when he landed in Zaire, he was immediately arrested. I guess Mobutu decided there was only room for one insane dictator in his country. The Grain of Salt cinematic universe continues to expand. Saudi Arabia was reluctant to let Amin return after he snuck away from them, but they ultimately relented. Zaire shipped him back to his exile before his rebellion could even start.
Hey,
such a shame, too, because I feel like he was just on the cusp of fixing Uganda. In 2002, declassified British documents revealed that Idi Amin's original coup against Milton Obote was supported by Israel, who wanted to stop Obote from bringing peace to South Sudan to prevent South Sudan from backing Palestine, which feels like an MCU post-credits scene teasing the villain of the next movie.
Or not the ore, the
As for
stone.
Uganda, the military commander who took over in 1986 promised a return to democracy for the country. And just to check in on that, he's actually still the president to this day after bribing Parliament to abolish term limits and holding multiple fraudulent elections. Just once, I'd like to end one of these dictator videos saying that the country is in great shape. Maybe next year. Idi Amin spent the rest of his life in Jeddah, dying in 2003 at the age of 75.
I can't move until you do.
He was survived by an estimated 45 to 60 children. Good lord. Then again, I guess you don't earn this many titles without impressing a few ladies. Now please consider subscribing, or I'll make you run a baked beans and potato stand in Kampala.
What is it? Oh, neat. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good item.
Do you have any advice for me to find really rich people in Jackson?
This is a great video.
Look for really, really nice houses.
This is Jackson Hole, Wyoming.
Throw out all the
last
rocks
of the
you
Old
got.
West. And also, the wealthiest county per capita in America.
Everybody wants that shot, that view of the Tetons, and it's open to the highest bidder.
Here, the billionaires can be hard to pick out in a
Ayn
crowd.
Rand shit.
Do you think you've met any while you're here?
Probably. I don't know.
They kind of blend in?
Yeah, I would guess so.
But even if you can't always see them, the impact of their wealth is impossible to ignore. That's because Jackson Hole isn't just the richest place in the country, it's also the most unequal.
Teton County is just for rich people now.
How bad is that housing crisis right now?
It may be one of the worst in the country.
For your average person outside of Jackson, this sounds bonkers.
So I spent a week here.
Here we go.
Looking for billionaires.
Are you a billionaire? Are you a billionaire?
Trying to blend in.
Oh!
To understand how this small mountain town became the wealthiest in the country. What that's meant for the people who keep it running.
One of
and
the
what,
last NPCs.
if anything, it means for the rest of the country.
All the people that have all the power, they're coming here to just get even more.
Our story doesn't start in Jackson Hole. It starts here, on the other side of the mountains, in Idaho.
These are the people who make that town run. He's been involved in a lot of those hotels and a lot of that construction, and now he's living in Driggs.
Diana and Fernando moved from Mexico to Jackson Hole in 2002, where they raised their son Brandon for 14 years.
Let's go, Brandon.
Fernando found work in construction, building mansions for the rich, while Diana was a housekeeper and a nanny.
We are very lucky to live in this place because it's beautiful and it's very clean and there are open areas for growing family. But I think, especially right now, everything is very expensive.
In the last few years, they've been priced out of Jackson. First to Victor, Idaho, then to Driggs.
Next year, probably we move to Titonia. Next time, until they kick us out.
But their story isn't unique. Almost half of the people who work in Jackson are forced to commute from outside of Teton County.
So we're based out of Rigby, Idaho, but we drive back and forth every day for work.
How long's the drive?
About an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes.
One way?
Mm-hmm.
Prices in Jackson are so high that our film crew had to stay in a log cabin in Victor, forced to take the daily commute with the rest of the workforce over an 8,000-foot mountain pass. For workers who make this commute year-round, things can get pretty dicey.
A landslide wiped out a crucial state highway.
Officials calling it a catastrophic failure.
The first time I drove to Jackson, there was a terrible snowing. I was very scared, and I can see anything.
But on a clear day, when you reach the top, this is your view. Jackson Hole, with its towering Tetons and its sprawling mansions. Here, the top 1% make an average of $35 million, 221 times more than the 99%. So, how did that happen? Why did this valley, of all places, attract so much wealth?
There's always been wealthy people,
if you
but
just
they very
keep
much wanted to be
destroying
part
their
of
property,
the culture that existed
they
here.
will have to spend money to fix
is
it.
a fifth-generation
on the
rancher in Jackson
and
Hole.
Redistribute
When my dad grew
their
up,
wealth.
Jackson was predominantly a ranching community. There were
Redistribute their wealth
80-something ranches.
yourself. Start a
My great-grandfather,
building company.
Robert Bruce Porter,
And then
started the Jackson Hole Hereford Ranch in 1928.
Sabotage some billionaire
But while
properties.
Nikki's family was building a working cattle ranch, the wealthiest family in the country was quietly pursuing their own plans for the valley. The Rockefellers had built the most powerful monopoly in the US, making them the world's first billionaires, and also earning them a reputation as ruthless robber barons. So they got to work repairing that reputation, and Jackson Hole became one of their most ambitious projects.
They're the
They
worst.
started quietly buying up land in and around the valley, and eventually donated more than 35,000 acres to the federal government, resulting in the creation of Grand Teton National Park. But that didn't just preserve this area's pristine nature in amber. It also made Jackson Hole an extremely desirable destination for the super rich.
Jackson Hole is a really comfortable place to live. It does help if you have a lot of money.
By the late 60s, Jackson had a world-class ski resort, attracting everyone from ski bums to billionaires. Then, in the 80s and 90s, America got a whole lot richer at the top. And if you had a fortune to protect, Wyoming was hard to beat. No income tax, no wealth tax, no worries.
Was there a time when you remember it starting to change?
I want to say early 2000s is probably when we saw some of the biggest changes.
More hotels, more rich people moving in.
Count the number of private jets at the airport kind of tells the story too.
In just a few decades, the per capita income of Teton County went from a little higher than average to the highest in the nation. Higher than Manhattan or Miami.
Insane.
But if this place has so much wealth, where are all the rich people?
Where can I find me a billionaire around these parts?
We came out here trying to find a super rich person like a billionaire. Do you see them in town?
I
I don't know that I'd know the difference between him or somebody else,
Unlike Miami or Manhattan, Jackson Hole isn't the kind of place where wealth puts on a show. Here, the super rich blend in, wearing Wranglers and cowboy hats.
Are you a billionaire?
No.
Are you a billionaire?
Right? No, I'm not a billionaire for sure. No.
You're not?
No, I'm not. No.
You're sure?
Yeah, I'm for sure.
Are you a billionaire?
Not a billionaire.
Damn.
There's another reason the wealthiest residents may be hard to find. They don't actually live here. At least not for most of the year.
They just buy the house, but they just stay for vacations, for winter or summer.
Just long enough to reap the tax benefits.
Are you a billionaire? Okay.
But even if you can't always see them, the impact of their wealth is hard to miss.
We got a house for like $800,000, and now the house is over $3 million.
Jessica Chambers moved to Jackson in 2010, just as property values were starting to take off.
Every year it gets worse by a larger magnitude than the year before.
In these years, Jackson increased the rents very.
As prices rose, investors saw a chance to cash in, buying rental properties, remodeling them, and selling them to customers with deeper pockets. But that meant evicting longtime tenants, like Diana and Fernando.
They sold to that rich person. I expect they increase the rent, but I never expect they kick out everybody.
By 2020, the housing crisis hit an inflection point.
What we might have seen in 15 years happened in 2. When everybody was homebound and realized they could work virtually or just wanted to get out of the city, they had cash. They came in and just paid cash for homes.
This neighborhood cost a pretty penny. Each one of these houses, maybe $10, $20 million.
1 bedroom, I think it's running $3,000 to $5,000.
For your average person outside of Jackson, this sounds bonkers.
It's why in Jackson, there's a saying, either you own a few homes or you work a few jobs.
I was at a doctor's appointment yesterday talking to my nurse, and she said she has 3 jobs. And I mean, that's pretty crazy. Nurses make a lot of money. And for her to say that kind of blew my mind.
Brandon is able to live in town, for now, by working 2 jobs. And because he lives in employee housing, a rare luxury in Jackson Hole.
They're supposed to build affordable houses for employees, but isn't it? They are very expensive.
And the problem keeps getting worse. The percentage of workers forced to commute from out of town has gone up year over year.
With the town growing, there's just nobody to work these jobs because there's nowhere for people to live.
So why is it so hard to build affordable housing in Jackson Hole? Well, for starters, thanks to the Rockefellers' generous gift, 97% of the land is public, meaning it can't be developed. On top of that, you have another 1.5% of the pie going to something called conservation easements.
Land conservation easements. Very, very wealthy people purchase homes that are on large lots, and they could develop like a $10 million home on this property. Well, they say like, we're not gonna do that. We'll just build a $2 million home. And then we get a tax write-off for all of the stuff that we could have built, but we didn't. And then that land gets locked away from ever being developed.
Which leaves less than 1.5% of land available for development. But even on that remaining slice of land, trying to build affordable housing is an uphill battle.
We've been in a housing crisis for decades, and you would think in a crisis we would move quickly to solve the problem, and I don't think we've done a great job of that.
In 2020, Nikki's family introduced Northern South Park, a plan to convert over 200 acres of their ranch land into a mixture of market-rate homes and dense affordable housing. If it went through as planned, Northern South Park would be the largest housing project in Teton County history. But if you go to Northern South Park right now, you won't find much.
We're 6 years into that project, and we're still years out from a home being constructed within that development.
We actually have some market housing finally happening, but on this other side where the more dense housing is going to take place, it's still greenfield.
Greg Epstein was on Teton County Commission when
Epstein?
Northern South Park was first proposed. And he was on the inside as the process got slowed down again and again.
People in Teton County have been very apprehensive to develop too quickly, or at all for that matter.
It turns out this conversation isn't new. For 50 years, the community has repeatedly
Do you have your
considered
ghost out?
and rejected any attempt to build
Yes.
housing at Northern South Park.
They'll keep you alive.
So, what happened here?
Why, during a housing crisis, are we taking 6+ years to approve a development where 70% of the homes will be deed restricted for our local workforce?
It's really hard to say. I'm comfortable saying it. We have to look at limits to growth. And we need to say we're only going to grow so much and we will just be a smaller community.
Luther Probst is also a Teton County commissioner. He was one of the first and most vocal critics of the project.
I oppose Northern South Park. I don't see how it's going to work. We cannot build our way out of this crisis despite what some of the rah-rah developer types like to say.
This desire to limit growth in Jackson Hole isn't new. You can find it in community planning workshops from the 90s, where residents express concern about rapid growth threatening small town values and the loss of scenic beauty and wildlife. And you can find it in this document from 1994, which has shaped housing in the valley ever since.
The comprehensive plan is a guiding document for future development in the valley.
The first part of the comp plan is preserve and protect the area's ecosystem. That is like right there, number one. That's like what everybody goes back to.
Prior to 1994, all of the open land in the county was zoned 1 house per 3 acres. And that changed in 1994 to 1 house per 35. And that's a big change. The lack of supply has driven property values very high.
Jackson Hole has a long history of conserving nature, but there's another name for these kinds of policies.
What do we call it? NIMBYism?
I was just about
Not
to say.
in my backyard.
But in this case,
NIMBYism.
the backyard is the Grand Tetons.
You want to protect your view. You don't want apartment buildings.
And the NIMBYs are worth, in some cases, hundreds of millions of dollars.
Some of those people have the luxury of time. A lot of the people who this project would benefit don't have the luxury
Go back to
of
town
time.
right now.
There's no end. There's no light
Evil
at the end of the
presence
tunnel,
watching
I
us.
think, in this problem.
At one point, does
Go to the
housing our
flat
community
ground quick.
become the priority?
No,
But to
no,
understand
you
what
like
this
right now.
community chooses to prioritize, it helps to follow the money. That's
I had
because
to
Jackson Hole
drain
isn't
this
just
water.
known for its wealth, it's also known for its generosity.
We have this nonprofit world here. Over 200 nonprofits for this community.
But not all nonprofits are funded equally.
Of those nonprofits, there's like 4 that get funding from the lion's share.
Here, there's no shortage of donations for conservation
Yeah,
and the
come
arts.
to the
If you were to
flat
put it
ground.
on a map, you would have these circles of this is the land trust, and then Wildlife Museum, Center for the Arts. And then over here is the One Health and Human Service Organization, and then everything else is like dots.
Damn, we're not even
We
halfway
have
down.
the richest county in the country, and we have 70-some homeless families. Like, that's shame on us.
Sarah Cavallaro runs Teton Youth and Family Services. In the last few years, she's seen another side of Jackson's housing crisis.
It's mom and dad are getting divorced. We don't have a house.
Here it
we
comes.
can't pay for food. We've got 7 jobs going on, so nobody's watching the kids.
But with recent funding cuts from the state, she struggled to make up the difference with philanthropy.
The priorities are completely fucking skewed. Like, they don't make any sense.
And even though affordable housing does occasionally get funded by wealthy donors,
A very generous donor donated somewhere around $20 million to lower the price of housing in a project downtown.
it hasn't happened at a scale that comes anywhere close to meeting the need.
There is a small donor pool for people that contribute to housing. That's just the way it is.
It's another reason why the Northern South Park project is anything but guaranteed.
That project will require two
Fuck 'em
of our
up, Ghost.
nonprofit housing providers
All right, here
to
comes
raise
phase
somewhere
two.
between $250 million and $400 million. I will believe that when I see it.
It raises an obvious question. Why can't the wealthiest community in the country find the money to provide housing for everyone?
All these people are like, doing these things in the name of conservation that ultimately benefit them.
The arts are definitely always getting funded. Go downtown and there's 10
Nice, you took
galleries.
all of that. Great.
You can't house a person.
It's okay,
in
it's
an
for
art
both
gallery.
of us.
They're not impacted by the lack of affordable housing. Maybe they lose their favorite
I have
server
another
at the Thai
one.
restaurant
We can
they
fight
love
him
going
again
to.
if we want.
It's
No.
like the hell with everybody else. I got mine.
I want to eat my
I'm
yogurt.
not worried.
After spending a week in the richest county in America, I couldn't find a single billionaire who would talk to me.
So are you talking to any of the wealthy people?
They don't want to talk to us.
No one wants to talk to us.
I get it.
We're asking hard
you're not
questions,
surprised, are you?
Yeah, no.
But what I did find was a breathtaking landscape in a community
Did I take all of it?
that's been completely transformed by wealth from the moment the first billionaires ever showed up.
The father of fossil fuels
my
came here
inventory
to
might
buy
have been
land to
full.
protect nature. That's been a dynamic that's played out ever since then.
The mindset that people had when they moved here and the drive to preserve it and not allow anything else to happen is what made the biggest change.
Those same people flying in here on private jets, but then they come here and they protect the environment as a way to give back.
It's easy to come here and enjoy and fall in love with it, but it's so hard on the locals, on the people who have been here, who make the wheels turn.
Yeah.
It's hard.
When
You guys
the
should stop
owners
doing
kicked
it.
us out, one lady say, "Hey, I have an idea. Why we don't go inside to the rich people empty houses and we live in there? They don't use it." And say, "And we go to the jail, lady."
But the situation in Jackson Hole isn't inevitable. It's not the result of some fundamental law of nature. It's a result of policy choices. Choices about how to carve up land,
Squat.
how much housing
Billionaires,
to build,
empty houses.
and who should have to pay for
Got a
it.
question. How do you
The
get up
devil's in
every
the
day?
details here, the
I already
policy
read it.
details.
Yeah.
The policies that are put in place support a particular
pretty
kind
easy.
of person.
I just know that.
I mean,
one
that's what we're
day,
seeing everywhere.
Someone's gonna do.
And it's hard to undo
what
that
was his
without
name?
people
Brian
power.
Johnson? Someone
If
will
you
Brian
were
Johnson these
king or
people.
queen for the day,
and that
you could
keeps me
snap
going.
your fingers and fix this, what would you do?
I will doing more houses for the people. If the rich people can help to give more money to building more houses, real affordable houses, because they are kicking out all
Brian Thompson
workers from Jackson.
Yeah. All of
And
these
I don't
people
wanna move
have
from here
an
because
inevitable
it's a wonderful
Brian
place.
Thompson moment.
It's a
and
very,
it's coming
very beautiful
faster
community.
every single day.
That's what our country is now. Period.
That's what
And this is
I
just
get
the
up
most
for.
extreme version of it playing out.
for the eventual moment
I guess that's what makes Teton
when
County
these
so
people
special.
can no longer
It's a lot of
wield
the
their
same,
power
but it's very extreme.
because someone did the right thing.
Are you sure you don't have
Howdy,
demonite
cowpokes.
or crimsonite
Did you
on
like
you?
that story?
I have
Go ahead and
crimson.
subscribe to our channel.
Yeah, you
And if
you got
more
the
ideas
my
for
inventory
stories,
was full.
Giddy on up down to the comment
so was
section.
mine.
Or find
And
our
you
company
picked up
email.
everything.
It's on the internet. Okay.
Oh, I didn't
Till
pick up
next
any
time.
crimsonite. That's why I'm asking.
Bat. What is a bat? Seems to have a lot of damage.
Say this with all candor, we absolutely screwed up the comms of the Epstein files.
I don't know what the shackles are. I don't want a shackle.
They're just a starter thing to give you a little bit of stats.
Okay.
Once you get something better, you replace them.
Tungsten ore.
In the early hours of August 6, 1945, the world changed forever. An American bomber dropped a single bomb over Hiroshima, Japan. It unleashed a force the world had never seen, and in seconds, the entire city was destroyed. Buildings vanished. 100,000 people died. It was the most horrific weapon ever used on humanity, and 3 days later, the United States did it again. The question is why? Why the second bomb within a relatively short amount of time? Was it necessary, or would Japan have surrendered after realizing the devastation of the first attack? Was it really about scaring the Soviet Union? We'll look at the layers of strategy, hope, fear, and anger in the last hours of World War II. The United States was slow to enter the war. The country was still in an isolationist mood, still bitter about World War I, which killed over 100,000 Americans. Now, I've read a lot of history, and I still can't easily explain what World War I was all about, beyond the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand and a whole lot of treaties.
It was a war of kings.
Clear,
it was
though,
the last
was that it didn't solve
war
any
of kings.
problems, and 20 years later, Europe was at it again. The mood in the U.S. was to let those people deal with it.
What happened? YouTube. Why you always fuck me? YouTube.
But everything changed on December 7th, 1941, with the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. It killed almost 2,500 Americans and instantly united a divided nation. Within days, hundreds of thousands of Americans volunteered for the military, with some enlistment centers staying open 24 hours a day. There were stories throughout the country of guys being rejected for service and then killing themselves out of disappointment. And fighting this war against the Nazis in Japan, Americans didn't see it as a bunch of archdukes fighting over some disputed land. As America plunged into the Second World War, this was seen as a fight against clear-cut villains, tyranny, oppression, and darkness that threatened to engulf the world. And after years of bitter fighting, the U.S. had turned the tide against Japan. Massive bombing raids pounded Japanese cities, factories, military installations, laying the groundwork for
the arena.
Japan was on the losing path.
I can't
but America's
get the doors
path
because
to
you're
victory
touching the
was
chest.
going to be bloody. We should look at the last major battle, the Battle of Okinawa, because it gave a grim forecast of what an invasion of mainland Japan would actually cost. It was a rugged island and a stepping stone to the Japanese mainland. The battle was a glimpse into hell. 13,000 Americans killed, 70,000 wounded. For the Japanese, almost the entire garrison of over 100,000 men fought to the death. Another 100,000 civilians on the island were killed, many by mass suicide encouraged by the Japanese military.
I ain't scared of
America's
no goblins.
island hopping strategy was met with fanatical defense.
Here they come.
Every battle came at a horrific price, showcasing the Japanese determination to fight to the last man for their homeland. Operation Downfall, the plan to finish off the war. They estimated American casualties from 220,000 to several million, and estimated Japanese military and civilian casualties from the millions to the tens of millions. Against that backdrop of slaughter and the promise of even bloodier invasion was the Manhattan Project. It was the greatest scientific gamble of wartime, costing the equivalent of $30 billion and used 130,000 workers. Officials hoped it'd be more than just another weapon, but one that would end the war. President Roosevelt had hoped the bomb could be used against Germany, whose scientists were also working on nuclear weapons. But he died about 2 weeks before Hitler killed himself. And it wasn't until he became president that Harry Truman even learned about the Manhattan Project. Before they had working bombs, officials debated how they would use them. Some of the Manhattan Project scientists argued for a demonstration over a desolate area, but that was rejected over concerns that it wouldn't be convincing enough, or that a dud might embolden Japan even more, or that they might even move POWs to where the bomb might explode. Dropping multiple bombs was initially proposed a year beforehand by Rear Admiral William Purcell, who thought that 2 or more bombs would be required to shock the Japanese into surrender. The first one would show the bomb's power, and the second would let Japan know that the U.S. had a stockpile that could easily destroy their entire country. It was all theoretical, though, until President Truman got word that the Trinity explosion in New Mexico was a success, and that the U.S. was a nuclear power. He'd only been president for 3 months. Now, by all accounts, Truman made the decision to use the bombs relatively quickly and decisively. He never wavered or publicly questioned that decision in his entire lifetime. In fact, Truman's go-ahead order for nuclear bombs didn't even get into the details of how to use them. They didn't even require the military to get approval for later bombings. Truman wrote in his diary, "This weapon is to be used against Japan between now and August 10th. I've told the Secretary of War, Mr. Stimson, to use it so that military objectives and soldiers and sailors are the target and not women and children. Even if the Japs are savages, ruthless, merciless, and fanatic, we, as the leader of the world for common welfare, cannot drop that terrible bomb on the old capital or the new. he and I are in accord, the target will be a purely military one. They chose Hiroshima because it was a military and industrial center, which was also the site of a major army headquarters. Nevertheless, the vast majority of deaths in Hiroshima were civilians. After the bombing, there was shock and confusion within the Japanese high command. A city's instant obliteration was unprecedented, and a breakdown of communication with Hiroshima also slowed information down. They first didn't believe that the US had the technical ability to build and deliver an atomic weapon until they sent scientists to Hiroshima who confirmed it. Truman announced it to the world.
A short time ago, an American airplane dropped one bomb on Hiroshima and destroyed its usefulness to the enemy. In their present form, these bombs are now in production, and even more powerful forms are in development. It is an atomic bomb.
The United States continued its tactic of dropping leaflets over cities to speak to the citizens, and now they told them about the atomic weapon. The leaflets warned that the US had the most destructive explosive ever devised by man, and told the Japanese to evacuate their cities. US radio broadcast a similar message into Japan every 15 minutes, stating that more cities would be destroyed. But Japan hadn't been defeated in 2,000 years, and they weren't going to give up easily. In the Japanese Supreme War Council, some advocated surrender, while others argued to continue the fight. They hoped to hold out until the ground invasion began and inflict so many casualties that they'd get a better settlement that might leave their government in power. The US also intercepted a message from Admiral Toyota, who believed that no more than 1 or 2 more bombs could be prepared quickly. He argued for a fight to the last man. The American general saw no reason to wait. Nagasaki was destroyed 3 days later. So why that second bomb? Why so quickly? The stated reasoning from Truman and military leaders has been consistent and clear. They say they wanted to end the war quickly, likely saving hundreds of thousands of American and Japanese lives. None of Truman's generals advised against using the bombs, although later some would express regret. Admiral Bull Halsey said later that the bomb was an unnecessary experiment. They had this toy and they wanted to try it out, so they dropped it. Truman's chief of staff, Admiral William Leahy, first predicted the bomb would be a dud, then after the war said it was of no material assistance. Admiral Nimitz and President Eisenhower also criticized its use, again after the fact. During the war, though, the concept of shock and awe ruled the day. America had only 2 nuclear weapons. It had never dropped one from a plane, and one of the designs had never been tested at all. They believed they'd need a massive psychological blow before the Japanese would even consider surrendering. Now, one theory that became more popular in recent years is that the second bomb was to show the world, especially the Soviet Union, the full power of the US arsenal. The US relationship with the Soviets was breaking down after the fighting in Europe stopped, and there was a fear that the Soviet expansion was already underway. Initially, the US had welcomed Russian help against the Japanese, and Stalin had declared war against Japan 2 days after Hiroshima. To some, the purpose of the quick timing of the second bomb was to send a clear message to the world of American supremacy and a way to stop the Russians from meddling in post-war Asia. Now, with the hindsight of the Cold War and the nuclear arm race, that seems somewhat obvious. There was a huge benefit to America having nuclear weapons and a willingness to use them. On the flip side, though, there's no evidence of it in historical records. No meeting notes or diaries or memoirs showed that this was a factor. It definitely may have been a bonus factor, but Truman had laid out a plan to defeat Japan as quickly as
I just
possible.
need to build one more
house. The military
house.
Totally supported that notion.
And then this lady will come.
And no one wasted any time
And
anyway.
she'll have
they actually
powder.
dropped the bomb on Hiroshima just 3 weeks after the
You know
Trinity.
those
There was
crimson
also the
blocks you
possibility
can't
that Japan could get its own nuclear bomb.
You can
It was
sprinkle the
concerned,
powder
but
on
not as
them
worrisome to the top brass as
and
the Nazi
decorrupt
nuclear
them.
program had
I
done.
just threw
America knew
explosives
Japan
at
was
them.
trying, but it had no
Huh?
real idea of how
I
far
just threw
along
explosives
it was.
at them.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
was
yeah.
still
You can
really
do that too.
The Japanese nuclear program was led by Yoshio Nishini, and their nuclear research lab had about 100 researchers. Now, there's a little-known story that after Germany surrendered, one of their submarines surrendered in New Hampshire. On board was 1,200 pounds of uranium oxide bound for Japan, where they might be able to use it in a nuclear program. There were also 2 Japanese officers on the German sub, and they were allowed to commit suicide instead of turning themselves in. Later, after Japan surrendered, the U.S. Army found and destroyed 5 Japanese cyclotrons.
Do you mind if we kill
which would help
ourselves?
convert uranium
Go ahead.
into a bomb. But
Go
there's
for
another
it.
factor
Be
that we
my
have
guest.
to look into as well. Anger and hatred. There was an increased hatred towards the Japanese that started with Pearl Harbor and increased as Japan fought. You can't understand World War II without a clear idea of how horrific it was, of how horrific Japan was. Now, they've been pretty mellow recently, but Imperial Japan was a militaristic, racist, murderous regime every bit as bad as Nazi Germany. There was an Asian Holocaust that we hardly ever hear about, but the Japanese military murdered tens of millions of people in China, Korea, the Philippines, Singapore, and Indonesia. In Nanjing, China alone, they killed hundreds of thousands of civilians and buried them in mass graves. There were tens of thousands of rapes. In fact, the Japanese essentially mass-produced rape. They literally created thousands of comfort stations where their soldiers could rape native women. They say as many as 200,000 women in conquered countries. And they treated their prisoners of war worse than any country in modern times. Torture, starvation. It's estimated that about a third of American POWs died while in Japanese captivity. That compares to about 4% of POWs dying in Nazi captivity. The Japanese military used live humans as target practice for recruits, bayoneting the ones who weren't killed outright. The human experiments they did at Unit 731, sometimes called the Asian Auschwitz, should have been unthinkable. As bad as anything that a human could think of to do to one another, they did there. You can research that one at your own risk. And there are hundreds of documented examples of cannibalism of defeated soldiers. These weren't driven by hunger, but by team-building exercises, supervised by their commanders. The world hasn't seen war like this in our lifetime, and killing a few 100,000 Japanese to end it wasn't seen as excessive in 1945. In fact, a 1945 Gallup poll right after the war showed that only 10% of Americans disapproved of the decision to use nuclear bombs. And no one was happier about it than the 140,000 prisoners held in Japan, especially because many of them knew that there was a kill-all order, where most or all of them would be executed if an Allied invasion got near Japan. In some cases, those plans were actually carried out, but the Nagasaki bomb and the sudden Japanese surrender prevented most. And even after the Nagasaki bomb, the Imperial Council vote to surrender was a 3-3 tie. It wasn't until the emperor, for the first time in a generation, abandoned his ceremonial role and personally broke the tie, ordering Japan to surrender. Even then, the next day, some senior officers staged a coup to take control of the government and continue the fight. Despite the odds, they had a sense of honor that placed death above surrender, and they wanted to fight it out to the end. They seized parts of Tokyo and even burned down the home of the prime minister before being defeated. So Truman and his generals said that they needed that second bomb to bring a timely end to the war. And in retrospect, it looks to me like they were right. Today, far removed from the horrors of that war, it's easy to come to some different judgments and see different motives. But the more I researched it, the more I understood that decision, and the more that it seemed to make sense. I'm Ken LaCourte. I do my best to learn about uncomfortable subjects and give you a fair assessment. If I screwed up any of the facts, I'll put it in a pinned comment below. I hope you enjoyed it. Don't forget to subscribe to see more. Till next time.
Hey there, welcome to Internet Comment Etiquette. As you know, this show's all about calling out the woke agenda that's ruining our entertainment industry. That's right, Hollywood. I'm coming for you. You're not gonna make a dime off of me. What was that? Where did I just go? Anyway, today we got another woke-ass movie coming out, this time from Christopher Nolan. Or should I say Christopher No Men, because no men are gonna wanna watch this woke garbage. The Odyssey official countdown trailer. All right, let's get the woke counter up on screen. Sick, and play.
Don't you remember?
Oh, hang on, enhance. Okay, that's Zendaya, so that's woke. She just is now, deal with it, and play.
Fire.
All right, Matt Damon, he's cool.
Death.
Anne Hathaway, no problem there.
Death is a kingdom waiting for a king.
Up, hold up. Enhance. Yeah. Just as I thought. That guy's not Greek, so that's woke. And play.
Oh, blood.
Oh. Enhance. Is that fucking Lupita Nyong'o? Because I'm her #1 fan. I mean, I love her work, but I guess she is playing Helen of Troy, which sucks because that's woke.
The gods.
Nope, hold up. Now that's a gay man if I've ever seen one, and I can always tell, so that's woke. This is not looking good, guys. I'm just gonna stop it right there and let's see if we can find anything woke in this crowd. Yeah, I don't know, maybe that guy? Hard to tell, I might have to watch this on a bigger screen. Well, I'm not happy about how woke that movie trailer was. And I'm not alone either.
The face that launched 1,000 what the facts?
The face that sunk 1,000 ships. 12 seconds, I'm vomiting.
In Greece, we are gathering funds to take this to the court. This movie is an abomination and insult to Greek culture and history. See you in court, Mr. Nolan.
Helen of Destroy.
Helen of Wakanda. This is why nobody will remember your movie name.
The face that emptied 1,000 seats.
The loser keeps Helen.
Look at me. I'm Helen of Troy now.
Why everyone hates this movie so much?
You know what? I'm getting kind of sick of seeing like the exact same comments over and over again. Not just as an etiquette teacher, but as an anti-woke warrior as well. Because like, I don't want my side looking this dumb and predictable and boring. Because then the media will stop covering us. And then I'll lose all my subscribers. Which sucks because this is like the only thing I know how to do. It's either this or I'm working for my dad's construction company. So tell you what, in the future, maybe try something a little more like this. More like Odysseus sissy hypnosis. No way am I taking my son to the theater for this one. Next thing you know, he'll want to dress up like Helen of Troy for Halloween, which if we went off this movie would be horribly problematic to achieve accurately. By the way, don't listen to the comments in here saying Lupita Nyong'o isn't beautiful. That's just a bunch of Greek dudes trying to fuck each other. Spoken and post.
What's this?
See, that wasn't woke.
Oh, it's a grave.
Not quite my tempo.
Okay, it just happened again. What is going on? Anyway, let's dive into just how woke Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey really is, with a little bit of help from my friends.
The Odyssey backlash is a disaster. Will it flop? By Nerdrotic.
Oh, this guy's great.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
he's always first to cover this stuff. I very much look up to him. And play.
Part of what we do here in this silly, inexplicable, yet wonderful gig, and that's thanks to you, is pattern recognition.
That's right, because pattern recognition is flawless. No false positives.
For example, it was pretty easy to figure out that The Rings of Power would be a subversive adaptation of Tolkien's work, if you even want to call it that.
Yup, we were right about that one. The Rings of Power, that show wound up sucking.
Remember when he couldn't
because some of the
interpret
elves were woke.
Or Snow White, which was a
Romulus
subversive
movie?
adaptation of the film that
Very
made
funny.
Disney.
Oh, you know, I covered that one myself, and yeah, I was right. That movie wasn't that good.
Or the most recent example, Supergirl, which was
I haven't seen Supergirl yet, so I'm gonna skip past that. I'd like to go in fresh so that I can do a video about how much I hated it.
As everyone knows now, Lupita Nyong'o playing Helen of Troy and her twin sister, who isn't a twin sister in the poem, Clytemnestra. Now, I can see Lupita Nyong'o being the face that launched 1,000 ships because it didn't match her Greek Tinder profile.
Oh, we're mad because she's not Greek?
What's going on?
Oh. All right, my bad. I thought we were mad.
Nothing. There's like
in a different way. So
An
it's
event-
because she's not Greek.
I don't know what's going on.
Thank God
in the
we have the
sky.
completely unbiased access media here to explain everything to all the plebs, like the Huffington Post, every major controversy surrounding Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey.
Okay, yeah. You see that? That's great for us. The more headlines that we create, the more people will get funneled into our anti-woke content. We're the ones coming out on top here.
Will The Odyssey flop? And the honest answer is...
Whoa! Where'd he go?
I'll just stick with my original assessment and say I would be absolutely shocked if it did.
Oh, yeah, no, he's right. He's gonna make a ton of money.
From my perspective, the only thing keeping Hollywood alive are my viewings of reaction videos about Hollywood on YouTube. It is otherwise dead.
Lupita Nyong'o, Rachel Zegler, Zendaya, Millie Alcock. Why has Hollywood shifted from casting genuinely beautiful women to pushing 3s and 4s at us and then calling the audience toxic when
Zendaya
their
is
films
gorgeous.
flop? I found another gay dude.
What's the bet that
You
guy
wish we
is
had a Harvey
obese
Weinstein
and
in
a
charge
chronic
now.
alcoholic?
I'm starting to think this is actually gonna bomb, and I hope it does. Will it flop? That's like asking, will water be wet?
Already flopped.
And it's great.
It's not a question that if it will flop, but how hard will flop.
I wanted to see a movie with my family on the 4th, but our options were Supergirl or The Odyssey. We stayed home and played games, popped our own popcorn, and had a great time.
No, you didn't. The movie's not out yet.
The Odyssey will flop, and they will blame us for its failure.
I've never heard of Christopher Nolan, and I'm proud of it. I'm 53. I stopped watching movies a long time ago. All right, well, that's a valuable viewer to have as the anti-woke movie guy. Here's my comment. Yo, what up? I work for the movie companies that make this woke shit, and I just want to say thank you for helping us promote our films. We didn't think it was necessary to make things woke at all, until we saw just how much attention we got from all of you weird losers. You're bringing big volunteer firefighter energy to this conversation, man. You look like you had a holster for your cell phone in the early 2000s. We're like nerd ROTC. Look, we know you guys care very passionately about these franchises, and it brings us nothing but joy to fill them with what you would call woke, but if you were to actually call it what you want to, it would be a hate crime. Now, mostly as an industry, we are still very racist. More racist than you, which is saying a lot. But I'll tell you what, pissing you guys off guarantees a movie to sometimes double its box office because of all of the anti-woke YouTubers who have to go see it opening night. We're throwing in all kinds of woke shit now just to get your butts in the seats. Check it out, we're gonna remake To Kill a Mockingbird, but with an all-Latino cast, except for Tom Robinson, who's gonna be played by Zendaya. You guys are gonna lose your fucking minds over that, and we're gonna be laughing all the way to the bank. We're also gonna rig the Oscars so it wins Best Picture, and then when you all whine like a bunch of spoiled whores, we're gonna turn your tears into money to buy baby blood that keeps us from aging. In conclusion, please keep it up. I wish you all the success in the world. Subbed. That doesn't mean I subscribe, by the way. It means you're the sub in this relationship. And there we go. That's what I would sound like if I was woke. And post. Okay, well, did I hear Elon Musk had something to say about this? Chris Nolan desecrated the Odyssey so that he would be eligible for an Academy Award. Oh, I guess so.
Nolan hasn't even released the movie, and somehow it already has trailers, reviews, boycotts, culture war, Oscar debates, and free marketing from Elon. Hollywood wishes it could buy this kind of promo.
Exactly. Hey, Grok.
I see, yeah, what do you want?
Send this guy a picture of Chester Cheetah with huge tits.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm making that. Here you go, Abbagiano.
Nice, dude. Yeah, see, I knew you wouldn't be woke about it. You didn't even censor the nipples. That's fucking crazy. How are you allowed to generate that?
Prego, you said I fucking do it like a puesto. Look, I made another pizza pie.
All right, well, I didn't tell you to send another one, though.
Hey, what's that? You want another one?
No?
Okay, hey, here you go.
Okay, stop. You're sending these from my account, dude.
See, prego.
Dude, Grok, all I gotta say is...
Planetarium tomorrow night, 8 o'clock. There's the door.
What the fuck was that?
You felt that too?
It felt like I had disappeared.
I don't know what's going on, man. Maybe we should just cut to today's sponsor while we get our bearings.
Okay.
All right, today's video is brought to you by Privacy. Oh, hey there. Oh, don't mind me. I'm just using today's sponsor, Privacy.com, to make a purchase from a website that I don't trust. You see, with Privacy.com, I can create unique virtual card numbers that keep my real card details protected. In the case of this website, I've made a single-use card that automatically closes after the first transaction. Now, if this website gets compromised in any way and all of its customer details wind up on the dark web, I don't have to worry about it. So go to Privacy.com/bigmoney today for a free privacy plan and a $5 sign-up bonus. Yeah, you heard me, $5 to spend however you like. Privacy.com/bigmoney. Now for my $5, I'm probably gonna go to Fiverr and get a spokesperson to help out with this ad. Isn't that right, Dr. Frank?
That's right, Eric. With Privacy.com, you can stay safe from data breaches and shady sites. Yep. Plus, you can pause your privacy card between purchases for extra protection.
Create cards with spending limits to avoid surprise renewals and hidden fees, and track all your transactions in the Privacy app.
Most people don't realize that big banks and credit card companies sell customer purchase data to advertisers.
Oh, well, does Privacy do that?
No. Their revenue comes from transaction fees with the business you're paying. You see?
Oh, so depending on what you're spending your money on, that's almost better than using a real card.
Don't ask me, jeez. I'm just a freaking doctor.
Yeah.
So go to privacy.com/Frank to set up your privacy plan and get $5 free.
Well, hang on. No. It's privacy.com/bigmoney.
It's privacy.com/Frank.
What are you doing, man?
I'm stealing your sponsor, Eric.
Dr. Frank, you can't do that. No, guys, don't use Dr. Frank's code. This is my ad. It's privacy.com/bigmoney.
Mine gives you $5.
Yeah, mine does that too.
Hey, don't forget, you can enable private spend mode, which replaces business names on your bank statements with a generic privacy.com description.
Damn, that is useful. Well, all right. I guess it's up to you guys. Sign up for whichever one you want, but we're going to check the results for the next privacy ad and see which one you chose. But for me, it should be privacy.com/bigmoney. I mean, honestly, you should choose mine.
Pick Frank.
This message is brought to you by privacy.com.
All right, guys, welcome back. And yeah, we are covering the woke travesty that is Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey. And some news just came across my desk. Apparently, one of the actors in this movie is trans. I bet it's this one. I mean, I don't know. With those lips, the lips don't lie, people. And look at those eyes. I could get lost in those eyes, and that only ever happens with women. Oh, wait, it's this guy.
Transgender actor Elliot Page has been hilariously mocked whilst out promoting his role as a Greek warrior in The Odyssey.
Yo, hang on. Is this news program on my side?
And this commentator doubled down, hilariously saying, "I taught Homer, withstood 2,800 years. This film won't withstand 2,800 days.
I mean, that's 10 years, but I see his point, and I agree.
Homer didn't spend time on the women because the story isn't about them.
I hope that this movie makes $0. What the hell is even happening?
Please, God, enlighten all the lost souls. This is not a movie, it's a mockery.
I wish a rival would fund a real version of Odyssey.
Elliot Page is playing Sinon, not Achilles.
Is he a hobbit?
Wow, I agree with everything I just saw. But because they're Australian, I gotta be disrespectful. That's just good comment etiquette. Check it out.
Fair
Hey,
enough.
what's up? I'm a normal guy, and I'm still just gonna go see the movie. I think it looks cool. Christopher Nolan makes great theater experiences, and it's shot on IMAX, so I'm definitely gonna get like high beforehand and go with all my friends. Oh, sorry, friends are people that you meet in your life who then invite you to things and want to hang out with you. Anyway, I guess feel free to continue this conversation among yourselves when you all bump into each other opening night in bumfuck Australia, which is all of it. I'm surprised they're even releasing this movie in your country, considering you people are all broke from constantly paying each other's bail money. And obviously I wouldn't say any of this shit in front of you because I'd probably get glassed by a stranger behind me who didn't hear me and was trying to glass somebody else. Yo, real quick, if you're still reading this, I want you to imagine Chester Cheetah with big fat tits and a bikini. Picture it. Chester Cheetah waving hello, but he's got big old naked boobies. I mean, what would that look like? You thought about it. I know you did, because some of you already know what it looks like. Consider that spoken. And post. All right, now real quick, as you know on this funny little show we do, I don't like anything that isn't white, straight, or a man. But when it comes to the Odyssey, I think it's important we respect the source material and see how the Greeks feel about this. Greek people respond to the Odyssey movie and they are livid. Where are the Greeks? I don't know. Have you checked the bathhouses and play?
People like to believe that the term indigenous only applies to a select few, but that's not so. It also applies to the Greek people as well. You wouldn't cast an Italian to play the part of George Washington in a movie.
Not a great example. I would be fine with that.
The Odyssey cast, Matt Damon, American,
It's a completely
English,
different
Finnish,
ethnic
and
group.
Scottish
What do you mean?
ancestry. Tom Holland, English. They forgot to add that he's also of Irish ancestry.
That's like Egyptians
Anne Hathaway,
being like, they
American,
didn't cast us
Irish,
in this
French,
Egypt
and
movie.
English ancestry.
You know, most
Why
of the
aren't we
people
in the
my
Prince
camp
of
aren't really mad
Egypt?
about those
Because-
choices, so this is like an interesting new
Maybe
angle.
because it's a completely different person.
African-American? She's not
Fuck off,
African-American.
worm.
She's a mulatto.
In my way.
Oh, whoa. Can't say that. What the fuck? No, dude. We say woke.
John Bernthal, American, small cap ancestry.
Yo, what did that guy just call John Bernthal? That dude's the Punisher. He's awesome. He reminds me of my cop brother-in-law.
Benny Safdie, American, Syrian, small cap ancestry.
Yeah, you know what? I'm starting to think that this guy might be just a little bit more than anti-woke. He might be something else that we don't really want because it makes us look bad even though we agree.
Okay, I cannot express how happy I am to see Greece stand up for herself. It's been a long time coming, and the Greek people deserve their props. Christopher Nolan is doing them real dirty with this movie, and he deserves all the backlash. So, everybody, go give your Greek friends a hug and show them some love.
Okay, you know what? I'm not going to read any of the comments down here because just off a cursory glance, I'd have to blur out too much stuff. But this is like not good for the anti-woke community. We can't accept people like this. They're just going to make us look bad. So let me scare him off with some good comment etiquette. You know, if they used real Greeks for this, they wouldn't get a second of usable footage after all the men start having sex with each other. Plus, this was filmed on IMAX, so it would just be the most expensive gay porn ever made. I mean, listen, you idiot. Imagine seeing this in 4DX and having to smell that. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, I'm talking to you, guy who uploaded this. This is why you only have 127 subscribers. Because you don't know how to keep it in your fucking pants when it comes to dog whistles. The rest of us anti-woke Argonauts know what words to use, and you don't. You're exactly what an Antifa account would say to get us all in trouble, fucking fake fan. And just one more time, fuck Greece. I got my wallet stolen there by an orphan, of which there are many because their parents keep abandoning them to move to New Hampshire. And get out of here. All right, guys, well, hopefully I said enough crazy shit in this video to get a couple headlines out of it, because my trad wife is pregnant with her 5th child, and this is our only source of income. And don't forget to ring that bell. Only 8% of you watching are subscribed, and that makes me feel like...
Get undressed, we're taking a shower.
I already took a shower.
Oh, that's okay. When I'm done with you, you'll need another one.
What the fuck is happening to me? Eric, did you hear about Mitch McConnell?
Oh no, what happened?
I'm checking out this Patreon DM, and it's not looking good for him.
Nah, dude, I'm sure he's fine. Don't be fucking woke. All right, good night.
Big money, Salvia City. We're in big money, Salvia City. Big money, Salvia City. We're in big money, Salvia City.
God bless America.
God bless America.
Oh, classic American xenophobia.
Stop talking over me.
Don't be rude either.
Come on, you said we were talking about talking over, and you've just talked over me while I was explaining something.
The tone you use, I'm not going to allow you to speak to me in that way. But you can continue.
I found this, and I put it on here for a sleeper video for us.
What is this?
I can't tell you. You're going to have to figure it out as it goes on.
In that tone.
All right.
That's rude.
No, you telling me how I should talk is also rude. I'm sorry.
I'm saying the tone you use, you try to...
Yes, and your tone is pretty rude as well.
Please continue,
so
because this can go left very quickly.
Pardon me?
Continue.
Where is any evidence for what you say? What's your best evidence?
Right. You have to talk about the master teacher, because he's written over 1,000 books.
I doubt that.
Did we get a mic on this guy?
Where's your evidence to substantiate that claim?
Because it's a very... extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
Yeah, so where's your evidence?
Where's your evidence to substantiate?
Well, I'm saying that is...
you believe that he hasn't written that because you've just heard it, so you haven't actually got any evidence.
Yeah.
Right.
No one's written 1,000 books.
That's again what I'm saying. You're just saying no one. Why? Why is that not possible?
Because, well, it depends on your definition of a book. I mean,
what's your definition of a book?
It would probably have to be at least 80 pages long.
Okay. Right. So if we were to show you these books that actually exist
1,000
physically,
of them.
I've got one in my bag.
Yeah,
actually.
one.
No, but I'm just saying
1,000.
that if we were to show you the 1,000 books.
Yeah, have you got a bibliography, a link to a bibliography?
Yeah, we actually have.
Right.
But let me let Happy Ray.
Right.
Yeah, that one.
What state?
Sorry, no, it's inside. It's inside.
I don't care about one book. I'm talking about 1,000.
No, I know, but we just at least that's a part.
I believe he wrote a book once.
No, but listen,
that's
what
not my point.
It's part of the evidence. At least you can say we actually showed you.
It's not evidence that he's written 1,000 books.
I know, but you asked us for bibliography, and we said we have got that.
Okay, right. Well, I'd like to see that.
Okay.
Right. This is the people who are very close to him. They say that all he does is write, and write. He has written, like I said, he doesn't need to have a book that has over 80 pages. The books has only got about 10 pages. It's not about quantity.
I call that a pamphlet. I
Okay.
wouldn't call that a book.
Call it what you want, but let's say
This guy's a fucking wanker.
He's written over 1,000 materials. Put it like that. Okay. And
Now we're getting closer to a truth.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. So it's not about quantity. It's about quality.
Right. No, I can accept that.
He's written. Okay. Let's say pamphlets. He's written books as well. But it's the quality of information that he has put, even in a small pamphlet and in the many scrolls he put forth. And in those scrolls, he puts language. In there, he puts, don't believe me.
Are these black Hebrew Israelites? I've never seen that
research.
symbol before.
And he goes, if you are really if you are the diligent inquirer, you would read the book or read the scrolls. We call it scrolls.
Mm-hmm.
You could read the scrolls and go and do your research, and that's what we do. But I've gone even. He's got words in different languages. Go and do your research. He's got words even in the English language. What does he mean? I did a book. One of these books he called The Sacred Episode. It's called the Black Book. And in there, he used the word impregnation pertaining to creation. I had to do research. What does that word impregnation mean in this context? So I had to go do some research, read the context again, and then it took me about 3 days just to reread the scrolls that he's written and put, what's that mean, impregnation? This is how he's trained us, to look at words. Because words are very important. Language is very important. That's why when we said earlier on about soul and spirit, people, the average individual, the average pedestrian doesn't even know the difference between.
Do we got a mic for this guy?
So oftentimes,
how many microphones y'all own?
Outside of the English language,
Not enough.
I'm going to look at
Not enough.
that predate the English language, that gives a better, more detailed, vivid description of, let's say, soul and spirit as an example.
Just to touch on...
Can I come back onto that one?
Yeah, in a minute.
Well, in a minute.
Yeah, no, just because I want to just say a little point to what he says. Like, do you know you can write a scientific equation in just a few pages that will be more profound than, I'm just saying in terms of the size or the quantity of the books. But what I wanted to ask you is, who on the planet would you say is a prolific author and writer, and how many books would you say they've actually authored?
Well, there are a lot of researchers and scientists. Scientists publish papers. Stefan Ramsdorff has written a lot about glaciation and the receding of the ice caps.
How many books do you think he's written?
Difficult to know, but I thought we
were
talking about.
Just roughly.
Well, I thought we were talking about scrolls and papers as well.
No, specifically books. Let's just deal with the books. Yeah.
My definition of books probably 10, 12.
Okay. And anyone else that exceeds that you know?
Oh yeah, plenty exceed that. I mean, in science or in
any. I just want to know who has
Honoré
written
de Balzac, the French novelist, did write dozens,
Balzac?
if not hundreds of novels, low hundreds of
dozens
novels.
and 100 is a bit of a big shift.
No,
dozens
it
is
isn't.
12, 100 is...
No, dozens, plural. Dozens.
Oh, okay. But just give me a figure, roughly.
I don't know. You could
100?
look up Honoré and, probably more than 100.
Okay,
yeah.
fine.
But they are sort of novels. They
Right.
are sort of,
Okay,
you know,
so-
at least 200 pages.
But
long.
in this context, we're talking about non-fiction, not fiction, not novels. Because I know J.K.
All
Rowling
right.
is rather
So, okay, right. So we're talking about non-fiction. Where did you get your information about the ozone layer and the sun cycle?
This is information that the master has written as well, and also that ties in with the Egyptian mysticism and the Indian star.
I'm so confused.
So he's
what
a
the fuck is happening
climatologist.
here?
All of
more
that,
than that.
all of that plus more.
Right, so he'd know that actually after the Montreal Protocol of 1990 that ozone depleting gases by international treaty have been banned in most countries.
Yeah, we're aware of that.
So the ozone layer is closing, it's not getting worse. As you said, it's getting worse, it's not.
But no, we didn't say that.
no,
He said this earth will reheal itself. That's what he said, was saying.
We said that the sun cycle is bringing more heat to the
No, it
planet.
isn't. It isn't.
Okay.
It isn't. In fact, solar irradiation is in decline at the moment, and that's how scientists or proper climatologists know that man-made CO2 is what's causing the heating, because they've ruled out other aspects like the Milankovitch cycles. of the Earth's orbit and where we are vis-a-vis the sun. So the sun's heat is not increasing.
No, sorry, I have to correct you there because the heat is to get intense.
Yes, but it's not because of the sun. It's because of our emitting CO2, which is a GHG heat-trapping gas.
Let's take it to another level. There is a galactic shift occurring anyway.
Well, how do you know that?
The master told us that there is
The master told you that, and what's his
Well,
evidence?
the thing is, right, at the end of the day, whether you accept what we're saying in terms of the master and what he's capable of doing and what he's done in terms of what he teaches us, we don't need to go to other people to verify what he.
Well, that's your major problem.
No, it's not
because you're very arrogant in your beliefs. You don't need to triangulate with experts.
No, what I'm saying to you is this: yeah, when you start to deal with knowledge on the planet, you have people who. That's why I asked you earlier on, and you were very happy to say Albert Einstein and certain people who you would hold venerate. To have venerate as the authority on information.
Well,
even when you mention certain
only because his theories have been proved time and time again.
Okay, can I ask you?
Your master seems to be.
Can I just ask? Have you heard of Sheikh Anta Diop?
No.
Why haven't you heard of Sheikh Anta Diop?
What field is he in?
He proved that the ancient Egyptians were black, and the Europeans were saying that they were Caucasian.
I think it's a mixture in terms of mainstream college.
And your belief.
No, your belief as well. You've got to believe.
You mentioned about facts, and I asked you about a scholar, a scientific scholar, which you have not researched.
Yeah. Okay, but I have generally talked about the field.
Have you heard of Dr. Ju Pulcrum?
I was just going to say that.
No, I haven't.
She talked about melanin and how melanin is dominant in our thing, and we need certain vitamins to clean our melanin.
Well, not clean your melanin, no.
What I'm saying is,
that's an unscientific way. I understand melanin.
You don't accept any of the scholars that we put forth as
because
being,
I haven't studied them.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
so
study them.
If you actually,
I will, but I have studied the subject generally.
Right, but my original point I was making is that we are the authority on this information.
Okay.
Whether you accept it or not.
Well, you can't claim that.
Yes, we can. We can. But what I'm saying is, you would be quite happy for us to, like, for example, if we look at the dictionaries, there'll be like Oxford, Webster's, and Collins, and those would be what you would consider the authority in breaking down. Well, even though they say it's a dictionary, it's actually should be a definitionary because it defines words. It has nothing to do with
Jesus Christ.
Right? So what I'm saying is, you're very happy to accept European scholars, or when we mention our master teacher, who you haven't even taken the time to research and find out anything about what we're saying is true or not. We mention people that are scholars like Diop, and we can go on
Chancellor
with a
Williams,
list of
Dr. Henrik Clark.
We can go on and on about scholars who the European world will not acknowledge as scholars, and we are supposed to accept and acknowledge.
Where did they study?
They studied in Africa, in European universities, and most of the European scholars actually studied in ancient Africa universities. You mentioned Alexandria, and we go back to Egypt and so on and so forth. So what I'm saying is that whether somebody accepts something or not doesn't change the fact that it is what it is. And I'm saying
you have to have objective analysis and confirmation of people.
And that's why
you get scholars, as you probably know, who get knocked down all the time.
Absolutely. And there were universities that are funded by certain institutions to push out particular information that doesn't necessarily hold to be true.
I can agree with that, but I would be interested to...
But our knowledge of Wu Nawab is something that, as I said, is ancient, and it predates most of what you would consider to be held up as
Well, what's
actual-
the evidence for it? That's what I always
It's
ask.
on the walls of ancient Egypt.
Well, yes, but the walls of ancient Egypt don't actually say
We are the
Well,
extraterrestrials
we
came
I
to
keep
Earth.
telling you, we are the representation of
All right,
that.
so you're your own evidence.
Hang on, you guys, I don't know. There's a papyrus called the Tuli Papyrus.
Yeah, I was gonna
that was in the, is it Berlin Museum?
Yeah, Berlin Museum.
Where there, it mentions in there about extraterrestrials. And that was
Okay.
during the 18th dynasty with the reign of Queen Hatshepsut.
All right, so what did they say? What proof have they got?
They saw crafts in the sky.
They saw crafts in the
And it
sky,
was-
as people see crafts in the sky now, see phenomena.
Was there a weather
throughout-
balloon then?
Sorry?
Was there a weather balloon then?
I don't, probably not, because that was an artifact.
So let me
that
get
was,
this. Do you
then-
accept that there is other life forms in the vast universe? Yes or no?
It's very difficult to believe there are.
I have no fucking clue what's going on.
Have you heard of the Fermi paradox?
Yeah, but you
Yeah.
haven't- I want to answer my question though.
Well, it's very difficult because, I mean, this is coming back to another thing I was going to say to you about the knock-on effect of humanity dying. It will be absolutely minimal. The universe is absolutely vast. And
I
that
couldn't agree more.
even You're talking about it having a knock-on effect. We are the 10,000ths of a pinhead compared to the
Wait.
universe.
You still haven't answered my
It
question
is.
though.
What? Which was your question?
Do you accept that there's other life forms in the universe?
To our level of civilization, very unlikely. Microbial, maybe even simple multicellular.
Right.
Probably.
It's not about size. The fact is, bacteria are in your body and they're intelligent, like cancers.
They're not intelligent.
Cancers are intelligent.
They're not intelligent.
Wow. So how are they able
They're
to...
genetically programmed. They do
but
what
I'm
they
saying-
do in their chemical programming. They don't go, I'm going to pick on this person now and destroy their...
Why? What's the biggest killer of people on the
Mosquitoes.
planet right now?
Yeah, malaria.
Especially Europeans as well.
Heart disease or some form of cancer.
There you go. So that means the cancer's outwitting or out
No,
intelligence.
cancer levels have come down massively, and the containment of cancer, as science proceeds, will get
But it's still not
even
a
less.
cure for it.
But what the point
Well,
was
there are
that
lots of cures for lots of cancers.
But the
The
point is
HPV vaccine at the moment, it's wiping out HPV.
If you don't have the intelligence to cure cancer, that means cancer is outsmarting you.
Well, it's a very difficult disease to cure, but gradually cancer rates are coming down.
But my point still stands.
Yeah, but it's not the point. It's not a point of any.
No,
weight.
because when we're saying that there are other life forms, we're not saying the life form that you're perceiving. Yeah.
Well, I know you're not. You're thinking of reptilians and greys and all sorts of beings you've got no evidence for.
Well, there's evidence worldwide.
No, there isn't.
Because you say so, or
No,
are you actually
because-
looking at the
well,
accounts that
I've
people all
studied-
over the world have
Tell you what,
provided?
when I was about 13, I started reading science fiction, and there's nothing I'd like more in the world to have aliens visit us.
Science fiction is different from
No,
science.
it isn't. It's
It
written
is,
by...
because it's contradictory in its
You
nature.
are very good science fiction writers, I have to say that.
No, but what I'm
You've
saying
invented
is science.
a science fiction
no, listen to what I'm saying.
story.
There's a difference between science and fiction. They contradict each other.
No,
because
they
fiction
don't.
is not
No.
fiction is not based on evidence.
Well, it
Science-
is. It can be.
science is.
It can be.
How
That's
is
not.
fiction
Science fiction is often based on evidence, and that's hard sci-fi
No, but what I'm saying,
writers.
there's a science
I-
element to it, but there's also the fiction element,
Yes,
which
absolutely.
means that it's giving you half truths.
They're not half truths. No, some of it is fiction. Some of it is science based.
Define fiction.
Fiction is a story that you make up. Often it contains a lot of truth and facts. But you've remade the story.
Truth and facts with,
well, no, it is.
with fiction. So then if I say define science.
When Joseph Conrad writes novels about seagoing life, or Herman Melville wrote Moby Dick about whale hunting, Do you know what Joseph Conrad's profession was before he wrote 10 or 12 novels about the sea? He was a sea captain. He puts the truth of his experiences into fictional novels. That's how fiction often works. It contains a massive amount of truth. But no, you're not. You're saying fiction is completely different from non-fiction.
You just said it yourself. When we asked you what was the definition of fiction, you said, what did you say?
I said it's stories made up from many different elements, a lot of them life experiences, semi-autobiography.
Okay. So then, that's if we draw the line, and then I ask.
No, there isn't a line. There isn't a line. It's
so there's a difference between science and fiction. That's what you're saying.
Science fiction contains
truth. I'm not saying the two together.
Here.
I'm not saying the two together. I'm saying, is there not a difference which is purely science? There is pure science without fiction involved, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that would be science based on evidence and things that you can prove, experiments, etc. What I was saying is, if you make up a story by taking something that is real, but making it into a fantasy and your own imagination, and that becomes fiction because it's not purely based on science anymore.
It's science fiction because it contains elements of science.
Okay, I think we've made a point. Do you have any other questions?
Where's your evidence? You still haven't. Your evidence is that your master says these things are right.
When you
he
say
hasn't
evidence,
got any objective evidence.
You have to be
This
specific.
All right. Specific.
Evidence of what?
The Galactic
Bro, there's
Federation
a gnome over
who
here.
have taken vows. Where have you found out this information for?
It's a little
Where
gnome
is it
guy.
written down?
What's going on?
Do you think
Come here.
our master teacher is the only person?
Come here, you little gnome.
The Galactic Federation.
Who are you?
That is not an answer, is it?
No, because
you are avoiding
no, I'm
the
not
question.
avoiding it. What I'm saying
Where
is
heliophobia.
Evidence?
I can give you the
Can
evidence.
I talk
but
to you,
won't
Mr.
accept
Gnome?
it. So
well,
then what
so it's
happens
pretty
there?
poor evidence.
No, because just because you don't know it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Okay, let me give you evidence. He comes from another planet.
What's the evidence for that?
He has written many books explaining and giving the detail to the point where no one can really refute it.
Really? So what kind of propulsion did his spacecraft use?
Didn't come in the propulsion spacecraft.
What, he came from another planet?
That's Earth-based.
Propulsion is based on
Earth-based.
the aerodynamics on this planet. So
Well, and between you talked about Orion.
But he's from,
so
he's
how did
not-
he come from Orion?
Okay, when you start to study the higher sciences, you will start to learn about things like gateways. You start to learn about
What the fuck does higher
wormholes.
sciences mean?
Fiction.
The fuck?
It's based on theoretical science, but actually wormholes.
So there are no
currently-
scientists currently in this day and time on this planet that are talking about portals. And
Yeah, there are, yes. So your master came through one of these portals. Where's the evidence of that?
What?
People discussing things theoretically
Is
does not
the
mean
CERN
that a man
is the
came
CERN
from
project
Orion
theoretical?
through a wormhole.
Is the CERN project theoretical? CERN.
It's practical analysis of
What
how
did- what did they
subatomic
do?
particles
What did they
behave.
do? Yeah, and they found what?
Well, they found various other subatomic particles.
So these subatomic particles, are they energy?
Yes, energy.
And when they slow down their vibration, they materialize into matter, yeah?
Well, they are matter, yes.
They're
They
energy,
they are
they're energy matter energy.
Well, they are interchangeable, hence E equals mc squared.
As we
That's
said
it.
Before,
They are
if you're
interchangeable.
familiar with
They don't
Egyptian,
change from one to the other
okay, if
necessarily.
you're familiar with Egyptian cosmology, yeah, Egyptian cosmology teaches that there's different principles. There's the Ach, the Ka, the Ba'ah.
So what is this to do with?
I'm explaining to you.
Well,
that
no,
these
you're
are-
not. You're talking about a mythology.
It's
You're
not
It's not mythology.
Right.
Why,
so
why is our science? Hold on, stop.
No,
Why is our
you stop.
science a mythology?
Because it doesn't relate to reality.
Do you know the word atom?
Yeah.
Where does that come from?
Democritus, an ancient Greek.
I knew he was going to say that, but it actually comes from one of our deities known as Atum.
From one of your what, sorry?
Our ancestors.
Deities.
Atum.
Yeah. Egyptian deity known as Atum. And you can hear phonetically how it becomes atom. And we can
have Have you got the etymology of that?
Epic.
Look up the word.
Atom means smallest piece
What do you think?
In
Greek?
what
In
language?
what language?
In Greek.
Or it
You
means
keep
in
telling us about
divide-
Greeks.
in
and
Yeah,
I'm
well,
like,
Greeks
because
discovered
you-
quite a lot, actually.
No, they
they
didn't.
didn't.
They
They
stole
learned
a
from the
lot of
Egyptians.
information from the ancient Egyptians. And this is the
Alright,
reality,
well-
what people that of your persuasion, as in a European or, you know, like, we quote Greeks all day long. But when we start to go into the reality that most of that
Those
information was actually stolen or borrowed, if I can give you a better, more generous word,
you
was
know,
borrowed from
we're
ancient
not going to
Egypt.
agree. This is bogus.
We're not here to agree with you
We're
either.
here to teach you the
And,
facts.
and when
Well,
you
you're
say
not teaching
when
me
you say-
anything apart from
no, but you can
that a lot
you can
of,
refuse to accept it.
Well,
but that
no,
doesn't mean
I can
it's
refuse to
gonna change.
accept it for very good reason because.
But
there's
you
no
want us
evidence.
to accept what you're saying based on Greek
Well, because
philosophers.
Einstein is not a philosopher; he was a scientist. But
But our
Albert
ancestors were
Einstein.
not scientists.
Sorry.
Our ancestors weren't scientists.
Well, I don't know who you're talking about.
The ancient Egyptians.
Yeah, which names and what their
I gave
science.
you
Atum. What? He
You
was a
said you're not
scientist.
Ptah.
All right.
Ptah, we can keep going.
I've
but
traveled
Ptah,
to the Crimson.
The maxims
Zosa?
of Ptah.
Zosa?
Imhotep.
Yes,
Imhotep?
what
Oh my God, they're
what
Hoteps.
scientific
Jesus
experiments
Christ.
did they do?
Nope.
Imhotep
Okay.
built this
No,
thing.
not.
Tahuti.
That's engineering. That's not science.
That is science.
No, engineering isn't science.
It's a form of science.
It's a form of science.
Well, it's a subsect, but it's not
But
actually.
most
it's
of
a practical.
most of brain surgeries, most of what you're calling genetics, all of this were written
down
by
in
Tahuti.
papyrus.
Yeah,
Genetics was written down by whom?
Tahuti. I just told you.
Tahuti.
Do you know
What did he write down? Did he write down the structure
The
of
hermetic. What you call the hermetic.
deoxyribonucleic acid?
Sorry.
Did he write down the formula of DNA?
Yeah, you
Yes,
can
he
go
did.
back and see it. This
Where
was
this guy, I'm very interested in this. I think you're talking rubbish, but
you
know.
can think what you like. It
Well,
doesn't
I am
change.
thinking what I like
Yeah,
because
but
there's been no
you're
evidence
talking
of
rubbish, and you want us to be persuaded by
Well,
the fact that you're
persuaded by Albert
by
Einstein.
empirical research done by Europeans.
Empirical, yeah.
Yeah.
Done by Europeans.
and widely accepted to be the authority of things that they're not, because most of it, as I said, was actually borrowed or stolen.
And what's the evidence that it was
Pythagoras.
borrowed or stolen?
Where do you think Pythagoras'
Well,
theorem
his
comes
theory
from?
from 3.14.
15976.
Okay, 159.
Yeah, but where do you
Where did
think
he
that
get it
comes
from?
Um,
Be honest.
Can you be?
Can you be honest?
Hey, there's
a lot
a
more
golden
honest than
squirrel
you
stuck
three.
in
it
it.
seems.
Tell us then.
Well, it's dead now.
This is what the master teacher says. He calls it the 3 A's: author, authority, and authentic. And because
Hey,
the Europeans,
did you check this chest up here for a mirror?
have used the illusion
No.
that they are,
Oh, I checked, but there was no
authority.
mirror.
Everything
Okay.
that they authorize is deemed authentic.
Because that's where
So
they'll
when we
spawn
say
is
to you,
inside these
well,
chests.
In Africa,
There's a keg here. We can make beer now.
There's
There's a suspicious looking. There's a mirror in this chest. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
There's literally a mirror in this chest.
To be honest, I wasn't looking for a mirror. I was just getting rid of shit that I was full of.
There's a suspicious looking eye and a mirror in here. Get over here.
Fuck you. I'm digging.
Feet of these venerable masters. They taught them. What did they teach them?
I need to get this platinum
3
before
degrees of
I drain this
information.
fucking
Then
Okay,
they took that
hurry
back
up. Hey, there's a
to
life
their
crystal
hands
up there.
to teach their people.
Where?
Even the Greek scholars.
Do you
came
see
to
it?
Africa to sit at their feet. When they took them back to their own people.
Go ahead, drain it.
They were ridiculed.
No, what?
Just like
Wait.
you're doing now.
Okay, I need you to
Well,
dig
no,
out
I'm not
from where I am
ridiculing
here.
The
I'm
science.
just gonna
If you've
stand
got
here.
Science, I'd
Okay.
like to see it. I'm ridiculing. You think you've come from extraterrestrials. and
If you could dig from the other direction, that would be great.
vibration.
Let's address that. When we say the
Might take a
master
while.
is an
Or,
extraterrestrial, we're not talking about
when I say
the
go,
manifestation of the physical
crack that
body. We're talking about
bitch.
The spiritual being that incarnates into his body. The term we use is ethereal. And that ethereal is of extraterrestrial origin.
And what's the evidence of that?
That's quite simple. By his works, not just his word.
That's not the way it works.
And-
I mean, you started this whole thing by
So,
poo-pooing. Hold
That should
on.
be fine.
By poo-pooing the Bible.
We didn't poo-poo the Bible.
Well, you did. Actually, you
No, we
said
did.
We
that
corrected
yes, you
the
did.
errors.
Oh, corrected the heresy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some people would
We
say
did-
poo-poo it. And
You did
now
too.
you're erecting.
But you
Yes,
did.
I agree. That's where we agree.
But we
That's
corrected-
I
Wait,
thought
okay, go
this
on.
was starting very well. But of course, I
Hey,
knew
come over
that
here.
you were actually Afrocentrists and, you know, the whole
And
Sun,
you're
Sun
Eurocentric.
Ra
You're
actress.
Eurocentric.
See, there's a life crystal
I'm
here.
eccentric, thank
Euro-
you.
No,
Eurocentric.
Eurocentric.
I'm Eurocentric.
Yeah.
But who came
Were they?
first?
Africans,
Right.
absolutely.
Right. So
I don't
why
deny
do you
that.
have a problem?
I don't have a
With-
problem. I have a
with the
problem with the
authority.
lack
Right,
of
now take that
evidence.
You
life
just said I
crystal.
don't have a problem, then you said I have a problem.
And
No,
eat it?
I said I have a problem with you citing things
Eat it?
without any
Yeah.
evidence
But they're in the
whatsoever.
papyrus.
Don't go
They're
anywhere.
all in the
They're
papyrus.
not
Take
in the
this.
papyrus.
There's physicians who
I'll eat it,
talk
just
about
give me a
medicines.
Yeah, well, no, I don't
Who was-
disagree with that.
who-
I don't disagree with
Before you
Isn't
that.
use
that
it.
science?
Well, yes, but what era was it, and who were they, and what were they
Are you
doing?
familiar with the dynasties of ancient Egypt?
Yeah, yeah.
So then you would know about some of these people that
Hey,
we
there's
talked
another
about.
life
We
crystal.
mentioned in Hotep, we mentioned Tahuti, who the Greek called Thoth. We've mentioned Amun, like the whole family of what you're calling Osiris, Isis in the Greek.
See,
and
I don't know if you're
all of
full
these
on
are
life
real
yet.
people
They're real
that
people. Not real
existed in
people.
ancient
How
Egypt.
can you say that about
So you're saying that about
Osiris was a real person.
Yes.
okay?
Alan, you-
What about
Oh,
Tut?
Jesus
What about?
Christ.
Do you know about Tutankhamun? Well, you said
Yes,
Tutankhamun.
yes, he was thousands of
Okay,
years
I have
later.
2 levels of
Osiris is
life.
Yeah,
one
no,
of
but he
the
had,
mythology.
does he have parents?
Why is there a tree here?
Well, of course he
It's
had
a gem
parents.
tree.
Who were his parents?
It's made out of
Don't
stone.
know, I
So
couldn't
then how
say
can
off
you
the
say
top of-
thousands of
my
years?
head.
But
Okay,
then
use
if you
your
do
mirror.
The genealogy, they will tell you they've found
What?
Osiris.
Not what? I'm
Well,
not done.
Actually, the
Fuck.
Bible,
The
the
tomb of
Bible talks about.
I have all that
tracing
water
the,
above me to
dynasties
drain.
back to Adam, and you know that's nonsense.
But there's different Adams.
What's
Well,
back? I'm so
yes,
far
but
down. It's going
you're
to take so long to get
No,
back.
no,
You
I'm
know,
just saying,
you
your
know
Adam is
the
not our
biblical,
Adam. So
the biblical
our Adam-
genealogies, you would disagree with, wouldn't you?
No, we don't. We actually
What,
know
you
the
believe
genealogy.
that humanity goes back 6,000 years to an original
No, we
Adam?
say that Adamites go back 6,000 years.
It's not humanity.
It's not humanity because we predate the Bible and we predate.
Well, no, I don't disagree with that.
So then,
either.
so just because we put it in its
Adamites?
context, being like 6,000 years ago,
Is that why they're
where
talking about
what you're
atoms?
calling the Adamites.
Adam
No, I'm not.
is
talking about-
atom.
I mean,
Look
I
it
think
up.
I'm
I'm talking about the
misusing the
Look up
word
what an
genealogy.
Adamite is.
The genealogy of the Bible goes back to, as they say, the first man, which would be Adam.
It says
And
it's
then
a
we can
zinc
trace
arsenate
the family tree all the way
hydroxide
to
mineral.
the Book of Revelation.
Put-
which is
put
the
up
end book.
cult.
And you can see who the Book of Numbers actually tell you who begot
So
who and
you,
who begot
yeah,
who.
I know. So you believe that all of humanity is traceable back to Adam?
No.
in
We're using
that
it as an
scripture.
example.
We're saying,
But do you
Incredible.
believe
What
that
you-
the Bible is
No,
being
no,
we know.
truthful?
We
I
know.
just-
No,
right,
we
just
know.
That's awesome.
What'd you find?
Believing they've regained the primeval innocence of Adam and Eve. Similar beliefs and practices were attributed to various groups in medieval and early modern Europe. Crazy. Sources and historical reliability. Most scholars approach these accounts with cautions. Epiphanius himself admitted that he knew of the Adamites only from hearsay and expressed uncertainty about whether they constituted a distinct sect. Historian Robert Lerner has emphasized the medieval and ancient heresiological literature frequently attributed similar transgressive practices to disparate groups, often copying from earlier catalogues of heresies rather than basing descriptions on direct observation. Interesting. Weird. Fucking religious fanatics. Always weird.
Where'd I put my eyeballs? I just had them.
literally told you
now,
that we predate that.
Yes, I know.
Right.
But
So
my
how can you
point
ask me
is,
if I believe that then?
oh Jesus.
So what's your
He
point?
ain't gonna help
My
you either.
point, you're well, no, I know, I don't believe in it.
But go on.
What's your
but
point? Yeah.
my point is, you genuinely believe that it's traceable back to a real person called Osiris.
What is
What's up?
traceable
What's
back?
it?
Your
The genealogy.
lineage.
Yeah.
Come on,
Horus.
Yeah.
Horus existed. He's a real
No,
being.
he
But
wasn't.
we
No,
go
he
back
wasn't.
beyond him as well.
You're
hang
fictionalists.
on.
How
You
can you
really
tell
are.
us?
You're
You
fictional.
know, I was into a podcast yesterday because there's a guy called Zahi Hawass. He was
Zaid
the
Hawass.
the
No
minister
shit.
of
Egypt.
in Egypt, right? Do you know that they discovered the tomb of Osiris in the pyramids, and they come. This was just yesterday, so I don't want you to shake your head because you don't know.
Well, because I will look it up on Google immediately, and it will not
man that
be
doesn't
the
believe in
tomb of
things, looks on
Osiris
Google.
with DNA
I guess
testing.
Google is by Europeans, isn't it? So he trusts
I know the Europeans have done nothing.
Anyway,
It's
so-
blacks have done absolutely
No,
everything.
no,
We're not saying
We're
that.
saying
You
you learn from
are
us.
We're not.
essentially.
What
you're
it is
saying
you're having a
all
difficult
Greek
time.
knowledge is stolen from Africa.
Yeah, read
Most of
Dr.
it.
Dear James.
Right, well there you go. So why are you laughing at me being
No, because
Eurocentric?
you make
You're
things up.
Afrocentric. I haven't made anything up.
Yeah,
what have I
but
made
what's
up?
wrong with being Afrocentric? What
I
else
know
could I be?
This is the whole thing.
And you're Eurocentric.
The whole thing is that I understand.
Yeah.
I work with some black guys in America. One of them's called Fantastic Negrito. He's won 3 Grammys.
Hey, whoa,
Rev
hang on. There's a
Senku,
pot down there.
who's,
Oi!
on the
Hang on.
front line at Charlottesville and goes
Can't
and
get up.
is a
Hang on.
modern civil rights leader.
uh,
I understand, and he's actually a very interesting fellow because he's a
Gotta empty your
ordained
inventory.
minister in the Christian church, but he's not really. He believes that it's all one huge spiritual melange.
There's a dark trap here.
But I understand, and looking through, have you heard of Sun Ra Orchestra?
Mhm, yep.
Yes, exactly. I understand wanting
guy's got a weird
to
attitude.
create a history.
We're not.
For,
we're not
well, I think
we're not
you
desire
are, and
to
a
create
lot,
history.
a
You
lot
can go
of
to the
black
pyramids. Alright, let me ask you a
as
question.
well.
We-
A lot
we
of
actually-
blacks, but why are you talking over me?
Because you just made a false claim.
No, I
We're
didn't.
not
I
wanting
said,
to create. a
I
history.
think you are creating a history, and there is a
No,
lot
we're
of, well, I think
it's
you
our
are.
story.
Our story.
Yeah,
History
well, it's a
is
story.
is-
Is the
is-
is
no,
the-
no,
our
no.
facts
is
then.
the- well,
you can
that's
go.
not
You
true.
can go to Egypt today and see the evidence.
Well, yes, I've been to Egypt.
Right.
It is not Osiris's tomb. You know, you go back into
So
the
have you been in the Great Pyramids?
in the where?
In
Sorry.
the pyramids of Giza?
Yes, I
You've been
have.
in-
Yes.
So
yeah.
you never, you know why you haven't seen the tomb? Because, like I said before, go and.
I will look
you
it
go
up.
on
That's an
YouTube,
interesting
You
one.
go on YouTube and see Zahi Hawass and the tomb of Osiris, and
I will, yeah.
they found there's a passageway by the king's chamber. They found a tomb there, and within this tomb was a sarcophagus. And so Zahi Hawass said originally there was something inside. Then
All right, so you haven't got evidence it was Osiris then, right? Okay,
no,
good.
Then he changed.
We're getting there. We're
then
getting there.
He changed his
Fuck.
mind. So that there was nothing there. First there was
Oh my
something,
God.
and there was nothing.
Don't
And
stop.
he said this is the tomb of Osiris. They looked at it. He said there was something in there. Then later on down the line, he changed
need
his
help?
mind. Okay?
But the reality I keep coming back to is that
Watch.
whether
I got
you
this.
accept it or not doesn't make a difference because you're saying that we're making up history.
Oh, that's
when
right. There's a graphic.
Our story is there. People have gone. Everybody's gone to Egypt. And
Is this
found
what you
things
want
and
to
put
be
them
up
in
here?
Museums. The
Yeah,
British
but I
Museum
wanna
and
do it
other
my way.
museums are full of artifacts
Yes,
of things
exactly.
they
And
found
I
in
agree.
Egypt.
Yes,
so that's
exactly.
evidence.
Yeah, that is evidence.
When you
It's
deal
not
with
evidence
now you're talking
of
over me.
people
But
coming
I'm
from
saying that when you
outer space.
when
You just
when
fucking
go
ruined
to- yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If you actually studied the ancient Egyptians and knew their story of
Can
what
you
they've
move?
written, they talk and tell you where they come from, just like every other people.
Hey, there's
that
a
have
duck statue
culture.
up here.
Just because the European doesn't have any evidence or any culture of anything other than what they've borrowed or stolen from others, doesn't mean that other cultures don't have it. The Hindus do, the Chinese do, the
Got it.
ancient Egyptians do, the Sumerians do, the
Aborigines.
Zoroastrians, the Mayans, the
Zulus.
Yoruba, the Zulus, the
See?
Igbo. We can
Did you
go
see that
on and
rock
on.
that just fell on
But
you?
that's our story.
Almost
You
killed
just
you.
said that
It's a
we're making
story.
up our history.
Yes, you're making up a mythology.
And what do you call the past in the
There's
European?
a
What do you
part
call
here
it?
too.
History or prehistory?
Right, what
You
do you
call
call
it
it?
a story.
Right, but
Story.
prehistory
Looks
is
like a bomb.
prehistoric.
Yes,
Historic.
Yes, well, history is a different word to story.
No, but I'm saying
Okay, what do you need to do now?
prehistoric.
Yes.
What's that?
Well, it's an era before.
We can come back to do
writing.
this too.
No. Before
I
we
wanna do
had
it now.
writing or textual evidence.
Who?
We have
Who's we?
scientists.
All right.
No, we had writing.
Let's fucking
This
go.
was-
No, you
But
didn't.
exactly
What's
have
right.
writing. Going back beyond.
What's hieroglyphics?
You are going back several thousand years. You're talking
No,
about
we're
going
not.
back.
We're
You
not.
are.
We're predating. We just told you we predate.
Yeah,
Because
go for
you're
that little chamber
Hieroglyphics
there.
didn't predate history.
What?
The whole point about history is it contains
When you say history-
written evidence. You don't
No,
understand.
no, but I'm saying when you say history,
definitional
written
terms.
history,
you talk
written,
about being
what written
into
history
words.
are you talking about? What written history are you talking
Hieroglyphs are written history.
about? I just
What
said
do
that and you said it didn't.
I did. Jesus, man.
Okay, where's
Are you
European,
really,
European
really
written
this
history? What is-
dishonest?
what is European written history?
It's history in the European tradition that was written down.
What is that? Give me, what language was it written in?
Old English,
Old English?
German.
How old is English?
Well, Old English is about 2,000 years old, coming on for 2,000 years old.
Right.
And there are Germanic languages as well.
So if that's 2,000 years old,
Mhm.
and then the Sumerians and the Egyptians is
Yeah.
much older,
Yeah.
and they had
another
they
2,000 or
had
3,000.
written literature,
Yeah, that's history.
cuneiform,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
hieroglyphics.
Yeah. That's written history, yeah.
Right, that's our written
evidence.
history.
That's our
Yes,
story.
yes, I know, but it doesn't prove that you came from Orion.
But we talk about it.
Yeah,
From
well, you talk about it.
Orion.
I
No,
can
no,
talk
no.
about
No, but
flying
it
to
does, but I'm
John
saying-
O'Groats tomorrow on my broomstick.
If
I
you just
talk about
accepted
it.
that the written
you can't
history-
actually write
Go on.
anything. You can write anything.
You just
It's
said-
Hogwarts. No, you're going to put words in my mouth again, aren't you?
Okay, the
Or a
hieroglyph-
deliberate
no, 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 the
misunderstanding.
hieroglyphics that have been
Hieroglyphics
written-
are historic documents. They
Of
are
what?
evidence.
What did they write? What did they say? Do you know what they say?
Well, often they talk about, I mean, the Code of Hammurabi, for example,
That
talks
came
about the
from-
laws of the codes
Hammurabi
and
was
regulations.
just a person that took those writings and then changed it to suit what he wanted.
Well,
but my
but
point, my
that
point
is
still,
evidence,
no,
you
but my
see,
point
and
is, you accepted that it's written history.
Yes, exactly.
But
Yeah,
you
sorry.
can't read it. So how do you
No,
know what it
because
says? How do you know
experts
what it
have
says?
Do you see this?
translated.
Which
Yeah,
experts?
so
People
just
who
saying.
study it.
That's not a name. What I'm saying is, our master teacher is a linguist.
Bro, it's
that you see what you're calling.
You need to empty your
hieroglyphics
inventory.
It's actually a script. It's not the written language. It's the script of the language. Did you know that?
Well, that's the language.
No, it's not.
Well, it is.
Because you can have many
Look at this
scripts
thing.
to one
It's
language.
huge.
What was the original script called? Because Hiero is a Greek word.
Yes,
So
Hiero
what-
means
what-
priest.
What was it called? Do you know?
I don't know, no.
We can tell you.
What's
because we
that?
were there
What is
first. Nawapik.
Noapic.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll look that up.
You won't be able to look it up because it predates your history. That's what we're trying
No,
to
but
say.
you've
to you.
written this history.
No, you won't
You've
be able to
written this
find it. What,
history.
what,
Exactly.
what you
All
will
you
do
find is
is
Napata.
find words
You
like
find
Napata,
Napata,
Moro.
Mhm.
You find different words, even like Sabaic.
Sabaic.
You're going to find, and there are tablets, actual written tablets. Evidence has been found.
Right. And so what? When
And
did
what
they
we're
date
saying
to?
is you can't translate them because.
But who
most,
can? Your great
master
master.
teacher.
Yeah, he has, not can, he has already done this. And other people too. Are you familiar with Zechariah Sitchin?
How do you
Zechariah
spell his?
Sitchin. Zechariah Sitchin.
No.
It was a Jew that was translating the cuneiform tablet.
For NASA.
And he published books
Why
like
would he do it for
Genesis,
NASA?
Because they want to know about certain things.
Genesis Revisited. There are many books that he wrote. So it's not just our master teacher. Anyone who is a scholar at linguistics that studies language they are able to read.
Yes, and I'm not denying
but they
any
can't
of this.
decipher it. I'm saying reading is one thing, but then to be able to decipher it and break down the
Well,
hidden
I mean, you know, they
secrets,
did
the hidden
the
secrets.
hidden secrets.
Okay,
This
let's-
is you are just
I don't know where the
religion.
bottom of it
It's
is.
hilarious. The hidden secrets that can only be revealed
Are you saying there
by
are no
the
hidden
special
secrets?
priest class.
There are no hidden secrets in this planet.
Well, no, I'm not saying that, but I'm talking about how you
Okay, let's say-
evince.
So you have a
all
problem
the
with us.
hallmarks.
That's what it is.
No, I don't.
You know the master teacher, you said the master teacher written over.
Guess we're going up and around.
Yeah.
You know why he's written over, he's written so many books, it's so that anybody can
Sure.
go and do the research to prove whether what he's saying is fact or fiction. That's it. If you write something,
this
we
might
have
be
th-
bad.
We have that ability to go.
Exactly.
What's Joe written? Let's see what he's saying is fact or fiction.
I agree. I'm
That makes
perfectly
sense,
up
doesn't
for
it?
that.
That
I'm
makes sense,
perfectly up
doesn't
for
it?
that. Yes.
Right. So the Martin has done the same thing. He's written these books so that let's go do some research to prove or disprove what is written. If it's fact or is it a belief? That's why it's written. And today in 2026
What'd you find?
AD, we say HA, nobody
Because they're
has,
different calendars. Yeah.
nobody can
Oh,
It
you're gonna
can't be
fill my
2026
nobody
in your
has
calendar.
yet disproven what is written. Nobody.
But because there's a narrative that has been pushed, the people that are supposedly, putting themselves off as being the authority on all this information on the planet, and people that have just gone along with it for years.
Well, no.
But now we're showing you that.
That's
that
not how
actually is not the
academics
truth.
work, and you know it. They're always trying to disprove other people. And that happens in Eurocentric academia as much as in African academia.
Rare. But
So
we're saying
you
one-
don't all get together. There is not a cabal, though you probably think there is, a cabal of European academics and archaeologists who go, right, we've got to do this, do the Africans down. I'm sure
No,
there
there-
was
there-
in the
there are
past.
some. There are some.
I'm sure there were in the past. But I think
Now we're
that's
talking about. There are people. Okay, let's just take COVID for example.
Oh Lord, you're going to say
See,
it's from
no,
the
what-
planet
what?
Glob.
That's not a very good point. I'm saying there were people who agreed, and there were people that disagreed with it.
Yeah,
And
mainly
I'm
the
talking
people
about
who
scientists.
disagreed were not scientists, but there you go.
So there weren't doctors in the medical field.
Well, they
that-
usually had an axe to grind, and they usually had.
You always have an excuse for,
Well, it's not an an
when we
excuse,
show you that.
it's a fact.
There are.
You show right. Who
What I'm
of
saying
the
is, the point
epidemiologists?
I was making is
Do you think COVID existed as a virus?
we ain't got enough time now for
No,
that.
no.
But-
Did it
but what
exist?
I would-
Does
the
it
point-
exist?
Yeah, but you
was
didn't.
it
The point I w-
isolated, and did they break it down and show its makeup? Did
What?
they isolate it
Do you
as
know-
a
you know-
coronavirus? and
Okay, that's
show-
what I was going to say. Coronavirus had existed way before.
Well, there are various coronaviruses.
Exactly. So,
it's a
but-
subset,
Yeah.
yes.
Right.
But
So-
it's an element within the family of coronaviruses.
Right.
Yes, I
and,
know that.
And there are both doctors, scientists, till this day, people that are on either side of the fence.
No, there are just massively more and better qualified people
Because
who
you
say it was
say-
a corona. No, because that's a fact.
There
Sorry.
are scientists that would definitely.
Yes, I know there are
disprove it.
some scientists, but then you look into the background of these scientists, and they've often got a wellness.
And you've got the ones who are promoting it that have often been bought and paid out. That's why people were getting paid for the amount of people that they said had it. And this is evidence as well.
Well,
So-
no, well, I think that is massively overstated and wasn't actually the case in
But
many.
you would though. That's
Well,
that's
no,
not
wait,
surprising because
wait.
You sure you're not getting paid?
Yeah, well,
you're
no,
the
because
side
I
of
believe in the truth and you believe in mythology. It's
no,
fine.
it's the other way around.
It's fine.
You believe in
It's
mythology,
fine.
and
Time
we
will tell.
are the one that deal with the truth.
Yeah, well, if you ever meet an
Time will
alien,
tell.
let me know.
You have. You're still seeing three of them now.
The three wise men.
Oh dear. Well,
All right, dig it through.
the quality of wise men has declined horribly over the years.
That was
3
fucking
hour
fascinating.
uncut version.
Jesus Christ. Wait, all that water didn't come through? The fuck? There's more under here too, so once it's through, I want to go down. Oh, there we go.
Your grandparents will not stop sending AI videos, which is forcing you to give up. You've accepted the future. Your grandma is going to give her house to an AI Brad Pitt who lives in Jamaica. But even if some of you have given up on your grandparents understanding the modern world, I have not. In fact, I took one of your grandparents, and I rounded up a few more. Then I put them all in a room to find out if it's possible to train your grandparents to spot AI.
What's up, fuckers?
Hey.
I brought you all here today because the younger generation thinks your brains are cooked. They think you
What
have
in the
no
fuck,
capacity
man?
to identify
There's
AI.
so much water.
Now I want to start by asking, what do you know about AI?
I did a video,
Hey,
a
ready to go
music
back to
video
time?
last year with Pessa
Almost.
Pluma
I'm
and
just gonna see
DJ
how deep
Snake,
this
and
goes.
they AI'd me, twerking and, you know, freestyling.
Oh, so you can
Not even
twerk.
that deep.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like, that's the last chamber there.
Gary, what do you know about AI besides twerking?
I mean, the world's getting smarter.
Is it not
The
flowing
smart
anymore?
people are creating new inventions
Oh,
that are
that's okay.
amazing. I mean, we've been developing since, since the beginning. So this is just the chain of
Oh,
life.
it's literally not flowing anymore.
I mean, just imagine all that information and you can get it like this. Whereas it used to take, a large amount of people, a large amount of books. I consider it an asset, but I mean, at the same time, you have to control it. Is it controllable? So there's a lot of ifs in the whole situation, but I love it.
Do you ever stop talking?
No.
I don't trust it, and I don't think it has a soul.
I do know
Correct,
that it's,
it doesn't.
like, it's
Yeah.
in all areas. It's not just media.
And I think robots are going to be taking over in the factories. Where are the people going to be? What are they going to be doing?
That's a great question. Do you ever have an urge to kick a robot?
To kick a robot?
Yeah, when you see them scuttling
Oh,
around.
no, because they might kick back.
So you respect that they could put it back on you?
They could put it back on me.
Right. Now that I know kind of where you're all at, I want to do a little group exercise. I'm going to show you 3 videos, and I want you all to come to a consensus on if any of this media is AI or if it's all real. Ready?
It's a lot of glare.
Yeah, there's glare on the left. There's glare.
It's hard to
Can you guys see it?
Can you see it?
No, they can't see it.
Yeah, that's good.
This first round will be easy, so we can get a baseline on the group.
Said no pickles, and yet somehow there are pickles on my sandwich. Don't you meow at me, this is ridiculous.
All right, now which of these are AI?
I think the one with the drum.
I think 1 and 2, but
Maybe, yeah, 1
Me
and 2.
too, I'm with you.
1 and 2.
That flip looked
the flip,
not real.
especially the last bounce.
Yeah, the last
right.
one I think
Crazy.
is not AI.
The cat I always fall for, and I've learned not to fall for.
Yeah, the cat.
The sound.
I'll go with 1
sound.
and 2.
Yeah, I go with 1 and 2.
Yeah, I'll
Looks
go
like
with
that's what we're going to do.
Should we say 1?
The majority is saying 1 and 2. Is that correct?
Are you
I
coming?
would go with that.
So 1 and 2 are
found
AI.
another
The
chamber.
drummer is real. He's what you call a noise
It's a
artist.
spider
Oh,
chamber.
he's a noise artist.
Well,
No
it's
wonder it sounded off to you.
Too late now.
'Cause he's
But when
making a lot of
night
noise.
comes, we
If I
have to
drum
go
like
back
that,
to
I'd be
town.
fired back in my day.
Have to?
Yes,
But that's cool.
when it's night. It's 1 p.m. right
He's a
now. I
comedian
have
in
a
a
clock.
sense.
The movement looked real, but it was the noise that got to me.
Right.
Now that
This
the
is
group is
spider
confident,
chamber.
I want to test their perception of
Mine.
reality.
Yeah.
Ooh, look at that.
So sometimes there's loop here.
I'm going to try dig down and to the left to try and drain this chamber
Oh, that's test.
over
That's
to the
AI
right-hand
to me.
side.
I think that's
The left-hand
AI.
side, sorry.
Oh, there's an opening right
Another chamber. All right, drain that bitch.
That's real. If that's real, that's amazing.
Well, what do you think?
I think all 3 are.
You do? I thought the
But if there's one that's real, it's the middle
there's
one.
a
middle one seems
house down here.
like
The
AI.
middle
to me.
one's the most real and the possible of it.
I'm going to dig over to the bottom
But it's
chamber.
obvious 1 and 3 are absolutely.
And then pop the top one too.
This guy here is so outlandish that it could possibly be real.
Who thinks that 2 is real?
Okay.
Okay, if that's the majority.
So 1 and
I'll-
3 are AI, and 2 is real.
Is real?
They're all real.
What? Really? Ah, I knew that was real.
Yeah. There are people that big.
Wait, can we just talk about the tongue
Hey,
man
another
for a
mirror.
second, though?
Well, okay, what about Tongue Man?
Yeah, Tongue Man, he's real. Tongue Man's real.
Is he married?
Is he married?
That's what I thought.
At this point, I thought all the cameras were influencing the group's choices. I tried to loosen things up by talking about my grandfather. I told the group I can't teach my grandfather about AI because he's dead.
You don't have to be sad.
I'm not.
Training a senior citizen for the modern media landscape is difficult, so I made my class very simple. Question everything you see. Skepticism is the only tool you have if you're older than 12. I reminded the group, I can't teach my grandfather these things because he's dead.
I appreciate that you all have leaned on each other to kind of figure out which of these pieces of media are real and which ones aren't. But now I want to put you to the ultimate test of your individual thought process. We're going to go through the same exercise. I'm going to show you a series of videos, and I want you to use the ping pong paddle next to you.
Show the green side if you think the video is real.
Ooh, big lava.
Show the red side if you think the video is AI.
That's real.
You should portal back now because you have to do all your smelting.
That is real, I think.
You gotta smelt your ore and clear your inventory
Yeah, I got more now. More
before night.
There's no one.
I'm gonna go with this.
Great. Okay. Ed's feeling all real.
I'm gonna say that I think all 3 are.
You think all 3 are AI?
Wow.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, SJ, which one do you think
Well,
is
I
AI?
think the last one is AI, the running baby. The middle one is real, for sure. I think that's real, too.
You do think that's real? Okay. Gary, which one do you think is
Well,
fake?
I've never met or seen a baby that could move like that.
I'd like to introduce you to my son.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah.
The baby with a Bowie knife. God, I hope that's AI.
Okay.
Okay, for sure, I'm with them with the baby running
Here,
down the
you
hall
should
because it's the
take the sword
sustained
too.
running, like, and also the voice
really
of the
strong.
man doesn't sound right. It's off. It sounds like an AI voice.
Okay.
God, let's hope that's
How much
AI.
damage does your flail
No,
do?
we don't want it to be real.
We don't.
That poor lady.
20.
It's funny though.
Oh, damn.
No, it's not funny. It's
not?
so sad. Well,
a
I
flail.
laugh,
Good
but
flail.
I don't want to laugh because I hope. Well,
Editor, run back if Leslie laughed when the lady fell off of the zip line.
I did. Okay, I did. I know I did.
Ed thinks they're all real. Ed would be right about the second one. That lady is real and she did die.
Thank you. That's what.
I'm joking. That is
Platinum
a
broadsword for you.
Oh, I have a katana.
Yeah.
I got it from a traveling merchant. It's really good. I think I already took it, the platinum broadsword. I may have sold it. Is there spiky balls in any of those chests?
Don't think so. Why is there a crying child?
Huh?
Why is there a crying child?
Is there a
I
crying
have a
child?
spiky ball. Here, have a spiky ball.
Yeah, grab the spiky balls.
I don't
Where
want
are they? I'll take them.
Yeah, they're at the chest that I'm on. So the blue one, I guess? No, it's the third gold one, fourth gold one.
Spiky balls. There they are. They're really good against this guy. Hey, what are these things? Dead now, whatever they are. Put on whatever your best armor is too. Whatever you can make that's the best. Oh, also, here,
Yeet.
take these. Use those. Use
What
them
are
all.
I don't know what you just gave me.
Mana stars.
Oh. The stone can stay, the silk can fuck off. Okay, what are we doing now?
Inventory clear?
Clear enough.
Okay.
Why
We're
the fuck
getting our ores.
cobwebs fucking back in my fucking inventory? Fuck off. Oh my god.
Get him, Ghost. Okay.
The glow stick. Glow stick. Glow stick. A boom of the rang. Ow.
See, the spiky balls hurt him because on the ground there.
Got him. Mine. What did I get? Crimson seeds, healing potion, crimtane ore. Another one?
Yeah. Because we want his ores. Oh, lightning.
The fire mace is really good.
Yeah. So is this spear. He really can't hurt us.
No. I do like that I can keep the ball out. And
Yeah,
hold it
you
there.
can like dangle it off ledges and stuff too.
Yeah, it's
and get
great.
guys to bump into it.
Like that. No, that's right, I have a bat wing.
What does that do?
It's just a big ass bat. It's really strong.
How strong?
I'll tell you in a second. That's strong. It does 36 damage.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, that is really strong.
I don't know where it came from, but it's called a bat.
Fuck off, raincoat zombies.
Wow.
Bro literally can't hurt us. Get him, Ghost.
Nice.
Yeah.
How many are we gonna fight?
Well, I have 5 eyes left. I made all the lenses we've collected. I made them all. I went to the Crimson and made them into the suspicious-looking eye. How much does whip do? The whip's strong too. This zombie's gonna get struck by lightning. He dropped a raincoat.
Batwing fucked his day up. Alright, we'll have to, after this one, we'll save and finish. Do you want to play the video?
I just think the third one is sped up.
You think the third one is just sped up?
Yes.
That is the intention. I think they're trying to get you. So the only one that is real is actually the Sikh baby.
I thought that was the big. Oh.
Isn't he so cute?
That's friggin' scary.
So for this next slide, I want to kind of flip the question, and I just want you to answer if any of them are real. Okay? So for this one, if you think any of them are real, hold up the green.
I asked the group to spot which video they think is real, to try and change their perception. Now, besides SJ, the whole group is assuming that potentially all these videos are AI.
Whoa. You're a terrible kid. You're kidding me? That's how you start? Get the fuck out of here, boo!
Terrible.
Alright. Hey, you did another one.
What's it? Is it in there?
Yeah, but you got my order wrong again, bro. I said it's right there. You didn't even look. I'm looking. It's fine. Look! 6, 7!
Do you think any of these are real?
Any of them?
Any of them.
I don't know.
Okay. Ed, which one do you think is real?
Third.
Leslie, which one do you think is real?
The second.
Second?
Second.
Second? Miss J?
Number 1.
Number 1. You mentioned that happened to you by Howie.
Yeah, America's Got
What did Howie say to you?
You went.
Wow. Howie, why the fuck did you do that? So the only one that is real is the second one.
I believe this.
What do you think?
God.
That's what I was saying.
I said that I thought they were all
Amy's
You're about to get struck
skepticism
by
is through
lightning.
the roof.
I know.
Oh, you
I
used it
told
to kill him.
Yeah, that's what I was planning on doing.
Nice. Okay, let's go turn this ore into gear.
The 405 right now, where officers are in pursuit of what officials describe as an elderly male patient on a hospital bed. You can see him there. He's moving roughly 50 miles an hour, weaving through traffic, completely unfazed.
Real.
Going out on a limb here.
Okay, think it's real.
Saying real.
Oh, check it out.
No.
Ed says AI.
Look
Amy
what I
says
got.
AI.
I say
We
real.
killed him enough times. We got a
absolutely
trophy.
AI.
It is?
That man is not real.
Oh, darn.
Darn.
I know, that tongue is very exciting.
Yeah.
Well, you know, the tongue
Oh, he
thing.
dropped
It
a
was
bunch
the
of
tongue.
unholy
And then
arrows.
it looked like it was on a news station. So
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the AI never uses news stations.
Yeah. So the news station, like lower thirds, gave it credibility for you.
funny news story guy, crazy.
That is a funny news story.
You know.
Honestly, I began doubting the group's ability to be skeptical at all. Disarming their judgment just felt too easy.
I'm afraid the dog will get hurt.
You were right. Oh no.
That's what I was afraid of.
Oh, the smart dog.
That's real.
All right, feel free to vote.
I want it to be real.
That's real.
With a cute
He's saving
dog.
that. He's saving the house.
And he was smart. I'm going to keep losing, aren't I?
You don't think it's real? I think he's saving the house.
That dog is not real.
Ah, darn.
And the electricity coming out of the box was not real too. That was the giveaway for me.
Oh.
So the animals is where they're getting you, Leslie.
They do. Well, that guy's not an
They get
animal.
me
He's
too,
just kind of an
yeah.
animal.
At this point, I was doubting my approach. Maybe we just accept what's real based on what feels good. Why be skeptical if you enjoy what's in front of you? But then came the
we need
buzzball
the
cars,
tissue sample
and that
as
was the
well
start of
to
something
make the
exciting.
armor.
Wow.
Just going to go with it. Ugh.
Can you move?
Real?
Why not?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try.
Oh, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're correct.
Oh, yay!
Like, why not have buggies shaped like balls?
What is buzzball anyway?
Ed, did you party in your day?
Just had my fun.
Buzzball is when maybe you wake up on a Friday morning and you go, if I go to jail, fuck it.
Oh.
Ed, you typically drink a Buzzball when driving.
Oh.
Wow.
I have a rain hat.
Okay, so the tissue sample to make the armor we get from the brain.
Okay.
Oh. And he's really Nosferatu.
So it's kind of a toss-up, but I still think it's somebody having fun, you know, playing music for whatever they do.
He's real.
All right.
Yep. He's a sick dude, but he's cool.
There's a buddy of mine, his name's Zepp. These Americans think you look like Nosferatu.
Okay, so
What is the art? What are the weapons here?
the Crimsonite weapons. Do you have a specific one? The arty? It's a yo-yo.
The flesh catcher? The artery is a yo-yo?
Yeah. The flesh catcher might be a fishing rod.
Yes, I think it is.
It's a fishing rod.
Okay. And the bloodlust cluster? Maybe an axe?
Yeah, it's an axe.
Vanculash?
Yeah, that's what I have. The whip.
Ah. Okay, I'm gonna do that.
It summons little spiders that will do damage on him.
Neat.
So the next time we have to do the Brain of Cthulhu, which will trigger a meteor crash the next midnight. You mine the meteorite to get the upgrades from there. Then we buy rocket boots. And then we can upgrade our gear. Like the gear that, like, you can keep the weapons that you have and you can upgrade their rarity.
Okay.
And then we can increase our health to 400 after that.
Yep.
And then we just...
I have something to put down. You ready? Oh. Not placeable in here. Let's put it over here. Be clean. Can you just throw shit in the bin now?
Yeah, there's a little trash can.
Amazing. You can literally just throw it in the bin. That's great.
Oh, you made that?
Yeah. I saw a bin. I had to make it.
Also, if you talk to the guide and you press crafting, you can put a material down and he'll tell you everything you can make with that.
Okay.
The other big thing that we have to find is the dungeon. It spawns somewhere on the overworld, on the above ground.
Okay.
And that's the third boss, is in the dungeon. So from here, we just have to do a few Brain of Cthulhu farms. And then we'll be moving on to that boss.
Cool.
No way. No way.
No.
AI.
Yeah.
All AI.
Very
you got it.
AI.
Bingo.
Wow,
we're getting so good.
Yeah.
Can you keep up with AI over the next 5 years?
If I'm alive.
Hello there, sweetheart. Are you lost?
Oh,
Alright, you want to save and finish?
That's real.
Oh, God,
You think it's real?
No.
The dog with the fire hose coming out of its mouth is real. What about that makes you think it's real?
I don't know. I just feel it's real.
You feel it's real. Unfortunately, the rest of you
are intelligent.
Are correct.
We kept watching videos, and they didn't always get it right. But they had more scrutiny.
That's a great
Finally,
video.
they were becoming skeptical.
Hey, real? SJ, real?
With their liability insurance.
I was going to say it's too big of a liability.
All those people down there.
Ed, you are
feels like-
100% correct. No one in their right mind would put that
Yeah.
many people in front of a train going
I
down.
was, yeah. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think
Lol.
that's real.
It's real.
I do not.
No, that's
I'm going to
fake.
say it looks real.
Looks real? Ed's saying it's real. Leslie said no.
No.
No shot.
Basketballs
Amy's
don't
saying no
explode
shot.
like that.
Amy and Leslie, you are wrong. That is a real basketball
I knew.
blowing up right
Why
there.
did it
I
do
know.
that?
Why did it do that?
Like that.
He like kicks a
There was
firework.
something planted in the ground that he hit it on or
Yeah,
something.
see?
Why not make it? I mean,
Yeah.
That looks fantastic. That's like the box.
Crazy.
There is one thing that seemed to make them all very suspicious.
What's happening, you lot?
Anything British.
Me and the boys in our beef.
That's funny.
Having a laugh whilst dropping game on all the tarts. Let's have it. Somebody get me a fucking Stella, because I'm a naughty fella.
You alright? How are you?
Good, thank you. And Nicky, yeah?
How are you?
2 plaid, 2 mash.
Ugh. Yuck.
1 plaid, 2.
Where's
Okay,
the
this
gloves?
looks really weird.
Right?
looks like a
Where's the
pie.
oh, at least he's not touching it with a
Pie in that
hand.
shop.
Well, that's I don't
Those
know.
mushrooms are like eyeballs or something.
No, they look like mushrooms. Are they? Oh, what is that green stuff?
Ed, you think it's AI. Now, why do you think it's AI?
Because he's
British.
violating the health law if he puts those things on the griddle.
Interesting. Interesting.
Fucking
Ed, you are incorrect. However, I don't fault you for thinking stewed eels are AI. I think there's a lot of people on the internet who would agree with you that this food should be AI.
fucking British.
My hope for these grandparents is that they will go out into the world a lot more paranoid. Mostly because I think I have spotlit them as targets for potential scammers. Still, I was personally impressed with their self-awareness.
Yeah, no, I think I'm about the same, where sometimes it's really easy to be fooled.
Kind of came in the way I'm going out. Except I will say, I do think this made me trust my intuition more. Like when that bus or train was going down the moguls, the very first thing I thought was, that was bullshit, no way.
Even if they were leaving the building, looking over their shoulder, I was reminded of one thing.
I just enjoyed watching it all. As long as I'm entertained and I think things are funny, if it's going to make me laugh, I don't care what it is.
Potential evil can find its way with a little bit of humor.
The lesson is, old people are dumb.
Take their phones. Alright.
Andrew simply doesn't know what he's talking about.
The first
Alright. This guy.
Yeah. Let me just.
We'll
Yeah,
save this
Sophie didn't reply, so I don't know. I'll let you know if she does.
Okay.
Because she was gonna do an interview in a few hours, but she didn't reply. So.
Alright. Keep me posted.
I will.
Alright. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye bye.